welcome back one final time to Atlantis. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu and 8 of the happiest people in the Bahamas. What are we talking about? Of course, Randy, it is the final day of competition in the Supermain, which feels like it began eons ago. But it isn't the only thing that's been going on, Randy. We've got a lot to unpack here during today's studio, not the least of which is the conclusion of the 25K GG Millions, a single-day turbo which returned 6 players yesterday. And finally, at long last, Johan Gilbert, Yo Viral, wins himself a bracelet.
I mean, the thing is that Johan Gilbert has been trying to win a bracelet many times. He's gotten, 3 second places, I believe, and then he had the epic viral hand where he was playing against a player, and they just had 7 bets in there. It was a monotone texture, and he got bluffed off the hand. It was ridiculous.
You know, what's ridiculous is that none of us seem to be able to remember this particular player's name. And when producer James at the top of the day was trying to discover his name, well, he's removed himself from the databases. So perhaps living on in infamy as just a legend, but the legend of Yo Viral growing stronger. And I'll tell you what, coming in and playing and then winning a bracelet out here, despite kind of splitting his time and focus from poker over to being a DJ these days, living out in Dubai, all the more impressive. We want to talk about impressive, Randy. We cannot overlook the turn of Amari Love as he won the closer, a $2,500 buy-in.
Yeah, and he got $145,000. Also got to see him play the Supermain earlier in the days, and he was playing some solid poker. Nice to see him get rewarded.
Yeah, you know, you're talking about the solid poker. I remember at least one of the bust-out hands where I was in the booth for. I don't remember if you were with me, but I think he had a pocket pair, queen, something like that. The way the hand was coming down, I just never thought there was a need for him to check jam, and he ended up getting showered in that spot. And I was questioning whether or not, you know, this was going to be a good stop for Love, and obviously we got our answer. Listen. Yesterday, if you would have joined us for the 4th day of coverage, you would have thought to yourself, I know who the guys are that are going to coast into the final table. But as we learned early, Randy, coming in with a big stack was the kiss of death.
I mean, Pascal Lafrancois, he came in as the tournament chip leader on the final, not the final, day 4. I was expecting him to coast into the final table. This is a man who has so much experience, and he ended up finishing, 15th place? I mean, not really what I expected. Also, William Blaze, someone who was pulling a lot of moves, and with a big stack, you know, just to see him crumble as well.
He went out in 12th, and then it was Reimer, the Dutchman. He was out in 16th, and they all had heaps, and nobody really was looking at those stacks and thinking they're going to be first out the door. We did come back with 24 and played down to 8. That is your final table that we're going to be bringing you here a little bit later. The Brazil theme, we've been pushing it really, really hard, right? Some of you might be just going, surely you can't stereotype an entire nation's worth of poker players, especially a market as large as Brazil, as just being top to bottom aggressive. Show me a data point where they haven't been. And I'm talking, of course, about Bellarmino de Souza, Randy. I mean, he came into the final 9 with 4 bigs. We thought it was going to be a light shift at the desk on the backside of that break. And no, he spun it up.
He did spin it up. And the thing is, sure, he got the first 4 big blind standard. You know, he had a queen jack suited, got it in. But then he was able to find a spot where he got a 3-bet in with king, queen of clubs against the binders straight. So he was able to just navigate himself to a very nice position in the final 8.
You know, not so nice position is the one that Germany's Leonard Mauer found himself in during the final 9, as he found just the dirtiest of spots I mean, it's Kings v Aces, it's JNT, it's why Mr. Main Event is up at the top of the leaderboard, and it's why Leonard Mauer is on the outside looking in.
It's the ultimate cooler. It's the reoccurring nightmare for life, you know, like Kings versus Aces. He was playing good poker, and then all of a sudden, you know, he had a situation where he got in 160 million chips, and there were stacks out there that are very shallow, but Kings versus Aces, what can you do?
Listen, Mauer's got a lot of his poker career left in front of him, no question about that, but it may take a long time before he plays a pot as financially significant as the ICM and the equity in that particular hand there. Okay, so let's talk about this. We have $10 million up top. We have 8 players remaining, and as we unpack them one by one, the first focal point, of course, the man I already referred to, Mr. Main Event, with the lion's share of the chips.
I'm ready to call him Mr. Super Main Event. You know what I mean? Like, he's got all the chips. He's got a huge lead on second. I believe he's got at least 200 million more.
39% of them.
39% of the chips in play, and he's not afraid of the stakes. I think he's got advantage here for sure.
You want to talk about fearless? Bernard Binder has also demonstrated that he is not intimidated by this situation. He finds himself in second.
And he was the player that was very active at the final table. Sure, he did peak around 300 million, down to 200 million at the moment. But, he just recently started playing high rollers, and here he is, final table.
And listen, Natasha Mercier, not the Mercier that for many, many years in poker we were accustomed to seeing here, but surprisingly has a few final tables under her belt and sat in third.
And if, she would love to try to get a top three position, surpass Liv Boeree, who got fourth in this event last year, but man, she had probably the sickest hands I've seen on the live stream. She had that hand where she bluffed Benny Glauser on 8-8-8-4. She had Queen Deuce, and Glauser folded a full house, which is insane.
She's got game. Do not count her out. Fourth in chips, D'Souza, who we talked about, came into the final nine, ninth, had other ideas. Mawa on the outside. He's been on the spin up. And then you got Eric Wasserson, who a lot of people were talking about, and it wasn't so much due to the poker itself, but rather how he approached it on the final table bubble.
Yeah, it's very hard to overlook that hand. It was a spot where Benny Glauser reshoved ace-queen. Wasserson had aces. He asked for a count. He double-checked his cards. He let it time down a bit.
Two time banks,
and he called.
Do you remember what he said after he called?
He said, I don't think I can get away from this pair. It's insane.
He said, I just couldn't get away from it. And, I'll tell you what, we laugh. If you were Benny, it was not funny. He did deal with it. He did also allude to the idea that there was some history there. So it wasn't as though Wasserson was firing that shot.
You know what the extra pain is for Benny? He also would have got the 100K bonus on the parlay because it would have been making the final table.
Oh, my God, that was a 75K denial?
Yeah.
Wow.
And the pay jump, of course.
Wow, yes. Oh, my gosh. I hadn't even thought about that at all, despite the number of times on which we discussed it. Obviously, the flight home could be a bit more somber one than it might have otherwise been for Benny, but we know he'll be back, three-time bracelet winner during the summer. TJ Reed, here's a guy who's a working man like you and I, Randy, and here he is at this FT. What an opportunity for him.
It is because, he's part of Poker.org, I believe. He's got his own little YouTube channel, and, Faraz Jocko was in a booth, was kind of rooting him on. It's really amazing for him to be able to spot final table.
Previous career best cash for him, $192,000. Peter Chen, he had a career. He was punching his passport all over the world and then all of a sudden disappeared. Here he is again, and he bounced all over the place in terms of his chip graph on route.
First recorded cash was in 2020, cashed in 7 different countries in 2019.
Yep, and last but not least, Franco Spitale. He won the Millie Maker back in 2024, and he is looking to top that one off in even greater style here today. All right, we are just about set to send it down to none other than the platypus himself, Jeff Platt, who's going to be bringing out these final table lists as we get things underway here in Paradise.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Atlantis in the Bahamas. This is the World Series of Poker Paradise Super Main Event. Now you can cheer. There we go. There it is. An astonishing 2,891 entries have come together to create the biggest prize pool in poker history outside the main event in Las Vegas, as players from around the world have come together to chase poker's ultimate dream. And now, just 8 players remain. On the line, the bracelet, the glory, and a life-changing $10 million first place prize. It is my honor to introduce to you your WSOP Super Main Event Final Table. In seat 1, this Austrian pro's first live cash came just 2 years ago, but do not mistake him as a newcomer. Earlier this year, he won the prestigious GG Millions for $1.8 million. Now looking to far eclipse that result here on poker's grandest stage. Please welcome Bernard Binder. This Canadian has been off the radar for a number of years, but has now reemerged in dramatic fashion, looking to secure the first major title of his career. In seat 2, Peter Chen. This two-time WSOP circuit ring winner has the opportunity to secure the biggest payout for a female poker player in history, with the closest thing to home field advantage having made the short hop across from her home in Florida. Please welcome in seat 3, Natasha Mercier. At 78 years old, France's all-time money leader is proving once again that age is no barrier in poker, having already made the Triton main event final table here just last week in seat 4. Please welcome the man they call Mr. Main Event, JNT, Jean-Noel Thorel. Hailing from the passionate poker hotbed of Brazil, he came into the final 9 with just 4 big blinds, but had an incredible run at the end of play yesterday. If he continues this rise, he will leapfrog to the top of his nation's all-time money list. In seat 5, Bellarmino de Souza. This well-known American cash game player and mixed game specialist secured his first WSOP bracelet here last year in the 25K Dealer's Choice Championship, making his 13th World Series of Poker final table appearance in seat 6. Please welcome Eric Wasserson. The only other player at this table to have tasted WSOP gold before, having won the Millionaire Maker in Las Vegas just last year, he is now looking to follow in the footsteps of his countryman Alejandro Lococo and win Paradise's largest prize. In seat 7 from Argentina, Franco Spitale. This much-loved poker media personality is enjoying the run of a lifetime. He is also eligible for a winner's bonus, courtesy of the WSOP Paradise Parlay. He's a poker player, a poker vlogger, and the live events manager for Poker.org. In seat 8, please welcome TJ Reed. This is your World Series of Poker Paradise Super Main Event final table. Pavel, shuffle up and deal.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. All the pieces are in place. Blinds 2, 4, and 4. 10 million in orbit, the price of poker. Sub 10 bigs for Spitale the shorty. He's the man upon whom the eyes are fixed at the moment, Randy, and the ICM pressure could not be higher when you consider the fact that the gap between 8th and 7th is already $300,000.
Yeah, it's a huge gap in terms of chip counts as well, so JNT should be raising quite a bit, and everyone just has to stay out of the way.
And there they are, the payouts brought to you by GG Poker. The chunky stuff in a $72 million plus pot of gumbo that we cooked up here in Paradise. Truly staggering. So many naysayers when it was announced there was a $60 million guarantee, and they blew it right out of the water. I'm scared to think about what the guarantee is going to be next year, Randy. 75?
I mean, we're already past 70, so it has to be more than this.
You think they go 80? I mean, it's crazy.
You never know, but we're always trying to break records here.
At one point, am I going to lose you to this event? Where you show up and go, Ali, I just can't do it. I'm registering.
One more.
You're going to pull a Rast.
You'll never lose me, buddy.
Aw.
Psych.
Shake Shack's never going to lose you. Did you get the platinum card yet over there?
Oh,
No?
They don't have that, do they? Do they?
What's crazy is if
Is there a reward system?
you would be like, how the hell do I not have it? Notably, a gymnastics convention has descended upon Atlantis, by the way. So I was thinking perhaps I would go in and see if Randy's doing his usual pregame, and instead I found a gaggle of children.
A gaggle of children.
Meanwhile, Wasserson, ace-9 offsuit. Spitale starting in the big. 2 of his 8 blinds already invested.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal that he has to start in the big blind. And then he'll have to eat the small blind. I would probably still pass this spot. Jack-6 suited, it's still a bit marginal here. He's gonna think it through.
10 seconds.
Maybe expects Wasserson to jam any 2, but I don't think that's really the case.
Tend to agree, and Jack-6 suited is a little too light to want to draw a line in the sand there. Early shout out, by the way, to those of you who are streaming this one live. So many
Not a good hand.
have
Good
logged in and logged on
Never
to
heard
be
you
a
say
part of
anything
this
else after
historic
super
event.
folds.
I did. I had ace-9. And I guess I didn't have you dominated, probably. I only play good hands.
Like aces?
No,
Long journey.
I play worse than aces, but I do play aces also.
You just, you know, tank for 20 seconds.
That's the only
before you
hand I
play
would.
it.
That's the only hand I would tank before I called with.
So he's trading the security cap for the police cap.
I wonder what the thought process is in the morning when he, because there's FBI, there's police, there's security.
I mean, police is more threatening than the security, right?
Ace-6 of diamonds looking to play some threats. Open here.
Even if you
Susan.
want to attack, this is not really the spot. Stay away.
This one's going to get through.
Fold.
Perhaps an early data point suggesting that JNT is going to wield the Warhammer, which is so available to him with this massive stack and all this ICM pressure.
I was perusing Twitter and saw Jason Kuhn made an appreciation post for J&T. You know,
Did
it's
he?
like this man is 78 years old, I believe, and just, you know, he doesn't play poker professionally. And here he is. Deep run.
And listen, we call him Mr. Main Event. You may christen him Mr. Super Main Event because of his performances on the Triton Super High Roller Series, which preceded this WSOP portion of the Collaborative Festival here in the Bahamas for the 2nd straight year. And I don't know how he does it, but he does it.
Yeah, that's right. He plays his game in his element, and it just works.
Somewhere out there, Leonard Mao is going, really, Ali? I know how he does it. I pick up kings, he picks up aces.
Okay, but there was pots before he got there.
That is correct. A lot of French flags flooding our chat. Multiple nations represented here. We've got Austria, Canada, the US, France, Brazil, Argentina.
See Terrence Reed trying to get in a limp against second on the overall leaderboard. Bernhard Binder.
Now, we were calling him Binder. He did correct us. Wants us to say Binder. No arguments from the booth. Both players sharing a 5. Neither sharing much of an affinity for this Jack-Jack Deuce board. Limp, blind versus blind here.
I'm curious to see if Reed opts to bet this texture. Generally speaking, the big blind is supposed to whiff. Then again, you know, Binder might be thinking, did you really hit the jack? Maybe a raise could be, you know, enough pressure to just fold out random bets like this.
Okay.
This doesn't surprise me.
I'll tell you what, though. It does set a tone, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
For what we can come to expect out of both of these guys.
Wow.
Somehow, TJ's found the 8 after just politely asking for the pot. Now he can ask for value.
Yeah, I think he got bailed out here because he likely wouldn't have followed through with a double barrel. Now he's got a situation where he can collect chips. I like that he's checking in this spot because you do still want to contain the pot. You can get some bets out of floats. And Binder probably just has to bet now. I would like a bet now, but he's going for a check.
That's curious to float with the 7-5, and now he's found a 7, so this is a really awkward development. Check back can take most of the Jack X off the board. 2 tones out there. You would imagine that Binder would have been charging a price, just looking for value. So the 8 feels real good, and it's not going to feel great when Binder's confronted with this barrel into 21 million. TBD how big, Randy?
Yeah, let's see the price. 14 mil is healthy.
2/3.
Snap off, and there you go, Reed. There you go.
You know, when I'm in a game and that pot plays out that way, I often will look up and be like, which way did the flop come? Was it, it was this way?
Right.
It was a 7-8 Jack? Or was it, because it couldn't have been deuce Jack Jack, right?
It was.
Nice start for TJ Reed. $700,000 in career earnings, and like we touched on at the top of the program, man who's got a job. It's not what he does by trade. And he is one of only 2 people that are drawn live to that $250,000 overlay. If you happen to have won a bracelet, cashed 7 times during the summer, and qualified. Only other player, Eric Wasserson. They have locked up $100K in extra money already.
Price 8 million. Plus.
D'Souza's baby suited ace open. Briefly deliberated upon by Spitale. And now Binder gonna get involved once more. Ace queen in the small.
Probably goes with just call in this spot. Even though he's got the larger stack, it is still very dangerous for him if he all of a sudden loses 142 million and becomes a short stack with Spitale. So yeah, that makes sense. Probably also doesn't expect D'Souza to call many 3-bets at this stage of the tournament. So hard to get called by worse. Now he's retained hands like the dominated ace.
Ten, 9, 4. Binder again, mindful of what's at stake in this one. Choosing the safer approach.
It's a good chance D'Souza just checks back here on the flop. Small blind flats do contain a lot of hands that kind of hit this texture, whether it be pair or gut shots.
Queen on the turn is tasty for Bernard.
I probably expect him to bet now. His hand is a bit vulnerable. Obviously 2 flush draws, straight draws out there.
And it's a lot just stone good.
Exactly. Get called by worse.
Especially versus check back out of D'Souza.
Wow, he's taking this passively.
Well, I
Bit
mean,
surprised, to be honest.
but perhaps this is in direct relation to the aforementioned $300,000 pay jump and all of the ICM pressure that he knows a stack like D'Souza's can place, even though he doesn't cover, D'Souza that is. He
Yeah.
could put a massive dent in you if all of a sudden you try to get cute on this turn and he blasts. You got to look up and go, did King Jack just find me?
That's true. I mean, he has been stung quite a bit at this final table so far. Yesterday, he peaked around 300 million. Here, you saw him lost the last hand against Reed. Surely he goes for value now.
18.
Bet 18 million.
Into 29. This is sub half pot. I don't think D'Souza has anything heroic in mind here.
I can't name a hand he would beat by calling. So it's
10
just
seconds.
usually fold. If you do and continue, you have to raise.
There it is. His rail activates. Feeling a little bit better than they did after he paid off Reed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you expect that we're going to be seeing some pretty honest poker for the time being here, Randy?
100%. Sure, all these guys are capable of making plays, but is it really worth the risk when Spitali is on 6 bigs? I would say no.
Well, at the risk of motivating him to hit the caps lock even harder than he already has, shout out to Brent Hanks, Buffalo Hanks in the YouTube chat. For those streaming live, they've already seen him. And somehow, Randy, you know, you and I, from time to time, we will find some distraction while here in the booth, whether it's a sip of Starbucks, a nibble of lunch, you 100x leveraging your Coinbase account, me fielding phone calls from the Charles Schwab margin department. Jeff Platt is somehow in the chat as well.
What is it?
You know, I thought he was working. I guess he's on finger ninja status.
I mean, if you have spare time, this is the tournament to be watching.
Listen, Platt's eyes, as I understand it, a little more keenly trained on this particular final table than your average.
Sorry.
Just do, and I don't want to blow up his spot with respect to the individual, but an economic sweat, if you will.
Yeah.
And this is because Platt regularly does threaten people. He's kind of a mafioso out there. He doesn't wear the suits.
I mean, I can
for
say who it is, right? He's
Must
got
have been worse
100%
than Jack
action of
7,
JNT.
Let me tell you something. Nobody's got a piece of JNT. He don't sell, my friend.
That's right.
One more here.
You know, Randy, when you have a chance to hit the pillow with 8 remaining, provided that you can even get any sleep just based on the adrenaline coursing through your veins, it takes a lot to ward off, you know, the fairy tale visions in your head,
Right.
delusions of grandeur, you know, and I mean, keeping the gravity of this moment at bay and just centering yourself and playing the game that brought you here can be a taller task than what one might anticipate.
It's very difficult to do. I mean, the first time I cashed the WSOP main in Vegas, I was in the top 100 or 200, and I already thought, like, I'm going to make the final table, you know? I
Sure.
can't imagine how they're feeling when they are actually there.
Yeah. Spitale, raise and take with the king, queen of diamonds. And listen, not to overshadow the main event during the summer.
You just tell me if
Just
I say when I
given-
say race.
Yeah, you said raise, but your turn isn't over until you confirm the amount.
Okay.
No. Looks like a time bank. Due to the fact that the declaration of raise was not attached to a figure, and so you can't kind of free roll the clock
Right.
for Spitale, but that's all right.
That makes sense. You can't say raise and then wait like 2 hours and then announce your size.
I was just going to kind of piggyback on what you were talking about. By not throwing shade at the summer, the 10K main event is still the Cadillac.
Mm-hmm.
This one a 25K. 10 million up top. There have been multiple main events throughout time that didn't even come close to a $10 million payday. And so, you know, this has got every ounce of the drama that event does. And
Raise 10 million.
maybe a few pounds more of economics as well.
Look, they're both very special tournaments. Glad to be a part of this one.
Couldn't agree more.
I like fold here in this spot. King 10 suited. You know, Wasserson's playing the middling stack, so he's not particularly wide. And once again, I'm going to keep mentioning it. There's a short stack out there. You got to wait. I mean, even Peter Chien's getting short now. He's got 66 mil at 5 million big blind.
It does feel weird when a starting stack was 500K in chips to call a man with 66 million short, but that is the way it goes. Blinds having ascended to 2.5 and 5. You see the 10 mil mini raise. Ace 4 of diamonds defense. Very straightforward stuff on our screen. 8-3 deuce, wheel gutter and ace high. Best hand, no diamond on board, and no improvement for Was.
It's the type of texture where a lot of ace highs actually check call the flop, so it is hard to get better to fold right now if you're Was. I wouldn't imagine ace 4 ever folding a draw to the wheel, especially for that price. It's near min. Was mainly trying to kick out 2 random cards that don't connect.
Check call of 6 million brings the 9 of clubs. Now it's the fork in the road for Was. Does he want to make further investments and try to represent something with air? There's your answer, and it's no. And the ace on the end smacks D'Souza.
I'll check the spot with the ace. Undergun has a lot of ace X. They've got it. They're going to bet. If they don't, they might try and wrap it. Not unreasonable for Was to consider a bluff here with King Queen high. But he'll check it back, and wisely so. He just clapped for himself.
It's allowed. I mean, maybe he's just trying to. You ever watch a sitcom and the laugh track is in there,
Yeah.
and then you know to laugh because the show's not that funny? Pomp wasn't that big, but he's just like, guys, come on, doesn't matter. I won one. Let's go. If he keeps up this northbound trajectory, though, I promise you, you're not going to have to prompt the Brazilians to get fired up. We know this by virtue of the 150K, which capped off the Triton Super High Roller Series, where Brazil went 1-2-3, swept the podium, with João Simão taking home a healthy multi-million-dollar score.
Here we go for ace jack. What timing is this? Because he's the big blind next. 7 big blinds.
Raise 23 million.
Raise 23 million.
Well, it's go time, but he's not going to stick all of it out there.
Yeah, he felt like this is the price that's enough to not let the big blind call loosely, but retain some chips in case of emergency. I probably fold this with King Jack offsuit for Natasha.
Fold. Fold.
The blinds are left to act. D'Souza ace 7 offsuit.
40 total? Yeah.
5 seconds.
It seems a little loose if he was to consider it.
All in.
Yeah.
They're all in.
Wow, snap all in. It's queens against
Oh.
ace jack.
All in.
And it's a bad spot here for Spitale. Wasserson lost small last time out, and he rates to win small here, but nothing is small when you consider the significance of every one of these ladders. Spitale going over to his rail.
Oh, yeah.
Nacho Barbero, part of that Argentine contingent.
He's going to watch from out here.
O argentino short.
With his buddies.
Están buscando un as,
Dale,
Randy.
dale, dale, bebé. Apio. As.
Pero no hay.
Dale, dale, dale.
9-8 tray. The overpair holding for Was.
Sirve la de core igual,
Franco looking for the needle.
Any ice?
Apio. Ay, la concha.
One more chance,
Tanto va a
Ali.
querer hacer, boludo. No, cómo te tona la hinchada, por favor, boludo.
All smiles for
Dale,
Franco,
película, por favor.
despite just 7% with one to come. Is Was going to claim the first pelt?
As. Oh.
Yes, he is.
Good game, Spitali. Good game.
Enjoying the embrace of all those who were here to will him through to this final table.
Hugs all around. It's disappointing, but
Good game, bro.
it's still a great result. 7-figure payout.
That's correct, Randy.
Nice to play with you.
A bunch of handshakes and then
Good game. Good playing with you.
Good luck.
one final embrace
fold.
will come from $1.1 million over at the payout desk. GG's, Mr. Spitale.
I have a
Fought
Good
hard.
ace. I was figuring you had ace when I was sweating.
The fight comes to a wrap.
You,
Yeah, yeah.
of course.
Of course.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Okay, I know it was a short stay at this final table, but what was it like for you having that group, that crazy rail throughout really the last couple days of play?
It felt like home having them with me, and they give me the energy to continue even when things go wrong or go bad. I look right there, and they're smiling, they're giving me strength, so it's very, very good. Nice. Even when losing, it feels very good.
You said it felt like home. How proud are you to represent your country on poker's biggest stage?
Yeah, very proud. This is like a dream come true. Even in eighth position for me is like a dream come true. So I continue studying, playing, enjoying the game, and having these great days spent.
A great way to look at it. Great run. Congratulations. The 8th place finisher, Franco Spitali, guess.
So absent Spitale, the fight rages on. $1.4 million, the on-tap payout, 1.8 if you can last one more spot, 400K, the ladder. Queen, queen, 8, ace highs colliding here. Reed defended his big against JNT, who's following through for 10. TJ sticks around, his ace in clubs, helping him do so. 9 rolls off as the pot has grown to 47.5.
I'd say this is a bad card for both in case they were ahead on the flop. Now straight draws got there or a pair, and this board is rather dangerous.
4-liner. After it goes check, check on the turn.
I actually wouldn't mind a bet from TJ. This texture does rate to hit him in terms of having a straight or a queen. He can get better hands to fold. He opts to check, and I wonder if JNT goes for it. He doesn't.
Yes.
They'll chop it up.
Not a bad outcome. I think both players would be quite happy with that result.
500, 1 million, and 5 million. It's 5 million. Let's do 5 million. Orange.
C'est quoi, c'est moi le
Ça,
meilleur?
c'est des 5 millions.
Ah, c'est les 5
Les
millions.
deux ici.
I didn't know Natasha spoke French.
I
Look
did
at
not
that.
either.
Woman of many
Ça, c'est
talents.
des 500 000. Ils sont derrière. De derrière.
Merci.
She's fluent.
Ok, good, good.
Either that or she's bluffing really well.
Well, he seems to be convinced.
No, that accent was legit, bro. She's got the Red Riding Hood.
Cool.
Trying to ride her stack into a deep finish here. 153 million suited connector. Tempting under other circumstances, excuse me. But here we step aside from such things.
We gonna step aside here?
I don't think so, Randy.
I
I
don't
think
know.
we're gonna step right up.
Kind of forced to play it, right? It is a bear.
That's 12 million.
He just couldn't get away from this one,
Yeah,
Randy.
just
12 million.
he couldn't get away. Has to raise it.
Binder, 6 deuce. Does he have to play it?
He doesn't, but I kind of think he will. He doesn't like the sizing he's up against. It's a size up from the button. But Binder's been showing us he has a lot of fight, a lot of appetite to kind of take it post flop. And here he is, 6-2 suited. Big advantage for Was. Wow, wow, wow.
What were you saying about big advantages? Now, Was is not drawing dead, but just look what we see. All diamond board, over pair, and in some ways the nut flush draw, given the jack of diamonds, gets him the straight flush. But this hand, plenty strong enough for him to c-bet. 6 million into 31.5. Standard-ish downsize.
On monotone textures, we do see downsize bets. I really want to know if Binder is going to fast play the 6-2 suited. Type of texture where if someone is betting here, they do have a lot of things that can hang in there. But he goes with the check call, which might benefit Wasserson.
I don't know if this card's going to benefit Was. He's found the straight, as you mentioned, Randy.
He only loses to a flush because ace-king would have re-raised pre.
Facts.
And he's got the king of diamonds, so he's got to redraw and blocks flop flushes.
What he doesn't have is the covering stack, though. Binder clears him by 50 million. 43.5 out there.
16.
16 million.
Done well to keep things under control size-wise. 16 million. Smolders.
I think he should strongly consider raise, but maybe not too big to try to get a king to hang in there. His hand does want a little protection from the bigger diamond, but if Was is bluffing, he's probably not going to follow through with a bluff on the river, unimproved.
58.
Yeah, I love this raise, and Was has got to be throwing up inside, right?
100%. He might end up throwing up outside, Randy. I mean, this is such a disgusting... When you consider everything that's being taken into account, this check raise from Binder is wild. We've got 2 of the available kings. We know he doesn't have ace-king, as you mentioned. We've got the king of diamonds. What on earth is he doing this with?
The king of diamonds is a big problem for Was because he always has outs
58.
just in case he is behind. The raise is big because if Was calls here, Binder is likely to ask for the rest of it. Are you ready to call off if it just goes black deuce? We got to answer this question before continuing.
Can we fold? Is that even allowed?
1 second.
It is allowed, but he's not going to do it. He's not. Look at the pot. Look at the stacks behind.
160 million. Ace on the end. Again, we don't think Ace-King is ever there, but if for some reason it were, this is a touch of improvement for Wasserson. But really at this point, when the impending big barrel asks for the 82, it's flush or nothing at all.
It's flush or nothing. That's right. Binder shouldn't have ever raised a king on the turn unless it had a free roll in the hand. But the thing is, Wass has got that card, the King of Diamonds.
Is that a dead man walking?
All in. Fuck.
Four letters, one word. And very appropriate given the situation. Binder's crew on hand.
1 second.
I think he just has to fold this. I just can't imagine how Binder is folding through with the bluff as played.
You know, oftentimes in these situations, Randy, we point out that the call can be the product of competent opposition, where we know it's within Bernard potentially to pull off things like this. But in this moment,
good fold, good fold.
Wass sparing himself.
Just necessary, but annoying.
Well, Spruce Bluffer, perhaps, of all those in the chat that weighed in that moment, put it best by simply typing out 4 white flags. Surrender indeed from Wass. Sparing himself.
That might have been a
7th
bad
place
fold.
payout.
I don't think I was supposed to fold that hand. I had a sick hand.
Sometimes what it takes to win one of these things is the ability to do what you're not supposed to do.
That is very true, and he's still here. 80 million chips.
You know, I think back to Lefty Diaz during the World Series of Poker main event one summer on a double paired board where it was like, it was 2 pink cards, 2 smaller cards paired, and then like a jack. So it was queen, queen, 4, 4, jack, something like that. I mean, it's not exact.
Sure.
He's got queens full, and he mucked the end, and he was right. He was up against queens full of jack. Are you allowed to fold in that spot? Are you supposed to fold in that spot? Your hand's just good most of the time. You know, the vast majority of the time. But he found the fold, and he fought on. And that situation, I would say, is a lot dicier than the one that Wass found himself in. That fold, not to make light of it as being somehow more straightforward, still very difficult, in particular against those Austrians, you know?
Yeah, it is. That one just hurt so much for Wasp because the raise on the turn was so big, so it took most of his stack. And it's just nice for him that he was able to preserve the remains. And Binder going to use some Wasp chips.
Yeah, on the topic of big, he has grown to over 280 million in total, 34 of it being deployed as a 3-bet. The party starter out of the way, and now TJ caught in the crossfire here.
He's just got to fold. I would not speculate anymore off of TJ's stack pre-flop.
5 seconds. Fold.
Yeah, I'd be pretty worried now having Binder towards my left. From what I've seen so far at the final table today and yesterday, he's very active. And if that's the case, then you probably need to tighten your ranges a bit.
King of diamonds?
That might look really dumb.
You know, Was understandably still dwelling on whether or not he made the right decision there.
So I don't think he was bluffing, but I guess it's possible.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, is there another one of those? Yeah, thanks.
You do have to shake it off in that spot. Obviously, Was not thrilled to be sitting on.
Yeah, if it's something you can't get the answer to immediately, you know, just move on, revisit it later. You still have a huge spot in front of you.
Yeah, I was going to say 16 bigs, roughly 80 million for him.
Peter Chian's got 9s.
Ace 10 open from JNT up front.
He's got to go with this one. Chip leader opening, shorts under the gun, which is scary. But everyone's waiting for you, Peter. He has enough chips to have fold equity against the chip leader open. Single tower, slide.
Raise.
$55. Considerable amount of torque being applied to this 12.
Raise to 55 million.
43 million more.
I mean, he might give Peter a spin. Peter would hate that, given it's up against ace 10, and that's a tidy fold. I think it's right. He raised him under the gun. It's a bit too much. Probably like 2 blinds less. He's probably in there. That's okay. And nothing wrong with leaving a short stack out there, because still get lots of fold equity in future hands.
Peter's presence, you know, snacking on even the open and the blinds, is still something that aids JNT in the quest to accumulate chips right now. What obviously would not aid him is calling off and doubling him up.
I've been very impressed with JNT's play from the feature table here in the Super Main.
Yeah, no, he's really improved. Shout out to Ryan DePaulo, who's out in the chat. He was here in the booth as well.
Yeah, he was good fun in the booth.
Yeah.
I mean, he was like anxious in the booth. Imagine these players right now. They're containing it very well.
That's a great point, man. Deuces for Natasha.
Man, this guy is
She limps.
rough. Queen 6, going to work.
Wow.
Sirens on.
Yep.
25 million.
That's some theft.
He's putting out an APB.
And look at the sizing, too. 5x. But Natasha has done some sick moves to get her here to the final table. Can she limp jam?
I mean,
I'm just saying, she is capable. We know it.
yeah.
It is risky.
Leonard's thinking to himself, why couldn't he have Queen 6 when I found my kings? Instead, he woke up with aces.
I think there's a world she does it. She's shown us that she wants to play for the W, but she's going to pass.
And we're not going to judge.
No, we're not going to judge her. Of course, she's healthy.
She's dangerous is what she is.
One-time bank, Natasha.
Like if she was in the Top Gun remake, her call sign might have been Ice Woman. And Iceman's dead too, so like.
Not, yeah. We know Val Kilmer's gone, all right?
Yeah, but in the movie, did he die? I don't think he died in the movie, right?
He did.
In the second movie?
second movie.
I don't think he died in that. He didn't die in the first movie either.
Of course he didn't die, so that's why it's in the second movie.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess that was already inferred, wasn't it?
Wait, did I
Hot
spoil
take
it?
there, Randy. No, bro. Second one was damn near better than the first, by the way. This King, Queen of Diamonds, though, not better than the 2 kings that cost Was last time. Nevertheless, he knows it's an openable hand. Sticks for Chien.
That's a scary person to reshove against. Open off of 82 mil. I understand the fold.
He didn't take much time at all.
J&T Jack 9 suited in the small blind.
Call.
Will make the call. He can afford to do so. And the thing is, the big blind actually has to fold a lot when J&T
5 more.
calls.
5 more.
Does he know I raised? Oh, 5 million more.
Juste mets l'orange devant. Ouais, celui-là c'est bon. Ouais, un seul.
I think now it's too much, maybe.
Yeah, 1 over.
Voilà. Ça c'est derrière.
Eventually we'll get there.
Ici?
Yeah.
By the way, some of the chat stepping in to remind me that Natasha is Lebanese, and many Lebanese people do speak French. So
Did not know.
story all checking out as Wsop finds the top pair on a king high board. Rainbow, 8 of clubs, the interactions for JNT.
I think we're going to see one of those 6 million chip bets from Wsop. It's been his C-bet size of choice. He's got a hand that wants to get in the rest of the chips on this texture. 2 pair really does not exist from a small blind flat. Is J&T going to get baited?
Nah.
Good fold.
So a nibble there for Wasserson.
Are you playing against a small blind limp range? Or?
7 left. Look at the chip counts. Still big lead for J&T. Even the distance between first and second third is quite the gap, so Binder is very comfy with 64 big blinds and 320 mil. 1.4 locked up. 400K pay ladder. I just can't wait to see a $4 million heads up match.
Wasserson, by the way, Randy, a one-time bracelet winner, and it came allegedly last year right here in the 25K mixed event. Has 12 other WSOP final tables, but he's looking to adorn a second wrist. Things not having gone so well thus far, but it's still early here on the final day of this WSOP Super main event, and heavy emphasis on Super. And heavy emphasis on the button as having everything to do with what looks like an open from JNT, coupled with the boss stack attacking.
I mean, he looks like a seasoned pro right now.
It is crazy because when you think back to the first time that we watched him get involved, his game has come so far.
Un seul. Un seul de ceux-là. Un seul. Ouais.
Ça, c'est bien, Miu.
Ah non, ils sont pas corrects. Alors les deux en haut vont avec celui d'en bas. Ouais, les deux c'est parlé. Ceux-là vont là.
Ouais.
Et puis les deux prochains vont devant. C'est 5 millions.
C'est 5 millions ça?
Les deux prochains, ouais, ils vont devant.
Là?
Et il y en a un, non, celui d'en dessous, il va juste là. Juste prendre les deux premiers.
Tu me les mets, s'il te plaît?
D'accord.
Non.
S'il me laisse, je te les mets.
Yeah, J&T. It's like, assist me with my chips while I take yours. And I've got pocket aces, so I will be asking for a big fee from someone. Any takers?
Listen, aces are precisely what brought us to this final day. Over the kings of Maua. A hand that he won't soon forget.
Some trouble here for TJ.
Yeah.
He's going to have to defend off of this stack.
Ace 8.
It's a good hand.
33 million.
Oh, I did not really see this coming.
You know, I agree with you, but big stack in the cutoff. VPIP looks like it's trending upwards, and TJ feels like this is 10 million available for the taking. As we can see, instead, it's 33 million that he's made available for the giving.
TJ, like,
c'est
how?
c'est bon.
I attack him
Ceux
once.
de devant, ils sont 25
Instant
000.
4 bets me.
Donc, celui-là, devant,
You
celui qui est
know,
là, il vient ici. Ici. Dans 5 millions, ouais.
sometimes when you pop your head up,
Fold.
you end up getting whacked.
Yeah, it's
Back
okay to
into
keep
the
your head
sand.
down. Like, you don't want to play whack-a-mole with your head out, you know?
No, man.
600 million for JNT.
Je peux aider ou pas?
Ah oui.
Non, mais je peux l'aider à chaque fois, s'il me laisse.
Merci. Oui, oui, oui.
By the way, I don't think JNT in an actual game of whack-a-mole would be setting any high scores. Just, you know, my read. Maybe
1 million, ceux-là, ils vont devant.
some
25
latent
millions.
whacks, maybe some
500 000.
some stone misses.
De rien. Ceux-là, tu vas pas trop
I
les
hope he
utiliser.
gets him out and just whacks you right now in the
Listen.
booth.
He's not worried about me, all right? He's not worried about anything, if I'm being honest. But what an incredible story it would be if he brought this one home. Still, a lot of runway between now and then, of course. But he is making strides. Now, the big pair-rich environment continues. Kings gracing D'Souza.
Binder's going to be in there with 10-8 also. He's shown us an appetite to take it post from the big. I mean, last time he went up against Kings, what happened? He flopped the flush with 6 deuce suited. What's it going to be this time? Top pair.
This is a problem for the time being for Bernhard, especially when it's on these board textures that are supposed to belong to the big.
He might even lead here, expecting D'Souza to check back most of range on this texture. He wants to force a bet in there and not let 2 overs get a free card. I think it'll be a good play, but he will check. And I actually think D'Souza's got a spot where he probably wants to check. A lot of 2 pairs, immediate straights out there. He doesn't want to stack off with kings, and he will now because he has top set.
That means Bernhard is drawing dead. Of course, the king, not unlike the flop before it, in turn belongs more to D'Souza's opening range.
I'd like to see him charge here now. $14 mil. This bet seems right. Charges enough of the draws, plus a pair like an 8 probably feels very compelled to call with the better pricing. I can't really blame Binder for calling one and seeing what develops.
That's exactly what he's going to do. 28 million more into the middle. And another overcard to the 8s on the end. This is where you're praying for some check back out of ace high. Of course, as we can see, that's not in store.
$45. It's a big, big bet. Basically saying, I've got at least a king. Queen is a bit of a dangerous card in the sense that Binder loses some more things, but he'll just stay away.
Good laydown. Of course, 45 milli was a pricey ask. Still the early portion of the program here, despite one casualty already in Franco Spitale of the 8 that began this final day of the WSOP Super Main from here in Paradise. Basically a 2-week winter camp, if you will. Ali Najad, Randy Liu here. Current payout $1.4 million, $400,000 ladder. $10 million up top.
Short stack in the big blind for Peter as Binder contemplates jam or raise. Stack of oranges. That's 100 million.
You know, Randy, I didn't put you on the spot during the pregame, but generally speaking, I do ask you for a pick. And I try to make that pick associated with something other than a disproportionate chip lead. But as we fight on with 7 remaining, the clear mountain of chips in front of JNT, would you pick him to win it, just given the class that he's up against right now?
I would. I really would. He's got a big lead, and from what I've observed, he's playing very good poker. He knows he's supposed to raise buttons wide. He knows to raise the small blind limps with dusty hands. I think he's a big favorite right now.
And I'll tell you what, chat certainly has made him a favorite of theirs. Not Peter and Natasha's favorite holdings. Advantage Chien by a big margin here, which broadens on a 7-7-10 board, limp blind versus blind.
You're supposed to want to stab these boards, but then again, it kind of looks face up like you're trying to steal it, because honestly, if you did have a 7, you probably would check, and here comes the diaper. The Rigsby, putting in 7 mil. I have been pretty impressed with Natasha's game. She is a type that won't just bleed down to a short stack and, you know, try to build a stack or at least maintain it. It's what you want to do.
It's so important, right? I mean, think about the cost of poker. Every 7 hands right now. Think about the cost of that bracelet.
God, Jesus Christ, it's shiny.
What's the insurance premium on that thing?
Call it the diamonds.
It's sparkly, too. Looks heavy.
Looks like a workout. At least
Yeah,
for me.
that's the kind of bracelet that'll mess around and leave your shoulders off center. Kings again, a big pocket pair.
I mean, you know, Leonard's on the sideline. Like, seriously, kings everywhere, but no one has aces.
Yeah, right. It's like, oh, your kings worked out. I mean, obviously, Wass's didn't. D'Souza's did. In that pot where he bet, yes, chat, 45 million, not 45,000 on the end.
Let's see if Binder attacks here if ace-8 suited.
21.
I could see a world, yeah, he makes it like 20 mil. He made it 21. Doesn't need to make it much bigger given how shallow Reed is, and a dream spot for DJ.
Well, now it's his turn to punish a 3-better. He was the victim last time out. This time he gets to be the assailant. $69 left to play for.
Wow, you're always 4-betting this hand. If you had aces, I could see merit to slow playing it. just because it's less vulnerable. But a lot of hands that are 3-bet bluffing against you do contain an ace, and you don't want to let them see 3 free cards.
Yeah. Drops Bernard on the Thanksgiving table as he stuffs it.
Do you do Thanksgiving back home?
Yeah, but you know what's happened is my family's gotten lazy.
Okay.
So we just buy everything.
You just buy the cooked turkey?
Just everything set, already good to go.
Cool.
You know? I feel like that messes up the spirit of it a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because you're supposed to, like, everybody help out. You cut these in the morning. You boil those.
You guys are thankful
You
to
know
the
what I'm saying?
grocery stores.
Right. Like, well, no, it's not even the grocery store. It's a restaurant. We got it from this time. Little spot called Echo and Rig out in Las Vegas.
Do you think KFC should offer turkey around that time of the year?
You know, that's a great idea, Randy, actually, and one that you've just given away for free. Which, you know, most of our ideas aren't worth much. That one there.
KFT.
Just one day a year. KFT.
That's right.
Or maybe we should go the whole week, logistics and all that type of stuff. KFT, you know, they buy their birds in bulk. Sure, it's doable. Although I don't know if those deep fry baskets can really contain the full bird, bro. That's
yeah.
You try to pull it out, the wire bends, just everything falls out.
You'll have to get it in pieces.
We might have to rethink this one.
But we're on to something.
As is Was under the gun. Pocket sixes, namely, JNT has a 6 in hand. Has decided to flat from the small with the suited 1-gapper. You're nodding your head, Randy.
Hey, he's been pretty pesky from the small blind, you know. And he actually can. He's got the chip stack to do so. He knows the big blind can't really overcall, and now he's flopping open-ended straight draw. I think there's a way he just wins this against Was's 6s.
Yeah, that is an above-average outcome for him here. 1 club on board as well. He does slip it to Was.
And last time JNT fled the small blind of Jack 9 suited, he was up against Was as well. And Was fired 6 mil and got the fold from JNT. This time it will not happen. I wouldn't even fault him for just fast playing it here. Trying to fold out high cards. Or even pocket pairs like this. Is he grabbing more or is it just 6? Just 6.
And just 8 high, as it was a street ago. How you feeling about things with 42 out there, 74 back if you're Was, having JNT call from the small where we don't expect the 9-7 sort of stuff?
Interesting texture.
You just hunting cheap showdown here?
Yeah, you try to get the showdown.
Oh, this is making it tough to get there.
Telling you.
20 into 42.
It looks like an impossible call.
Yeah, it's weird though because Was's face reads skepticism, but the situation reads get out of Dodge, and he complies. And JNT, Randy, I'm starting to understand why you so comfortably and confidently made him your pick, and it's got more to do than just the chips.
Yeah, the layout is that big stacks can speculate pre-flop more. And he knows what to do when he whiffs. Stab. And you know, Natasha doing her best to try to befriend the person to her left, and it's not really working because he keeps raising when she
Right,
limps.
yeah, she tried to limp in there. He was like, yeah, merci beaucoup, but au revoir. He's been sticky icky. Computer hand for Natasha.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Out of line.
Was that an ace that just got binned for JNT?
Ace 7 also, and the thing is,
Wasa
he
getting
would have raised
sixes,
the button.
by the way.
Yeah, he got saved. Because Was, of course, is going to jam the 6s, and I think Natasha was probably thinking along the lines of, I need to get some pre-flop raises through.
But
Would like to
aren't-
do it against some short stacks. But
Aren't
go
her
on.
opens into JNT on her left supposed to be a lot more narrow than something like Queen 7? So Was's choice to jam 6s is a little bit more concerning.
Supposed to be, yeah. But
Yeah.
I guess for Was, you know, he still has a pair anyways. But Natasha was like, yeah, let me help you with my chips. Let me get a pre-flop raise through, and got punished. Yeah, in terms of other players at the final table, not revolving around JNT, I think Binder's got a pretty solid seat. He's across JNT. He's got opportunities to raises when folded too.
Yeah, he's got some shelter in terms of seat position.
And I think De Souza's seat draw is not bad too. Direct position on chip leader away from Binder. For now, though, it is deuce 4 suited for Was.
Yeah.
Not much hand. What you got on mine? Call. He could attack pre. I think if he had a lower kicker, he most definitely should.
The king deuce we see a lot.
Yeah, king
King
deuce,
three.
king 3, maybe 4. 6 is just enough because a lot of limping hands is hands like this, and you've got 2 overs to that. Good texture for Was.
Yep. Finds a deuce for the lead.
I think Was is expected to step here with bluff, so given he actually has a pair that wants protection, wants value, not surprised he shoots out a min bet. It wouldn't surprise me if Reed calls here with king high, 6 of spades. It's often the best hand with decent backdoors. Was probably jams a lot of ace-x pre, so he doesn't have to worry about ace-x as much.
Now he's picked up the open ender while TJ picks up the gutter.
Yeah, once you turn a hand with pair and straight draw, you want to send it defensively, unless you have trips, of course. Because you don't want to bet and then get raised and be put in a spot for your whole stack with a hand that has perceived outs. So this makes sense from Was. Even here, I probably would just check the side.
Both
Maybe
players
min bet.
having shut down the turn.
Check.
Deuce.
This is good.
Was got one street for 5 milli.
Thanks.
Randy, I have disappointing news from the chat.
Okay.
It's slightly worse.
I don't know
I don't
what
know
it could
about
be,
that.
but go on.
Nick unfortunately writes in to
Would have at least been more fun.
Yeah, maybe.
advise that KFC does turkey.
Are you serious?
I,
My one good idea.
I mean, I've never seen. It's not like I'm in KFC
I
constantly.
probably would have ended up bluffing with the best hand.
I've never seen it on the menu, but I'm inclined to believe the man.
Yeah, it's probably
Man, I already
right.
got bluffed so bad. Fuck.
Well, you know, we got a chain called Red Rooster in Australia. I bet you they don't do turkey, so we can do the red turkey.
What? Red turkey?
It's called Red Rooster.
You can't rename the entire. Well, I guess we were going to change it to KFT. We really have some shit ideas in here, Randy. I mean, we're bad.
But it's all about the quirky ideas that really become big ideas, you know? Yeah. We'll get there.
We're good for a laugh, maybe not a return on investment. As we see TJ looking for a return with ace-9, dominating Bernard's king-9. He finds top pair on the ace-high rainbow board under repped. Binder could get curious with king-high here in the face of this sprinkle.
I think he should. Decent king high. Maybe expect some ace-x to attack pre. 4x not really supposed to bet the flop. It makes sense so far. And probably go for more value for Terrence. Targeting the jack, the 4. There are backdoor hearts now. Jack and 4x probably doesn't bet when check to 2, so you don't really want to give a free card off when you're holding ace-9.
Now the decibel level at which Terrence is telling the story increasing to 9.5 million, and it's a little bit of that fork in the road time for King High.
I'd be happy just laying it down now. The thing is, Terrence is not supposed to be multi-barrel bluffing too much off of his stack with Peter on the short stack. So that just screams much more strength.
So Reed back into that 9-figure stack territory. And I'm back into the chat where they're advising that Popeyes, you know Popeyes.
Yeah, no, Popeye, he's the Spanish guy.
No, not the spinach dude, man, not the cartoon. The other chicken chain. You know about Popeye's chicken?
I thought it was popcorn shrimp they do.
That's Long John Silver's, bro. They don't do. Maybe
Continue
they do
your
popcorn.
continue
Maybe
story.
they do. I don't know. I'm not in the Popeye streets.
Okay.
They do turkey as well as. This is a little bit more niche, and you're probably going to look at me like I'm making this up. But Bojangles, which is another.
I've heard of
another chain. They do deep fried turkeys as well. I tried to deep fry turkey one time, but we did it outdoors. We didn't make the mistake of dropping the bird in frozen, everybody, which is dangerous, right? You start a fire.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
I know you're never going to do it, but just in case.
Nope.
It was too windy.
Go on while J&T opens 10-5 suited from +1, like he's got pocket aces.
You know, I confess, when I saw the +1, I was wondering what's up.
Oh, he
Cut off.
folded 9s. He got 9s to fold.
He's not going to get the ace-queen of diamonds on the button to fold, though. This is not happening.
Might get it to flat.
D'Souza mucking the 9s. I mean, we want to talk about the influences of ICM.
Clearly aware of it. Probably just flat with ace-queen suited on the button off of 22 bigs. You've got position. You don't want to play for it all. Yes, you do have a lot of fold equity, but when you're wrong, it's a disaster with 7 remaining.
All in.
He just goes for it, and he's just got to fade the snap, which he will.
I wasn't so nervous at your glimpse into the crystal ball that time, but I confess it did remind me of some moments where we thought we knew what J&T was going to do, and then he did other things. This, a little bit safer a spot with that 10-5, and looking for further safety and finding it is Reed.
And you were talking about a turkey or something.
Insulating his stack. Yeah, I was going to say we tried to deep fry it. We were outdoors, and it was so windy that the burner underneath the turkey, we couldn't get the oil hot enough. So we just kind of marinated it. That was a bad. Then there was the year Mom left. I guess they put a bunch of things inside the turkey they're supposed to take out before you cook it, but my mom did it, and then we cut in, and we're like, what's this bag in here?
Oh, yeah.
It's like guts or something. I don't even know. Didn't have Thanksgiving back in Iran. You know, my parents had to figure it out along the way.
Got it. 10 mil for Queen 10 suited.
Oh, and it's mystery hand. That's something we can give thanks for. Always a fun part of every broadcast. TJ's cards hiding behind the question marks after the Wsop open with Queen 10 suited. If he folds, it would be weird.
He's not folding. Come on. So
he mucks, and then we have to ask chat what he had.
And if you get it right, you get a bonus.
Right. He has flatted, though, in the cutoff. Does feel like a lot of hands that might be interfering with each other in a spot like this, as played. Jack 10-8 board, gut shot, middle pair for Was. This we know.
Yeah, this is the board texture where I would think the flatting range hits like quite the margin, right? Like having hands like King Queen, Jack 10, Ace Jack, you know, these kind of hands that are good, but not good enough to get him pre. I wouldn't say TJ's got hands like under pairs. Those hands tend to play 3-bet or fold. And the fact that he's betting here now speaks to me that he's got a jack likely. I think a 10x would want to check back, 10-9, 8-9. Possibilities to bet, but they often want to check as well. It's kind of repping like jack 10, ace jack, king jack.
6 on the turn, bringing 2 tones to the board.
Okay, so he's going to bleed into a time bank as he decides whether to bet or not. Kind of feel like it's more what size to go for when you use a time bank. How often do you see time bank check? Obviously, Wsop is very interested in this spot. Wow, Terrence has just overbet ripped it.
King, queen of diamonds.
That's a good read.
Guess you could have ace. What do you flat?
All right, let's go process of elimination here. Jack X, not there.
Unless it's ace jack.
Ace Jack of diamonds, more so?
I don't think.
Or no?
No, not the diamond.
Ace Jack that wants protection.
Yep. King Queen of diamonds, what Wsop just said, and which would make sense to kind of push it in and put max pressure. King Queen of spades.
Jack 9's not there. Queen Jack ever doing this?
It's not supposed to. It could, but probably not supposed to. I think there's actually a little bit of pocket aces, to be honest. Flatting against a 20 big blind open, try to induce.
Talk to his chat. What on earth has TJ flatted pre, hung out on the flop with, and then all of a sudden a jam in the face of Wsop's turn check?
Wsop said pocket eights, question mark.
Wow.
Could see it. It's never 10s and jacks. They would just 3-bet pre. A jack 10 suited is potentially possible too.
Is it even worth it for me if you have king, queen of diamonds?
If you're up against king, queen of diamonds, they've got a lot of outs.
That's a good point.
Wsop is looking for a live tell. Can't get one.
Nice hand.
Passes, and it's ace queen off suit.
Wow.
Well played, TJ.
The double gutter.
Wow, wow, wow.
I confess we didn't really zero in on that one.
No, we did not.
But story checks out, Randy, in terms of hands that want to end it right then and there, and in case of emergency, have paths to an escape.
Thank you. Thank you.
Showing heart and moxie there.
King, queen.
Reed earning it. Having the queen in his hand was troublesome for Wsop in terms of being able to assign more readily some of those hands he beats, like the king, queen, ace, queen.
Yeah, he kept saying king, queen. Maybe he expected ace, queen to 3-bet pre. We saw that he did not. And it does make sense that TJ wouldn't 3-bet ace, queen because he's playing a 20 big blind stack. He doesn't want to accidentally fold by 3-betting getting jammed on pre, so he chose as a flat.
Well, shout out to Crispy209. Scrolling through the chat, I think he
got
or
it?
she might have been the only one to type in ace, queen.
There you go.
Certainly the first that I'm seeing.
I knew chat was reliable. Although the other 99% of people got it wrong.
If you
Paul
fold,
Murphy
I
also
brick,
in
and
there
if
with
you
the
call, I
ace
get
queen.
there.
Well
Never
done.
know. I mean, maybe you had ace jack, I guess. I don't know.
Fabian.
Probably 3-bet that. I should-
Peppo.
Can't have anything.
I think some of those might have come after the showdown.
All right, Queen 7 of clubs, binder into
Yeah, guys,
J&T.
it's a little less impressive in the mystery hand if you type it in after it's shown. So, you know, I don't have my timestamp straight. Work with me. 864. King Deuce fans. Binder with the gutter and backdoor clubs.
18 outs.
You know, under normal circumstances, Randy, you would think JNT's is not the big blind that we want to lean into with our stack as Bernard. And yet he has demonstrated a willingness more so than versus other opposition to want to play pots against him. Perceptions clearly that he is the more experienced veteran player and is likely to perform better. We see him checking back and now finding an open-ender on the turn, but it does make sense from your vantage point, doesn't it?
Yeah, because he will be playing in position throughout post-flop, and no one can really
I had the queen of hearts.
outcome that disadvantage.
I was in
So
good
that's
shape
why he
in this
opts to
queen
raise, and
of
now
hearts.
he's going to try to steal it.
But 19 million.
Yeah, but Binder does strike me as a player who is trying to cement himself as and stay there and try to get to that podium finish.
I feel like he also kind of, at the onset of this one, may have come in with that game plan.
I
know
agree.
how I want to play pots against. I know how I want to stay away from. Stack dynamics are fluid, of course.
Yeah, he showed us that when there was 9 remaining at our final table and got down to 8, got cut down a bit. But he wasn't just staying on the sidelines trying to fold his way to the top. Lost now pocket 8s.
Deck is really given him a number of excuses to get involved here, and obviously those involvements have not yielded fruit on the day off of the stack that he brought into this FT, which was 130 million strong.
7s for J&T.
This could be a golden opportunity,
Raise.
especially if JNT is willing to play for stacks. I don't know that Wsop wants to go that direction right now, Randy, but what do we want to do? Put in 17 and a half more and then maybe get muscled?
He needs to decide pre-flop if he wants to continue with 8s. Like, he can't really call here and speculate unless he's just trying to dodge an ace or king texture and then move in. He might fold Ollie, and it looks stupid because he is up against 7s, but he raised from under the gun and he's out. He's out. JNT. I mean,
Dynamite. JNT.
I feel like someone needs to arrest this man. He just keeps stealing chips.
Maybe not up top.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He
Down
was
to
putting them
8
up top
Over.
earlier.
with 7s.
Okay, if he had 9s,
Ici, les orangs, ici.
Awesome.
Randy, would he bin
C'est
9s?
25?
It's actually kind of the same hand, to be honest.
Is it okay? 10s?
I don't
Surely
think he
not
gets away
10s.
from 10s. Yeah, I think there's a point when you're like,
I'm
enough's
looking
enough.
for that tipping point. So 10s is the tipping point clearly, where he is never folding it pre. He's going to play that one as a shove.
I think so, yes.
9s the cusp and 8s the clear fold?
For 8s, it looked like a clear fold from him. He didn't even use a time bank, I don't think.
But what did it look like to you?
I think
What are you doing?
I probably am folding.
Okay.
The reason is Peter is playing a 50 million chip stack off of 10. Wsop is not the shortest stack. Wsop raised him under the gun. Sure, the chip leader is supposed to 3-bet bluff here and there, but he's been showing signs of just flatting from the small blind 2 times against Wsop already. The fact that he's 3-betting kind of screams more upper crust.
7-6 as Wsop once more finding involvement, this time as a big blind defender against Mercier, who doesn't hesitate to follow through, having opened the queen jack and purchased the rights to the ace. 3 of spades. Something Eric's got his eye on.
You just have to continue. You can't call pre to fold mid-pair.
Listen, he's a bit punch drunk right now and haunted by the sense that every time I'm getting involved in a pot, it's costing me chips.
I think is he thinking about raising potentially to just try to close it out?
Is
His
that
hand
an
is
actual
vulnerable.
idea?
Normally not.
10 seconds.
I would be really shocked if he was to just outright fold on the flop.
Go.
Yeah, so he's going to make the call. He took quite a bit of time there.
Nine on the turn. He is still in the lead. If you're in Natasha's seat and you observed all of what Wsop put on display there before making the call, are you leaning more toward applying additional pressure to what that holding is, or as she has done here, pumping the brakes?
It's kind of more so about how you think someone is he trying to trick me, you know, like with a big hand, and it looks like it worked.
That pot is important, not just due to the 47.5 that he's now going to pull in, but just stemming the tide, reversing it, hopefully.
If I'm the rest of the table, that pot is actually very important for me to get a read potentially on Wsop on the flop if he uses time banks, countdown, and stack. It kind of looked like he was trying to sell the story of, oh, I look like I'm weak, but I'm actually strong, you know, and then dissuading people from multi-barreling. Like, there actually was a lot of information, I feel like, gained in that one. Even if you weren't involved in the hand.
Natasha's aggression has been surgically applied, I guess, for lack of a better. She's not just out there blunt force instrument. She's really thinking through the moments and not sailing off. She understands the ICM at work.
She's laser focused right now, and right now her mind is thinking, is there ever a spot where I can find an opening? In this one, we do have a hand, King Jack versus King Queen.
Yeah, advantage Wasserson. He limps the small, by the way. TJ could feel like this King Jack is in a much better spot than it is.
I don't blame him for raising.
Takes us upstairs, and he's been limp jammed on. He's asking for the count, and at this price, it is doubtful that Reed would want to spin.
So this is the danger of raising a hand that's good, but you're not willing to call off with pre, is you might waste a hand that just plays well post flop. Like, if Wsop is limp jamming King Queen offsuit in the spot, he's probably limp jamming small pairs. And, you know, King Jack would play well against small pairs. So you're actually probably supposed to check back this unless you were raised calling it off. Other hands in the category would be like Queen 10, Queen Jack, Jack 10. So now he's just all of a sudden in a spot where he might feel like he's folding a flip.
I mean, surely there are better spots for most of his chips to go to work than this one.
Yeah, I would have preferred him checking back or open ripping himself. Now he's kind of allowed the door to get attacked.
10 seconds.
It just seems a bit too much. What? 76 more million? Just gotta lay it down. That's a really nice limp jam there. Got the additional couple big blinds.
Every little bit counts as he tries to cobble his way back up to the 130 that he started with here today.
I had a good hand.
I assumed.
I
Glad
looked at
didn't-
my cards.
I'm glad I didn't. When you looked at your cards
I
this
looked,
time?
yeah, this time I looked.
If you add slightly less, it just goes all in. Three. You had too much. That wasn't really
Finally.
at all?
For what?
A hand for Peter
Okay,
Chien.
good.
And an
You said
opportunity
for
to
what, then it wasn't.
show off this
Pretty good.
T-shirt,
It's
which
great, yeah.
so many people in the chat have taken note of, apparently from
The
RuneScape.
hand just played itself.
Got a lot of 9-9s on there. I assume that's maxed out on all stats.
Unless the river would have been a diamond, you could
Fairly
have got
safe
more.
assumption. And a very safe open.
Or an ace or a 9 or a
What's
king.
in a min raise off of 10 bigs?
Scary.
It's super scary.
Ace queen for binder. Do we bother just defending, or do we say show me the money?
Show me the money if Peter's got raise fold in range. Really only he will know that. Some players always have premiums.
Mandatory all in for me.
Aren't really raise folding. He thinks it's possible, and let us run it.
Show me the money, but don't show me the ace king,
Queen, ace, king.
which is precisely
Ace jack.
what Peter's got. Golden opportunity for him to double through the Austrian.
Yeah, they're right the first time.
$100 million there. Peter hold.
He's got to hold. If he wants a shot at holding something other than 1.4 million in his hands. Austrian's rooting for a bad beat here. 965. Nut diamonds available for the time being.
That would be a bad beat.
I'm glad my wife's looking at her computer now. She has no idea what's going on.
Nice.
It might be healthier for her heart, Peter. Leave her alone.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
she better look soon. This might be the last hand dealt. Peter.
Well, that computer calculating 25% equity for the ace queen with one to come here. Flush draw. Which comes in.
Oh my God. No.
What a brutal departure for Peter Chien.
Thanks. Good luck.
And the Austrians don't mind it one bit.
You know, Peter might need a new shirt. Heart 0.
Yeah, I think the 99s just went flatline,
Depleted.
as did his hopes here in the Super Main. Fought hard, fought well, but couldn't hold. Did nothing wrong, Randy.
Did the wife see it?
Blame the
It's
deck.
brutal.
I think by now.
So sick.
Brutal.
She's like, I gotta shoot that email out. Hold on.
Peter, man, a rough way to end it, to say the very least. With that said, how do you sum up this entire run that you've made in this tournament?
It was pretty amazing. You never expect to be in a spot like this. You know, you can play poker your whole life and never end up on a big final table like this. So I'm very happy to be here. This is, by far my biggest score ever.
Your wife's been on the rail for the last few days. What's her support meant to you throughout this run?
It's meant a lot. I have a lot of friends here as well. I think they've all flew home by now, but it was very great.
They're all watching you. They're still rooting for you. Are we going to see more of you in the live poker scene now?
Maybe a
Reemergence?
little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That works for us. Thank you for the time. Great
Thank you
run.
very much.
Appreciate it. You got it.
Well, if the Super Main was a meme coin, it just rugged Peter Chien. That was not fair. Ace King suited versus the Ace Queen. Didn't have a whole lot of chips, but he was a favorite to be sat with over 100 million. Instead, his departure, obviously the favorite outcome of those that he leaves behind, who play for 1.8 now. Randy, 550K the ladder between 6th and 5th. As D'Souza snacks with an ace. I can't do it. You know, you see these commercials on television. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough, you know, whatever. It's not. It's not. Mine, no. Can't do it. And yours, by the way, you know, after this last couple of weeks of
For different reasons.
Shake Shack, Randy, you're...
Yeah.
I'm telling you, buddy, go out there, you know, angioplasty may be in your near future.
So what do you got? 1.8 million locked up? 2.35 if you can hang on to the final 5.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Natasha's got a real hand now. Small blind versus big blind. I actually would like her to limp in this spot. Because she's seen J&T raise against her twice when she's limped, wouldn't really expect him to do anything else but to continue that story. But she's just going to keep it simple and try to shut out J&T, who's got Queen 9 suited.
How much?
Asking for a count here.
Man, this would be dirty if he was to call and gets there.
I mean, we're talking about 16.5 bigs.
It's a bit too much.
I mean, asking for the count is good. This is
fair.
The
Allowed.
right way. Look at J&T.
God,
Look
he's
at
got-
that. Look at the look. He's looking out at her chips like, oh, I'd love to munch on those.
Please protect your
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Rien à bouger.
As-10.
Non,
As-10.
dame 10 de canne.
Ouais.
Des diamonds. Et je vais pas te sortir quand même. S'il y a 2 as, oui.
Pass.
Tasha advising that she did have the ace-10 there. Queen-Jack open for Binder. Over 300 million in front of him. Is and take. You know, when you have such strong fundamentals and you're as seasoned as Binder is, to get run good in your corner as well makes you a very dangerous force.
Yeah, I think he's in the good position here. Sure, he's out-chipped by J&T, but they haven't been tangling with one another. You know, he's got a solid stack. For now, though, TJ Reed, ace 9 offsuit, shoots it up first position. A lot of passing. And this is no pass. This is le race.
Wow, Randy, you're French on display. 2 hooks and some of Wsop's chips are about to be displayed here. I would imagine, even if it's an under-the-gun position from TJ. And sure enough, a forceful reaction. Can't bluff a man who's all in. And again, Wsop just nibbling.
It always pisses me off when I raise and the big blind's the one that wakes up with it, you know?
Wow, Randy, emotional regulation issues over there, my friend. Which, coming from me, is you've really moved the needle. Everything right. How many mice have you broken?
In my lifetime?
In the course of your
No,
life, yeah.
Never broken any mice.
No. Okay, now the way that you say that, of course, beckons the question, how many keyboards have you broken in your
look,
life?
Keyboards aren't very happy. But I know I don't break things. I
Okay,
really
now
don't.
hang on. Let me just continue
Well,
with
no,
my
but-
line of questioning as I cross-examine. How many monitors have you
Like,
broken over the
only
course
thing
of your
I've
life?
broken, or not really broken, but I've hurt, is my fist.
Wait, what?
I banged the tables, you know?
You broke yourself?
Yeah, because it's not very strong. Tables are hard, man.
Well, I guess you're not shopping at IKEA because, you know, you pound the fist hard enough, you might just crack your desk.
10 seconds.
Meanwhile, Binder gets cracking under the gun with King Jack of clubs. Was in the small had dominant clubs and been the ace-4 suited there.
Yeah, he's not looking to play flats off of his stack from the small blind. And I think it makes a lot of sense.
10 seconds.
There is a little mini game within this final table, and it's just trying to survive against one another.
Well, if you're out there and you are streaming this final table live among the tens of thousands that are doing so right now, 28K and change to be exact, salute to you for being on board for the conclusion of this incredible record-breaking World Series of Poker Super Main event down here in Paradise. Certainly hope you're enjoying our coverage from all angles. And the best way to let us know if you are is by doing us the simple favor of mousing over and clicking the like button. That thumbs up there on your screen just helps us to know that we're on the right track in terms of delivering that which you are here to see.
Click
As
it up.
Wasserson might be delivered a third scoop here.
I think it's going to be delivered all of it. There you go. I like the play.
3-bet jam, and Was does not hesitate.
Did they celebrate before he folded?
I don't
The Austrian
think it
rail?
was before.
Okay.
I think it was kind of right as it went down.
I kind of recall seeing clips whenever Mizrahi was raising.
Yeah.
Like they were clapping and cheering before like anything happened.
Well, if you fade the snap, you're already kind of a little out of the woods, unless, of course, your name's Benny Glaser and you're up against Was. Was finding ace-king. He's at a number of playable spots here.
7-6 suited.
Defendable one for Natasha, the only customer.
Has to.
10 million ahead. And we're off to see a flop. Ace, queen, jack. All Was, top pair, Broadway gutter. Easy check fold in the face of even that 5 million. For Mercier. I think it's break time. Cue the music.
You know it.
And cue the chip counts as well. There they are. 2 have fallen. First it was Franco Spitale, who was always the favorite to be first out with that 8 big blinds that he brought in, and then Peter Chien not long ago in an unjust manner with ace-king versus ace-queen. This in part why it is that Bernard Binder finds himself on 61 bigs, 368 remaining short stack belonging to Natasha Mercier, and JNT continues to be the enforcer out there as we bring you back to the desk here. About a 15-minute break coming up, Randy, but storylines for me center around perhaps Was rolling downwards, now finding the bounce. And then, of course, you've got Binder, who seems to be the one in a position to challenge and perhaps even dethrone JNT.
Yeah, because Binder hasn't been put in tough spots here today. He's been still building his stack. He's above 300 million. He's sitting across from the one that's willing to kind of play pots. That's J&T, and I think he's in a good spot.
All right, and I think we are going to give you guys a quick break. Like we said, 15 minutes. We're going to come right back here. Randy out, Kevin Rabichow in, and 6 remaining here in the Super Main with 10 million up top. Stay close.
Stay loose, play 7 dude.
Where Brazil went 1-2-3, swept the podium with João Simão taking home a healthy multi-million-dollar score.
Here we go for Ace Jack. What timing is this? Because he's the big blind next. 7 big blinds.
Price 23 million.
Raise 23 million.
Well, it's go time, but he's not going to stick all of it out there.
Yeah, he felt like this is the price that's enough to not let the big blind call loosely, but retain some chips in case of emergency. I probably fold this with King Jack offsuit for Natasha.
Fold. Fold.
The blinds are left to act. De Souza ace-7 offsuit.
40 total? Yeah.
5 seconds.
It seems a little loose if he was to consider it.
All in.
Yeah.
They're all in.
Wow, snap all in. It's queens against Ace Jack.
All in.
And it's a bad spot here for Spitale. Wasserson lost small last time out, and he rates to win small here, but nothing is small when you consider the significance of every one of these ladders. Spitale going over to his rail.
Oh, yeah.
Nacho Barbero, part of that Argentine contingent.
He's going to watch from out here.
O argentino short.
With his buddies.
Están buscando un as, Randy. Pero no hay. 9-8 tray. The overpair holding for Was. Franco looking for the needle.
Any ice? One more chance, Ali.
All smiles for Franco. Despite just 7% with one to come. Is Was going to claim the first pelt? Yes, he is.
Good game, Spitale. Good game.
Enjoying the embrace of all those who were here to will him through to this final table. I don't know. I'm not in the Popeye streets.
Okay.
They do turkey as well as, this is a little bit more niche, and you're probably going to look at me like I'm making this up, but Bojangles, which is another
I've heard of
another chain. They do deep fried turkeys as well. I tried to deep fry turkey one time, but we did it outdoors. We didn't make the mistake of dropping the bird in frozen, everybody, which is dangerous, right? You start a fire.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
I know you're never going to do it, but just in case.
Nope.
It was too windy.
Go on while J&T opens 10-5 suited from +1, like he's got pocket aces.
You know, I confess, when I saw the +1, I was wondering what's up.
Oh, he
Cut off.
folded 9s. He got 9s to fold.
He's not going to get the ace-queen of diamonds on the button to fold, though. This is not happening.
Might get to flat.
De Souza mucking the 9s. I mean, you want to talk about the influences of ICM.
Clearly aware of it. Probably just flat with ace queen suited on the button off of 22 bigs. You've got position. You don't want to play for it all. Yes, you do have a lot of fold equity, but when you're wrong, it's a disaster with 7 remaining.
All in.
He just goes for it, and he's just got to fade the snap, which he will.
I wasn't so nervous at your glimpse into the crystal ball that time, but I confess it did remind me of some moments where we thought we knew what JNT was going to do, and then he did other things. It's like guts or something. I don't even know. Didn't have Thanksgiving back in Iran. You know, my parents had to figure it out along the way.
Got it. 10 mil for queen 10 suited.
Oh, and it's mystery hand. That's something we can give thanks for. Always a fun part of every broadcast. TJ's cards hiding behind the question marks after the Wsop open with queen 10 suited. If he folds, it would be weird.
He's not folding. Come on. So
he mucks, and then we have to ask chat what he had.
And if you get it right, you get a bonus.
Right. He has flatted, though, in the cutoff. Does feel like a lot of hands that might be interfering with each other in a spot like this, as played. Jack 10-8 board, gut shot, middle pair for Was. This we know.
Yeah, this is the board texture where I would think the flatting range hits like quite the margin, right? Like having hands like King Queen, Jack 10, Ace Jack, you know, these kind of hands that are good, but not good enough to get in pre. I wouldn't say TJ's got hands like under pairs. Those hands tend to play 3-bet or fold. And the fact that he's betting here now speaks to me that he's got a jack likely. I think a 10x would want to check back, 10-9, 8-9. Possibilities to bet, but they often want to check as well. It's kind of repping like Jack 10, Ace Jack, King Jack.
6 on the turn, bringing 2 tones to the board.
Okay, so he's going to bleed into a time bank as he decides whether to bet or not. Kind of feel like it's more what size to go for when you use a time bank. How often do you see time bank check? Obviously, Was is very interested in this spot. Wow, Terrence has just overbet ripped it.
Queen of diamonds.
That's a good read.
Guess you could have ace. What do you flat?
All right, let's go process of elimination here. Jack X, not there.
Unless it's Ace Jack.
Ace Jack of diamonds, more so?
I don't think.
Or no?
No, not the diamond.
Ace Jack that wants protection.
Yep. King Queen of diamonds, what Was just said, and which would make sense to kind of push it in and put max pressure. King Queen of spades.
Jack 9's not there. Queen Jack ever doing this?
It's not supposed to. It could, but probably not supposed to. I think there's actually a little bit of pocket aces, to be honest. Flatting against a 20 big blind open, try to induce.
Talk to us, chat. What on earth has TJ flatted pre, hung out on the flop with, and then all of a sudden a jam in the face of Was's turn check?
Was said pocket eights, question mark.
Wow.
Could see it. It's never 10s and jacks. They would just 3-bet pre. A Jack 10 suited is potentially possible too.
it even worth it for me if you have king, queen of diamonds?
If you're up against king, queen of diamonds, they've got a lot of outs.
That's a good point.
Moss is looking for a live tell. Can't get one.
Nice hand.
Passes, and it's ace queen offsuit.
Wow.
Well played, TJ.
The double gutter.
Wow, wow, wow.
I confess we didn't really zero in on that one.
No, we did not.
But story checks out, Randy, in terms of hands that want to end it right then and there. And in case of emergency, have paths to an escape.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Showing heart and moxie there.
King, queen.
Reed earning it.
Okay, you had too much. That wasn't really
Finally,
at all.
For what?
a hand for Peter
Okay,
Chien.
good.
And an
You said
opportunity
for
to
what, then it wasn't.
show off this
King, queen of
t-shirt,
diamonds is a
which
great hand.
so many people in the chat have taken note of, apparently from
That
RuneScape.
hand just played itself.
It's got a lot of 9-9s on there. I assume that's maxed out on all stats.
Unless the river would have been a diamond, you could
Fairly
have got
safe
more.
assumption. And a very safe open.
Or an ace or a 9 or a king.
Puts in a min raise off of 10 bigs.
Scary.
It's super scary.
Ace queen for binder. Do we bother just defending, or do we say show me the money?
Show me the money if Peter's got raise fold in range. Really only he will know that. Some players always have premiums.
Mandatory all in for me.
Aren't really raise folding. He thinks it's possible, and let us run it.
Show me the money, but don't show me the ace king,
Queen, ace, king.
which is precisely
Ace jack.
what Peter's got.
Mm-mm.
Golden
No.
opportunity for him to double through the Austrian.
Yeah, they're right the first time.
$100 million there. Peter hold.
He's got to hold. If he wants a shot at holding something other than 1.4 million in his hands. Austrian's rooting for a bad beat here. 965. Nut diamonds available for the time being.
That would be a bad beat.
I'm glad my wife's looking at her computer now. She has no idea what's going on.
Nice.
It might be healthier for her heart, Peter. Leave her alone.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
she better look soon. This might be the last hand dealt. Peter.
Well, that computer calculating 25% equity for the ace queen with one to come here. Flush draw. Which comes in.
Oh my.
Just like that, we have Martin Cabral in the booth, social media maven apparently, who's working double duty here as we bring you back to this super main with 6 remaining. Behind the sunglasses here, Ali Najad, Kevin Rabichow, bookending. Why the sunglasses today, Martin? Yesterday we got the unvarnished.
I'm just coming directly from the beach, so that's why.
So this What were you spearfishing? What do we have here? It's a little wetsuit.
Yeah, I was on the boat. No, I'm kidding. No, I am just like relaxing. Was watching final table, rooting for Natasha and JNT. So everything cool.
Well, things have been going very well for JNT thus far, but I would say, Kevin, those who have been watching would have been most impressed perhaps with the procedures of one Bernard Binder, who did get lucky with the ace-queen versus the ace-king moments ago.
Yeah, that was a brutal finish to Peter Chen's magical run in this event. I mean, I talked about him a few days ago, a qualifier through winning an Ontario WSOP Online bracelet. Hasn't played poker in 5 years, he says. He comes out here and rips off 1.4 million. Obviously a great result.
Not bad for him. What's this, the heart, Martin? Who is this for?
For my fans. I only came for you, of course, Ali, and then I came for the fans to say hello and goodbye, Bahamas.
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker Paradise Super Main Event. 6 players remain, all guaranteed $1.8 million. Level change, blinds going up, 3 million, 6 million, with a 6 million big blind ante. Let's get the cards back in the air.
All right, so here's the glimpse, the lay of the land, if you will. The Americans trailing the 2 Europeans up top and then the Brazilian in third. De Souza had 4 big blinds when we were 9 remaining, and he finds himself on far more than that here, 147 million.
Yeah, this is poker. We all remember that. And today, I think the 2 smallest stack coming out in the order, so everything is like normal. And by the stack size, it should be Natasha next, right? So hopefully it doesn't happen, but let's see.
Was it not Bellarmino de Souza who started in a really disadvantageous position? He went on a spin during frame 1 from 4 big blinds at one point.
Just such a
the Brazilian guy?
He did say
yeah.
No,
Yeah,
but it was at the 9 people. I'm speaking about start of today final table. He was good at chips already.
My mistake.
He had like 150 million.
So the spin starting late last night.
Yeah.
Now, Wasserson back up to the 130 million, basically, that he came into this final table with. Has secured a couple of ladders, and now he's secured an ace-king. Sheds a couple of threes with this min-raise, blind level now, 3, 6, and 6. And JNT wakes up with jacks. He really has had disproportionately beneficial card distribution. Might this be yet another example of that here?
JNT not one to shy away from these confrontations. I mean, this is more than enough hand.
Elevator up to 31. Jam from Was. Snap from JNT. You're always holding your breath. And things could be worse, of course. 43% for Wasserson. He does trail. Pivotal pot.
Yeah, if JNT win this spot, he's like a huge clear favorite to winning the tournament. Sorry for stating the obvious, but this is big spot for both of them, for sure. Obviously, much bigger for Eric.
In all ways, 550K ladder, one that he's hoping he doesn't end up with right about now. Top pair. Way out in front. Jack free turn, and Jacob needs to be kept at bay if he will secure this double. What a critical moment this is, as you see Nick Schulman looking on, good friends with Was. Tension-filled face. And he's done it.
Yeah, pretty standard hand. Nobody can do anything, and one of the guy wins. So now Eric, I think he's coming for the close to second place with the Austrian guy, so it will be a pretty close race.
On this trip, I had a conversation with a few high-stakes pros about what bothers them more, Martin, and I'm curious to hear your take. Are you more troubled by a hand in which you made a poor decision and then the outcome was poor, or are you more troubled by a situation in which you did everything right and the deck showered you? What bothers you more personally?
What do you think?
Oh, these are bigger.
I would say the bad decision bothers you more.
You are such a smart guy. I really have, yeah. I am like, from my whole professional life, from the business, I am, I would say I am one of the less result-oriented people, which I know, which is pretty good for poker. So yeah, I mean, like when there is showdown, I am only doing my funny talk and everything
Sorry,
because
guys.
I can't influence anything. I can't just influence anything, so I don't care too much. If I play really bad, I'm like really not happy about that. But fortunately, this doesn't happen too often.
Absolutely.
I suspect that as you cross the threshold into being a top-tier professional, you must ensure that your focal point in terms of disappointment is on the things you can control, not on the things you can't control.
If it was for me, I can't speak for top-tier professionals because I'm not the professional, so I don't know how has it the top-tier professionals. But for me, I'm like enjoying the game, and obviously part of the game is the competitiveness. And for people who really knows me, which is not so many people from poker community, I'm super competitive guy, and I play just for the trophies and glory and everything, so I'm really enjoying, and part of that is just to make good decisions. And obviously the game which I enjoy the most is like the tournaments, especially at No Limit Hold'em. So I'm focused on the decisions.
Natasha enjoying a dominant 7 here as she opens the button, and D'Souza defends with the Jack-7 paired flop. She's in good shape.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, very good standard open, and like c-bet takes it down for sure, because there is nothing a Brazilian guy can do.
Actually, a little surprised Bellarmino even defended the Jack-7. This is a strong play from Natasha on the button, min raising off of a short stack, and he's even dominated here by one of her bluffs.
I think we speak maybe even about that even yesterday. This guy, he's not shy to play, and these like Brazilian guys, they like to defend and they like to play a little bit more splashy. But in general, I agree with you very much. I think it would be better to fold the hand pre-flop.
Well, Natasha, before we get started, take me back to the moment last night, the moment you realized you had made the final table of the WSOP Super Main event.
Honestly, I didn't realize until maybe 11 p.m., you know? It didn't hit me. I was still maybe in shock. And around 11, maybe I was laying in bed and I was like, oh. It happened, you know? I was even at dinner with Samantha Abernathy, and she was going to play a 1K hyper, and I was like, oh, I'm coming with you. And she's like, what do you mean you're coming with me? I was like, oh, no, I can't. So.
No 1Ks for you. What was it like walking in here today?
A lot of emotions. I'm really excited. I've always wanted to be here, so I'm excited.
Any message for your son who told you, you know what, Mom, come a little early to Paradise?
I love you so much, all my 3 kids, and thank you for being so patient. Mommy will be back soon.
Okay, thank you so much for the time. Good luck today. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys as we see TJ with queens taking one after we listened in on Jeff's discussions with Natasha heading into the day, but my mom never wasn't home because she was out taking a swing at $10 million. She was just working for a paycheck. And I'll tell you what, this is going to be a potentially life-changing one for her.
I think it's pretty exceptional, and like it's nice, and great interview with Natasha. You can feel that emotions, and I would love to have the same emotions one time, because I'm not so excited about like a lot of things in my life anymore, like especially connected to poker. But I can feel that she's really enjoying the moment, and being class 6 is like a really great achievement for her, which I would say probably never happen again in a way. I'm not saying she's a bad player, but yeah.
I will give her credit, though, for all the emotions that she's willing to share during the interview with Jeff. She has kept everything under wraps out there, as she has exercised the game plan and the procedures that brought her to this point, to a T. Ace-Jack of clubs, the motivating kit here. And this should get through.
Yeah, again,
Rigby
pretty
would be mad
standard.
at me.
Pretty standard open, and like she can build a stack now by taking 50 million in blinds and antes, which is obviously very substantial for her short stack now. So yeah, good tournament poker
Rigby would have jammed on
now
you.
from her part.
Cool.
But really amazing
What you call
interview.
it,
Sorry, I
rigged.
was interrupted by the hand. I think you can really feel that like it's not like some hey, okay, I'm happy to be here. She's really enjoying the moment, and I think this is what all people love about tournament poker because hey, we all play for this like moments and like yeah. Already,
But she's
like,
also, you know, she's playing for the win. I mean, she
No,
has
sure.
that killer
No,
instinct.
sure.
And she's got another ace-jack suited here.
And we will see another race and another 15k minimum for her, which is not so bad. Not so bad. Basically, after these 3 hands, she will like double without double. That's like pretty good. She started with like 80, 70 million, and now she will have like 140 after that. It's pretty good double without double
Round
after
of
3 hands
blinds
played.
is worth so much at this table, and
Yeah.
just 6-handed, it comes around that much faster.
Of course. Bernhard will defend, and if he doesn't get favorable flop, it will go check, bet, fault, and like over. Okay, she already
Ace
wins.
in the window is tasty.
But Bernhard very lucky he doesn't have a piece, because otherwise, for sure, he would be sticking possibly for 2 barrels, but on this flop he has nothing. Who is there?
Wait,
Who
what?
is it?
How can you be there and
How
here
is
at
that
the same
possible?
time?
Is this real life or what? This is my brother. This guy looks like my brother. And he's even wearing same hoodie. This is very sus. I would like to make like official investigation, because this is like very suspicious.
Well,
can you believe it?
I will tell you that if you're wondering truly out there, how on earth is it possible? It isn't a glitch in the matrix. We are broadcasting this stream on a delay so as to protect the integrity of the game. And prior to hopping into the booth, it would appear that, Martin, you were where you're not supposed to be, out there on the floor.
Ali, this is so embarrassment. You just ruined it. There could be, you know, about me, I already read so many things which are not true, and you know how the rumors like develop, like situations like this, you know.
Yeah, when you say you have a twin brother,
Hey,
that's
man,
how rumors develop.
I think it would be all that I can be at 2 places at one time. You just ruined my image completely. There could be another good. We could spread some new lies and rumors about me, and I would enjoy another story. I'm running so bad, Ali. You just like really ruined it.
I
you
guess
know?
I owe you an apology. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I
mean,
ruined
like,
it. I did.
But
ruin
you know what? I think it's enough rumors about me, so we can skip this one. It's
All
okay.
right. Not skipping this one, though, is Binder. Queen 5 attacks Natasha and takes back.
Very good open for on her medium stack, because he's like obviously kind of like chip leading with the JNT, so very good standard play. And I would say like from skill point of view, Bernhard could be running over this table, because I would say there is nobody even to his skill at this table. I need to admit it. I'm rooting for Natasha, I'm rooting for JNT, but skill-wise, the Bernhard is like, I would say, about the level, maybe with Eric.
Kevin, I don't think you would disagree with the assessment that Bernhard definitely is top class and a big threat as he continues to kind of lurk second on the leaderboard behind JNT. But also Wasserson, if he finds some spins to get himself comfortable enough to show off what he's capable of, he could be a threat as well. And by the way, those that aren't aware, Martin eliminated from this super main by Was, and yet still can find nice things to say about
Sure,
him.
yeah. Was is a great guy. I think he had trouble yesterday to read his hand. He probably only looked at one ace, and people already speculating that he saw 2 aces before he called, you know.
Martin, I applaud your diplomacy, but allow me to step in here because it is definitive. He was intentionally slow rolling.
I'm joking, of course.
It was retribution, allegedly, for something that happened last summer. And boy, look at that, delightful.
And it was pretty funny as well, a little bit. So that's my comment. But like in all seriousness, yeah, Was is playing for sure like high-level poker, so he will be, I think, close behind Bernhard like skill-wise in this tournament. And if he can run the stack a little bit up, which I'm pretty sure he can, then he will be a real force in this field. And yeah, he is like, I would say one of other candidates to be like minimum top 3.
Well, this is going to be a candidate to be an open King Jack offsuit, cut off 12 if you do.
Yeah, JNT will be probably defending, because He just doesn't like folding that much, and he was not playing a lot of hands today, so he wanna be involved in the pot. And this could be like a money printing spot for Bernard if he happened to catch something, because if you play ever with JNT, he doesn't like folding that much, you know, so he's kind of sticky guy in a good way.
He's the only player who covers Binder, but that shouldn't be much
This
of an
is
issue
already
on
big
this
trouble
board.
for JNT, because like at least one barrel he will check on this board. If the board's like paired, or he even his outs like ace or nine in his eyes, he will stick there for sure. So this is already printing. I think Bernard will come with small bet, because like I would say like smallish side, but it will be not that small. What is it? Yeah, 9 million. Very small actually. I would bet even more, because I'm 100% sure that this is not a fault for JNT. He will just catch it and make a call.
Small blind flatting range as well. Bernard definitely could have sized up here. I tend to agree. Maybe 40% pot or something was available.
And by the way, I'm commentating what he will be doing, but don't try this at home. At home, please fold pre-flop your ace-9, or the worst, at worst, fold it on this flop, even for this small bet. But the JNT, he doesn't doesn't care about my advices, so let's see.
Well, he's got the chips with which to do some liberal things out there, even if they aren't optimal. And now he's found a gut shot to go with this ace high.
Yeah, I mean, he will for sure stick for one other street. There is no way any other action than bet and call, which is obvious. And we see if he can catch the 8. 8 would be interesting. I would think that the JNT even would find the lead, which would be correct play there, because like obviously. Oh, what is this check? Oh, sorry, Bernhard. Okay, maybe I am now bigger fan of Eric. This is really not a good check. I don't like this control. I think he would never like go for like a lot of check raises there, so I don't like it. But now on the king, it's like obvious big value bet.
Yeah, you think like betting turn and just comfortably folding if you face that turn raise, rather than being worried like, oh, I don't want to deal with that turn raise.
100% what you are saying.
Just bet and fold if
Yeah, people can exploit it in theory, but I'm not saying JNT can't do that, but I wouldn't be ashamed to. I would definitely bet the turn, and I think it would be correct play. And now what is that? 35. This is nice hefty bet. Yeah, as played, I really love this bet, because now I'm not sure if he gets the call, but I think there is a good chance he can even get the call with such a weak holding like ace-9 on this river. If JNT has like 8 or 7 or whatever, he will pay 100%. So this is great value bet on the Bernhard side, but I really don't like that turn decision.
35 million though, having made the trip kings on the end.
What do you think, guys? He gonna pay?
Wow,
we
he
already
announces call with the ace high. He does need to put the chips in, as you did see him say call muck when he realized it was beat, but there it is, marker down. And I'll tell you what, those balance transfers in particular, Kev, where you send chips from the chip leader into binder are the ones that are going to be most troublesome, not just for JNT, but the remainder of this field.
Yeah, definitely. That just gives binder more separation from Wasserson, from Mercier, from D'Souza, right? So now he can apply more pressure to those players.
That he can.
Yeah, the tournament will be long, but he just put himself in the position where he wants to be, and he's like now one of the top contestants.
When you woke up this morning and you saw the chip counts and the 8 players that were there, and I know you took a look, Martin, did you have a sense of who your horse was as far as a favorite to win it? Was it JNT just based on the massive stack, or did you have your eye on someone?
You are asking me who I was fan or who
Not
I
fan.
think who has the
you
highest
thought,
probability?
Yeah, exactly.
Highest probability definitely had JNT.
Really?
Yes,
Okay.
of course. Based on the chip stack, it's no doubt about that. You know, poker is a good skill game, a big skill game, but obviously when you have like half of the chips in play, it's helping a lot. But not anymore. If you ask me now, I will give you a different answer for sure.
And I think the man who you would answer has the ace-7 of diamonds and is raising it up once more.
I think I can go out of the stream. I will say thank you to my fans, because we have great commentary even without me, so great analysis, yes.
Jack
I agree
10
with that.
in the muck. King Jack for Wsop in the big.
Yeah. Easy defend for Wsop, and let's see if he will be able to catch something.
$33 million in the middle. Paired 8-high flop. Not one that either player is in love with, but with the betting lead, position, and action checked in front of him, Binder.
Okay. I would correct you. Bernhard really loved this board because
Oh,
he's
really?
like winning almost every time. So I would correct you.
So big blind defenses from Wsop at this point with ICM and stack depths not likely to be interacting with this board?
It can be interacting, but with A7, I think it's like he's missing the C-bet, my opinion, that deep. I really don't like this play. I understand.
check back from Bernard.
Yeah. I really, again, don't like this check. Because Wsop is everything, but like he's not a tricky player in a way, and I would say the C-bet printing there for sure.
This feels similar to that turn check against JNT,
yes.
where he's thinking ahead, I don't want to face check raise, but maybe not just sizing up his opponent.
But against JNT, it's kind of even more understandable here. I think this is even like, in my opinion, if I can say that, bigger mistake not to C-bet this board against especially Wsop. Because, like, either he gets it for free or he even gets some value out of King Jack, which is not a bad thing, of course.
Well, it does end up getting checked all the way down. And Binder, once again, has chips moving in his direction.
Nice hand.
Yeah, I think he will have a lot of good hands, like, and you know what I mean by good hands. Yeah, he will be running a little bit over this table for like as long as possible for him, because like with this chip stack, I think he has great position to accumulate more and more chips. But there is obviously some chance that there will be some all-in confrontation with the shorties and so on. So we will see. But even this card distribution is favorable for him.
Yeah, if they keep dealing him hands like this, it's going to be hard to stop Binder.
JNT is pretty much carded today so far, I think, except that Jack's hand against Ace-King, where he unfortunately lost it, but I think he doesn't have a lot, then he needs to play that Ace-9 because he was a little bit bored, I think. So, yeah, not a funny day so far from him, because, yeah, it could be in another universe, he has already 1 billion chips, right? So we are living in the Austria world right now.
Sure does feel like that of late. Club-on-club violence, top pair versus bottom pair after Terrence defended.
Yeah, Terrence make like pretty standard defend. I would be even inclined to fold it sometimes, because like it's not a good spot for him, because he will lose it like most of the time. And hopefully he will not be too sticky with his bottom pair. Let's see how the C-bet, probably small one. Yeah, it's very hard to fold for this bet, but you can do that even. Not in theory, but you can do that. You can just look at the guy, see his minimum hand is like king-queen, and just fold it, right? But it's very difficult. Only some wizards can do that. Yeah, and the hand is over on this turn. But wait, Bernhard already surprised me with 2 checks behind.
Yeah.
So maybe he will surprise me again, but I highly doubt it.
This one would surprise me as well.
Yeah.
I think especially here where it gives him the ace-king advantage. He's like almost never getting check raised on this turn.
Yeah.
And I think clear value bet.
And
for
there is
Binder.
another problem. If he checks behind, he even not be bluffed on the river, because this guy will not be happy to bluff the Terrence guy. He will not be happy to bluff the rivers with
few.
this short stack.
33.
Nothing to do but fold for Reed.
Yeah. The sizing was actually very big, in my opinion. I don't know why. I really don't know why, with such a good hand with potential. It's very funny. It's actually very funny. Such a big. I would love to get Terence have like whatever straight and go all in. I would love to know if he would call. Yeah, it would be like such a sick spot.
He might have to with.
I think he has to
open-ender.
fold actually to when he bets so strong, 33 million, and gets all in. He beats like really nothing. Like really nothing. It would be funny spot though.
Did seem like the way he reacted as if he like grabbed the wrong chips, maybe bet more than he intended to.
Actually,
he looked like he felt like he made a mistake.
I would incline to agree with you. There is like small chance it happened really, and maybe not that small. Yeah, I agree with you.
Ace King now for JNT, and no card deadness on display here.
Because I was crying for him. Yeah, I was crying for him. He has nothing, so let's do that.
14 million, just north of the minimum.
I think it's on the big blind of the Bernhard, so let's see. It looks like fold to me.
Yeah, this isn't a thrilling spot when JNT makes it 14 million.
I think he's smart enough to fold it.
From the hijack also.
A couple of things though, guys. There has been what seems to be a game plan out of Binder to play as many pots as JNT will allow him to play against the man, even though these are the two guys that are supposed to have the unwritten agreement to stay out of one another's way. And this, of course, a product of Binder presumably finding himself to be the superior player. Not the superior hand here. He does find a gut shot as JNT finds the C-bet.
Yeah, this is the problem with defending ace-deuce, because like against JNT, I mean, if he is c-betting ace-king on this board, he's probably c-betting like everything. So
it is a real problem for ace-deuce. I agree. Like, sure, Binder might be the technically superior player, but he's going to just face aggression. He's just going to face lots of aggression.
I mean, I tell you guys something, like first GR advice for today, ace-deuce doesn't flop well. And this check raise, I don't like it a lot. It will be working, probably, but I don't like it a lot. I like the size. If he is gonna check raise, it's good that he do that for small size.
Yeah.
But I don't like this play at all. So now we can speak about that result oriented. He won the chips. I should applaud him from the studio, but no, I really don't like this play. I don't like pre-flop. I don't like flop. The only thing when I play like this, I like the sizing on the flop with the check raise. But otherwise, I think this was very lucky for our Austrian friend. Wow. But he is really doing what I was set like strategy-wise. He's trying to run over the table. But I'm telling you, I have a lot of confidence in myself, even a little bit at my poker game, but I would not try to run against the French policeman. Look at this French policeman. I wouldn't even dare to try that. This guy.
He's been Mirandizing the field. Everybody's had the right to remain silent while he's been operating. Anything they do or say can and will be held against them in the Supermain. Ace-Jack now.
Yeah, we have maybe a big hand incoming because it's late position, so Ace-Jack is for sure like race call. So if somebody finds the card, like Natasha, this is like a very close spot, I would say. And yeah, I think she will probably find a gem, which is very unfortunate,
She has moved all in. She does cover ever so slightly.
Yeah, I think Terence now remember the hand with yesterday with Jack-7 suited against 9-10 suited and says, okay, this is my revenge time. And obviously it's very hard to raise 4th Ace-Jack on the button, even against like perceivably tight range. So yeah, we will be seeing the flip for Natasha's tournament life, right? Oh no, it's not that.
Ace-8.
It's actually Terence's tournament life, so she...
Yeah, but 17 million would leave her with 3 big blinds, and obviously she would be squarely in the on-deck circle. But she can't bust here.
Yeah.
So is the Jack.
That's what I'm saying. Obviously, it's crucial spot for both of them. It's like...
all good things come to an end.
Yeah. Let's root for a chop pot. I think chop pot would be the best result.
Would be fair.
But yeah, this is like this spot has like value for both of them like a lot. Yeah.
They find an ace.
Yeah.
Natasha still needs an 8. She does have backdoor clubs and straight draws potentially. You see her.
And backdoor chop outs.
No, that's greedy. The clubs
Who
I
is
would
the
have given you.
Who is the guy over
Yes, for
there?
5 of clubs now, you don't get it.
Who is the guy over there?
I didn't see a guy on the
You know what? Let's be quiet. That guy will be.
Queen on the turn, and Natasha
Opportunities.
can't be
4-7.
silenced, but she could be quiet. And you are correct. 4s and 7s for the carve up. 8 for a clean winner. She's asking for 1 time.
It was not with a confidence, though.
And
Not like that. Okay. No, not good game. You have still 17 million. Natasha, stay.
I do?
I have 93.
Okay, chip and a chair. Weirdest thing happened, right?
Tell you what, that is a massive pickup for Reed.
Yeah. With his chip stack, yeah, no way he will be raise folding there. Such a strong hand like ace check on the button. So, yeah, nice hand to him. And let's see if Natasha can spin it up. You know, what is it? 3 big blinds are 3 big blinds, right?
What's the most insane comeback you've ever mounted to win a tournament that
Me?
you can
Myself?
recall, yeah, over the course of your career?
I think 0.6 big blind.
Wow. So half a big, let's call it.
Yes.
And you came back to win.
Yeah, because it was already free-handed, so it's easy to win when there is only 2 other people to bust, right?
I don't think it's ever easy when you have half a big
Yeah.
blind to
The
win.
other- the-
unless there was only 20 bigs left in play, maybe.
Yeah, the other people had like 19 and 15 big blinds, so it's
I
not
see.
not that crazy.
Not as insane, but obviously a pretty significant spin up, which is what Natasha's going to need. As Reed puts the new chips to work, no waiting, King, Jack of spades.
Wow, I would free bet this Jack 5, like, with pleasure.
Really? Well, instead, Binder mucks it, and Mercier perhaps is going to give Terrence an opportunity to finish what he started.
Yeah,
Jamming.
this is a dicey spot for Terrence to
Okay,
get
come on,
involved.
JNT. Give her protection. Re-raise all in. JNT, let's do that for the gal. I think he can do that. Like, he can put, like, whatever, some ISO raise. Yeah, he can do that for sure. And he's smart enough to do that.
Is that really allowed here, Kevin? Something like a raise out of JNT?
I mean, it's like, it is a hard spot for Terrence to stack off. The only
course,
benefit
yeah.
is, you
Terrence
know,
needs to fold like
Natasha's
everything
all
there,
in.
yeah? He needs to fold like everything there, basically.
Well-
That's why I even said that Bernhard can free bet there. Here we go.
Wow, he did make
Okay.
Yeah.
Vamos!
Well, she was always going to be up against King X. Instead of the King Jack, it's the King 8 of diamonds of JNT.
So she's in pretty good shape, actually, because 1 king folding, yeah?
Look at Natasha looking over as if to be like, are you doing me a favor in this spot, or are you actually making my life harder? What are you doing out there?
No, it's my brother, I told you already.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? What is that crazy guy there? I don't really understand that.
10-9 deuce. And what Natasha understands is that she is a couple of cards away from 52 million. No diamond to worry about. You can see all of the stress worn on her face, her camp, feeling the weight of this moment as well as she tries to stave off elimination. Queen on the turn, and she's found top pair. You see the gut shot for JNT, kings and jacks.
It was actually a good card for JNT. He like add one more out, right?
She's not out of the woods. Oh no!
Not like that.
A devastating king of clubs. Bon chance, says Natasha to JNT, who apologizes immediately. You see everybody on their feet to show love.
On the river as well. It's so brutal.
To JNT's credit, he was doing the best for her. I'm proud of him.
Yeah, King Jack would have beat her. Didn't really matter.
Yeah, no chance for her. No
Yeah,
chance.
she was doomed.
Sometimes you are just supposed to pass the tournament. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Tournament poker, great game, but you are never happy. Only when you win, right? It's like so sick game. Like
It's nothing but heartbreak for everybody in the tournament but one person.
Main WSOP main event, 10,000 people, and everybody
Natasha,
unhappy
the goal
except
was
one.
final table. How would you describe what this final table experience was like?
Honestly, it was super fun. There's some super nice guys at the table. I'm happy for all of them. And I'm kind of sad, but it's okay. It was a great one.
It's a familiar question, but I also think an important question. Do you think or do you hope that this run will inspire more women to get into the game?
It's kind of hard for like women, I would say, like in my age range to play. If you have like a family or kids, it's like, this is 5 days for me. It's a long time, so I understand why there's not a lot of women, but I definitely hope more will like come in and play.
Well, you showed the moms that they can do it. What's your message to your kids at home?
I didn't hear you.
What's your message to your kids at home?
I can't wait to see you.
There we go. Good enough. Great run at it.
Thank you.
There she is. Natasha Mercier.
Well, I'm sure those
Sixth
kids
place
can't
in
wait
the Super.
to see Mama, as they're going to be so incredibly proud of what she did here across those 5 days where she was away from home, no doubt eager to go back and feel the warm embrace of them, along with the embrace of $1.8 million, which she'll be feeling on that flight home, courtesy of this 6th place finish. GG's, Natasha Mercier.
Yeah, GG definitely. I think such a sweetheart, right? Great promo for poker. Everything good. Oh, my brother even hugging her. I don't understand this really. What is this happening there?
You know, it's a scam.
But no, really, to be honest, like great run for her and like a really, really nice promotion and like, yeah, crazy good. 6th place. It's not that not so shabby, not so shabby.
Not at all.
1.8 million?
Yeah, and 2.35 now. Guaranteed the rest of the field. The next ladder is 650,000, as they all enjoyed 550 courtesy of Natasha's departure.
What kind of tournament is this? You are last 5 and you already have 2.5 million guaranteed? I want to play the tournament. Can I rebuy? Can I late trade?
I don't know how to tell you this. You did play the tournament.
Oh, shit.
But your chips are in good hands.
Yeah, of Eric Wasserson. Yeah. So let's see if he finds the race with King 4.
No.
Actually, it's probably a good check against that short stack of Bellarmino.
8-7 tray. Neither player with a pair here. 2 hearts on board.
King High has some showdown value. Was could start to try to reach showdown with a check.
Well, that check back has delivered a king to his doorstep for far and away the best hand. Already was in the lead. Still very content to just take this one down to the river where he's made trips. Front door flush completes.
D'Souza also thinks he has showdown value. And
yeah, one big blind bet can be very profitable. Hopefully the Was not overplay his hand. He does. And easy fold for Brazil guy. No, this is not happening. No.
Grab the chip quickly.
Yeah, in theory you have a bluff catcher, but against Mr. Was, I would fold even with the 3rd card in my hand. If I get one more random card, I would still fold, not knowing what is it. No, don't do that.
This is how confident you are that 2/3 on the river there out of Wasserson is always better than Queen High.
I think it's big. It's a strength, yeah. I'm not saying he needs to have a king, but like what he has 8 at minimum or 7 maybe at minimum.
It's been a roller coaster ride for Was. He's battled back from the low point and sits far ahead of where he did coming in.
So now clear short stack is the Brazil guy, correct? Yeah, so now it's like no pressure for everybody. So now we play like kind of normal poker. Bernhard will be playing for sure the most active on the table. but no pressure to anybody because the Brazil guy has nothing to lose now, kind of, with like 15 big blind stack.
Binder has more than doubled his stack coming into the day with 8 remaining. He started with 211 million now, putting this north of 500 million to work. Covers JNT, who sits this one out, and Wasserson won't be doing the same. Small blind ace king, noise will be made.
So, yeah, I guess he will make it like pretty big, like 44, 48, something in that
28.
neighborhood. And what? He said 28? Oh, I don't like this. Doesn't matter because Bernhard has easy fold, but like I don't like this at all.
Did he see the raise?
Yeah, no, he did for sure. He did for sure, but
the 3-bet sizing you don't like.
Yeah, it's very small, of course. It's very small. Imagine that Bernhard has like queen jack suited. He would like love to put money in the pot.
In the form of a re-raise or
No,
just a
call.
flat?
Of course, flat.
But listen, ace
no
king
way.
performs well against a whole
what
host
is going
of
on
hands.
here? This guy, I need some lessons from the Bernhard how to play offsuit aces in the terrible spots. I wanna get this. If he wins this spot, he's my new hero. I still don't like that play, but he's my new hero if he win this spot.
All right, Queen Jack 9 on the flop. Was with the Broadway gutter, c-bets it, and quite fortunate that the raise and then call 3-bet range, Kevin, doesn't contain this board for Binder.
I mean, Was has such a strong range out of the small blind, like lucky to get this flop and just Binder can't do anything. He has to fold.
What do you mean? Who is lucky to get this flop? Eric?
Yeah, lucky to get like a high card flop
this is
after the misstep pre-flop.
Hey guys, okay.
I think the sizing pre-flop was a big enough mistake that he lets Binder see the flop. He's unpaired.
Wow.
Chip leader in position.
But
I mean,
kind of, you know, not to push too hard, but I'm kind of on Martin's side in terms of that flop versus the pre-flop raise and call off the 3-bet, you know, range is supposed to interact pretty mightily with Bernhard.
I would respectfully but super strongly disagree with Kevin because Queen Jack 9, like a pre-flop caller of the 3-bet. I mean, you love this flop.
Maybe a 48 million 3-bet, but I don't know about a 28 million 3-bet.
That's fair, though. The range, he retained a wider
sure.
range by sizing down on the 3-bet. Kevin's right about that.
Okay.
Some underpairs
but
to the
guys,
board.
let's not be boring about discussing hands into too much details, okay? Let's focus on some GRO analysis, okay? I think it was terrible call pre-flop. One of the worst call in poker history with ace-3. Let's agree on that.
See, you're doing the Blesnik now, where everything's black and white. You got to have other colors on your palette.
Nah. No, with all seriousness, yeah, Eric was pretty lucky that like he had ace-3 there and like didn't go for even the float because if I would be forced to be there with ace-3, I would probably float every day in a week. Yeah, that small bet. Yeah, and then try to do something on the turn because position is so powerful in this spot, obviously.
And that is something that Binder is exercising here, blind versus blind, as reads Queen 10 offsuit limp, taxed.
Yeah.
The 3x paid, and we're off to a flop.
Yeah, this is very strong play and like very good play from Bernhard because like what cards can do that, yeah? Basically nothing. Just check calling and hoping for maybe open-ended. Oh, which is coming, so let's do that.
Ace Jack 9 board. TJ checks it over to second pair.
Let's do that. I'm hoping for Terence that if Bernhard find a c-bet, which he maybe find, I hope for him not, that Terence find the balls for check raise all in. That would be my desired play. But yeah, Bernhard is too smart for that.
Well, the check back does deliver a flush draw to both parties. TJ's queen high.
Yeah, I think now it will go check bet call, but it's a very difficult spot for both of them. But my prediction is check bet call. Yes. Because Terence happy to play like small ball poker now when the Brazil guy has like 80 or 90 million, so makes a lot of sense from his perspective. And Bernhard find a bet now for sure.
Yeah, he's proceeding with caution, mindful of the ICM.
No way. No way.
King on the end, and Reed now has the straight.
I think I'm happy that Eric busted me, because if I sit now in Eric, I would play so bad against this Bernhard guy, because he's surprising me in every hand if you follow my commentary. He's like surprising me in all the hands. But, oh no.
Checks it over.
Oh, really? Okay, Terence, you can do better. Okay, we miss one bet on the river, right?
I mean, is there a world in which he would have been able to induce a hand that had checked back twice, Kevin?
I think against Jack-6, he just gets the fold, but sometimes Binder's going to have like weak top pair. Sometimes he's going to have rivered something. I think it's worth going for a river bet.
Yeah, agree completely, yeah? Just like one little bet on the river. Nothing too bad about that, right? It's probably like after 2 checks, probably Binder has something, so no need to bluff from his side. So yeah, I would love to see one small bet on the river from Terence, but it's never easy. Okay, Eric against JNT. Let's see. Not really.
Nobody home. D'Souza going to be posting the big blind and ante. Looks like just over 10 big blinds back.
So is this just a portion of the program where we can expect jockeying efforts between JNT and Bernard, with everyone else trying to stay out of the way as much as possible, illustrated perhaps by the caginess of Reed in that spot just moments ago?
Actually, my read for the situation is that JNT, no matter his cards, will be not that active, like even he's supposed to be with his chip stack. So it will be really like Bernard's game, and yeah, let's see how it goes. But this is my prediction. Eric will stay a little bit behind because now he's like that not favorable situation of like that middle stack. So we will kind of wait for the Brazilian move, and till that time, I think Bernhard will be raising even slightly worse hands than Ace-King suited like now.
And it does seem like both Reed and Wasserson have been willing to play pots at this stage. They're certainly not just totally stepping out of the way. They're putting themselves at risk every now and then.
Yeah.
Oh, and the risk of being dominated pre-flop has given way to top pair on an 8-7-4 rainbow board for D'Souza. Out flopping Binder.
This is actually a pretty tough spot for Bernhard because he has like 2 pots behind, and if he decides to c-bet, which sometimes he does, I think he does not c-bet this. Then if Bellarmino goes for check raise all in, he has in pretty 6 spots. So I really like this decision to check the flop behind.
Yeah, and this one a realistic spot that he would have faced that flop check raise. Bellarmino going to be doing a lot of check jam even at this stack depth. Now I wouldn't mind a small bet from D'Souza.
Yeah, this is a great bet from the Brazil guy. I'm really happy with this bet. It's like a really great bet because he's protected by the straight, so he can bet like super small even with his 8. Maybe he even gets the value because what is this 8 million, right? And it's a really smart bet. I'm kind of impressed by this play. I wouldn't even guess that he has an arsenal. I would say that his small bet would be like 16, but this 8 million I just love.
That was nice, and I thought Ace-King might stick around, but Binder makes a nice fold. Only had 3 outs.
Thank you.
So, I think we should speak with the chat now. So, chat, how you enjoy this boring Martin when he is like focusing on the hands, not saying any nonsense, and like giving the thoughts? Boring, right?
I don't know that what we've observed today we could describe as boring. Sometimes ICM mindfulness doesn't take the sexiest shape, but there are a lot of things to be appreciated about some of the adjustments being made by the tacticians out there, Kevin, and I think you would agree.
I mean, we're used to this, you know. We've seen so many incredible high stakes tournaments over the years, and guys like Bernard Binder have been in the mix with guys like JNT at high stakes before. That's kind of the cool part of bringing a field together like this at the WSOP Super Main. We got a handful of qualifiers tangling with some of the best. Playing for 10 million.
Playing with the inferior ace is Binder, who just gave a helping of chips to D'Souza moments ago, and now Bellarmino armed.
Yeah, this hand is basically over because there is nothing. Why he is even using time bank? I really don't understand that. You guys understand? He's trying to induce.
That
Guys,
one's surprising. I
don't
mean,
try that at home. This is like big mistake on the Brazilian part to use time bank in this spot, because he will shove anyway, right?
to me, it shows maybe a bit of nerves in the moment, like trying to figure out sizing. Oh, should I leave chips back? It is a relatively straightforward spot, so maybe a little bit of extra time needed there just to gather the thoughts on bet sizing, stack sizes, what's happening right now.
Things that might come to you readily and feel straightforward under other circumstances, under these bright lights and under the life-changing potential of this final table, I think taking a few extra seconds is well in bounds, but the preciousness of those time banks could potentially come into play because the gravity of the moment may require in a spot that's, you know, a lot more difficult to chew on, that additional 30 seconds, minute, and if it's not available to you.
I've seen mistakes making the other way that are even more costly, where someone tries to force in a bet right before the shot clock runs out because they're so worried about not using time banks.
Yeah.
And then you just fumble out the wrong number and make a way bigger mistake in dollars.
Yeah, that's me. That's me. You're speaking about me, by the way.
Oh, I've done it too.
Better to use the time bank than to blunder with so much on the line. As JNT, no blunder here. This is just a man with a lot of chips. 9-8 offsuit, attacking. Terrence in the big with ace-deuce off. You're talking to him, Martin?
I was trying to send him positive energy to fold ace-deuce against this maniac Frenchman, but he doesn't listen to me. Yeah.
Top two for JNT on a coordinated board.
I check.
Okay, because it will be c-bet and fold, I wanna use this time to say thank you to my fans for all the love in the chat. I really appreciate it, and the hearts are beautiful. Thank you, guys.
Easy takedown there for JNT. Has been dethroned by Bernard. Some of that having to do with the big ace-high call on the river when Binder checked back top pair on the turn, made trips on the end, found value, and made a non-believer out of the Frenchman, who has been policing the proceedings here in this Super Main final table. Ali Najad, Kevin Rabbitschow, and none other than Martin Cabral here in the booth right now. We are doing our best to keep up with the chat. So much enthusiasm for what's been on offer here today. A lot of comments out there. Love to see it, love the support, doing our best. But tough to keep your eyes trained on both spots at the same time. And of course, the priority goes to what you see on your screen.
We can see that on this hand, like 9-3 suited on the hijack from the JNT could be open, and yeah, he's not that interesting into going for every chip there, yeah. So it's a walk for Bernhard, and I would say that Bernhard in similar spot would go for it even with this kind of trashy hand.
Big blind, JNT.
Thank you.
Yes.
Nothing cooks around to the button of TJ. His burner. Devoid of pots as well, and now pocket threes for Binder as the two big stacks find themselves blind versus blind.
Now we see the limp for sure because he wanna enjoy playing the pot, and yeah, JNT, I would love to see a raise from him, but yeah, he's just not that interesting to fight for every small pot. We can see that.
Ace, ace, queen. Paired flops are above average for pocket pairs.
Yeah.
See how Bernhard wants to proceed. He's grabbing tokens and depositing them.
Yeah, not surprised to see Bernhard just trying to win this on the flop, protect his hand a little bit. It could get counterfeit quite easily.
Easy.
Ali, somebody writing to the chat that it's great commentary. I think they meant you.
They didn't specify, Martin? Most
yeah,
of the
they
comments
did not.
have your name in there.
But no, but I think they meant you because you're doing a great job, in my opinion.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Man, your voice got all high.
A lot to juggle up
Do you have
here.
green tea?
Three of us here in the
Green tea
booth,
with,
table
honey and
talk,
lemon, please, thank you.
Jeff's interviews. But the high wire act right now involves not our jobs, but those of the 5 remaining players here who are trying to navigate this ICM-filled pressure
The 10 of
cooker.
spades.
Someone speak French?
I don't know which one. Do you know which one it is?
Yeah,
Yeah, but I can't say like which is. Do you want me to look?
Let the floor. Let the floor. Or is there anyone who speaks French to make sure he understands what's happening?
Yes, I speak French, right. Et Japanese. Oui.
I just need to see because one of your cards got exposed, okay?
Yes.
What happened? Sorry, I didn't.
One of Jean-Noel's cards was exposed, and the dealer
So they will like change it for him, yeah?
mentioned the 10 of spades. I don't think they're going to make him play with one card, if that's what you're asking, Martin, but yes. He's gonna
So
receive it
everything is
replacement.
good,
But
yeah?
now you know his other card's not the 10 of spades.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised
No, I have no problem with you.
that
I'm
they're
saying now
even
we know that other card is not the 10 of spades.
playing this out.
So it's a bit of a problem.
Do we play this hand?
Oh, that's fair.
I think it should be a misdeal, personally.
They will proceed
I'm
with
just
that
asking.
information.
Well, hang on.
No, you
let's
did nothing
No,
wrong.
you're fine. I just want to know what we're
But
doing.
it's not fair to him at this point.
Yeah.
It is not, but the hand continue, in my opinion. No, misdeal? Okay.
I get Eric's point there. He's
Yeah.
like the
No,
players have
point
gained a lot of information about
The point was
JNT's hand.
completely valid, but by the official rules, it should be continuing of the hand.
Yeah. You
You're
did.
fine. I'd rather you speak up. You're
No, you-
probably right more often than you're not.
It's much better you say something than not.
In that spot, Kevin, it depends on whether or not the exposure of the card was due to the deal or the player, right?
That does matter. I mean, I assume if they're going to retrieve it, that it was because of the deal. They just wouldn't retrieve it and replace it if it was the player's, own exposure of the card.
Right.
Oh, 12 million.
But it is awkward once he pulls them in and they don't know which one anymore.
I've done it once already.
Oh, JNT.
Yeah, 8-9
Getting involved out of the
offsuit.
small blind.
Flatting the Wasserson Open. Sticky man.
Again, don't try this at home, please. But
Wow.
I mean, like, what do I know? What do I know? I'm sitting here commentating. People even ask me if I get paid, and yeah, I get paid by Ali's smile. Yeah, so it's all good.
Tough to cash that in, by the way.
Yeah, it's a big value for me, so I'm pretty happy with my salary.
I will tell you this, JNT has cashed in on his pre-flop decision, made trips, and finds Was c-betting 14 million.
JNT is just unhappy in this spot that he's playing against Eric. Imagine if in Eric's seat would be Bernhard. I think he can get like the free threes of value. With Eric, it will be difficult if he didn't catch his king or something. Because Eric is not the huge double barrel guy. Ah, hey. Hello, ace boy.
Yeah, and you say this because as played, Kevin, I know you know it as well, that's a card that could see Was following through, but instead he finds a check back.
I like this slowdown. I think that Jean-Noel is actually quite likely to have ace high if he doesn't have a hand like this.
I agree.
The card is actually quite good for him, and I think Wasserson is wise to shut this one down.
Eight's full for good measure, and the 40 million on the end makes quick work of that pot. JNT back up to nearly 450 at the expense of Was.
Yeah, I agree with everything what you said about that, and like I would say the second reason why he slows down is that like there is a GRO advice, which there is not recommendation to bluff JNT. There is like really not a great recommendation to try to do that.
And listen, I think a lot of times, Martin, people get really myopic in terms of the experiences that they've had at professional final tables where you don't have a broad contrast in styles, and they don't make the necessary adjustments versus specific opponents that they should.
Yeah, I mean, if you play poker and you are trying to look at it like a game and even like you used to try some equilibrium solution, you are just destined to lose, in my opinion. So basically, I think, especially obviously live poker, it's all about the players and about adjustments, yeah? So, I mean, if you don't play GRO, at least try to like do something like that you play your player. This is my advice for all the people watching us.
And that's something that I assume that you're doing regularly when you're out there playing, Martin?
Yeah, I'm even trying to play GRO, so I, so it's like already included.
Wasserson with a chance here to punish this limp. Offsuit ace, 20 big blinds.
Yeah, he will check it again, in my opinion, or go all in. Yeah, the second option. Very reasonable play. The Brazilian guy, as we already know, he doesn't like folding, so he's probably limping all the kind of like trashy hands. Like, not saying that King 8 is complete trash, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, he'll have much worse. A lot of limp folds.
Okay, guys, who are you rooting for? My champion is Jean-Noël Torel. How about you guys?
I think this man on your screen here is the favorite, Kevin, right now.
No, but who are you rooting for is my question.
As a fan?
Yes.
JNT. Yeah, I don't think... Look, you know what? I actually have known Was for a long time. He polarized the poker community, some of whom don't realize that that slow roll that he pulled off against Benny was, you know, a retaliatory act based on something that supposedly happened this past summer. It wasn't like he fired the first shell, as we see 12 million fired by Bernhard. I think the favorite to win right now would be Binder. I think nobody can argue with what a fairy tale it would be if JNT were to win this Super Main. And for me, in terms of relationships, I'm closest with Was, and I think him winning would also be an incredible thing.
Okay, we are on the same boat then.
Kev?
I'll give a shout out to TJ Reed out there, who's just, you know, seems to be soaking up the biggest moment of his career. I think he's shown great class, a lot of respect for his opponents, and he's playing well. I mean, I was really impressed by that ace-queen hand he played against Was.
No.
I think he'd be a great champion.
Actually, I agree. Actually, I don't have nothing bad to say about the Brazilian guy as well. So this is kind of exceptional for me, because always at the table, whenever I'm playing poker, there's always like one trouble guy at the table.
Right, that you might anti-sweat or, you know, you can't get behind. I think no matter who wins, the poker community is not going to be angry about it, right? Maybe some people, based on the Was thing, the slow roll thing, have formed some opinions. But other than that, you know, and those opinions are not as informed as they should be. I think we're doing quite all right.
I think for poker, the worst would be if Bernhard wins, but he seems like a reasonable guy as well, so yeah, nothing too bad.
Well, only because it's going to be hard to get that 10 million out of him. He's too good.
Yeah, maybe as well.
Anyone who's rooting to win those back is going to have to battle some tough tournaments, some tough stakes. Heard a lot of people referencing Binder's success online recently. I'll admit I'm not as familiar personally, but people who are playing in some of the toughest games really seem to respect this guy.
And the guys that cut their teeth online tend to be so mechanically and fundamentally sound. Here he is with the sound lead, outflopping these 2 sevens of JNT, which are c-betting 14 million versus Bernhard with 2 overs out there. Is a check back the preferred course of action, Kevin?
Or maybe a smaller bet. I wouldn't mind a smaller bet at all, because if Bernhard hasn't hit a king or a queen, he's just likely to have total air on this flop out of the big blind. There's a lot of hands that will just fold for cheap.
8 on the turn, and now Binder going to be bound by the flush draw in the event of another barrel, which JNT does not deliver, and he does not improve on the river either.
Yeah, a lot of players in JNT's shoes here would have gotten in trouble, like double barrel bluffing these pocket sevens. Fortunately, he's not stepping into it, because Binder would not have gone anywhere after picking up hearts.
And now he's picked up 2 pair, queens and nines. Does he do his own bidding? Ever so slightly the covering stack.
45.
Yeah, very reasonable bet and easy call for GNT.
Easy call, you say?
I said easy fault. I said easy fault.
I thought I heard call too.
Well,
no,
he's
but
put the
we know
chips
what you
out.
meant. Did he really make it?
JNT put chips out there. I mean, he's putting binder on what, ace 10, ace jack? I mean, that was
yikes.
A big pickup for Bernard. I really thought those sevens were hitting the muck.
I confess, I'm shocked that JNT, who has shown us, Kevin, a kind of maturity in terms of his game where he's found folds that once upon a time we would not have anticipated, has now on 2 occasions tried to bluff catch against Binder, and that's the guy against whom when you get it wrong it is most costly.
And I wonder how much of it is a little bit of, you know, for how long can this guy who's playing so loose, who's playing so aggressive, continue to make hands? Like, I understand the mindset that you get stuck in sometimes, where it's just like, come on, he can't have it every time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but in all seriousness, yeah, it should be easy fault with the sevens in that spot for sure.
Queen suited, a pretty one for the Brazilian. Once more, Queen 9 of hearts for Binder.
10 seconds. Bernhard's
he's
gonna
gonna
play
fold
so
this.
loose in general, but yeah, I think that's the right kind of hand to fold. Just dominated too often by the hijack raise of Bellarmino.
To the flop we go. JNT defending, comes up empty on ace king. Can't say the same for D'Souza. Should be a straightforward one.
Do you guys have any idea how long is it to the break? How many more minutes in this level?
Good key.
Producer James? 20 minutes?
Thank you.
You know, I could offer you an empty cup if that's why you're asking.
No, no, no.
D'Souza's camp. Flashing their smiles. And why wouldn't they be smiling? 4 bigs the man had. 9 left.
Pass.
Yeah, that would be fairy tale for whole Brazilian people, yeah? Imagine, like, after being, like, super short, 9 people left, bringing the title home to the Brazil, yeah? I think that would be, like, the moneymaker effect in Brazil.
You might be right, actually. Provided that the moneymaker effect hasn't already happened over there. Maybe it would just be kerosene on a existing fire.
And we're not talking about 4 big blinds when there were 100 big blinds in play. You know, there were multiple players who had 100 big blinds each coming into this final table. It's 4 out of piles of chips.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long way to go, but it would be a real fairy tale from that 4 big blinds set 9 people left, like with almost like no chips in the play.
As I'm reflecting upon the idea of fire and Brazil, just given the fragile nature of the rainforest, I'm thinking we maybe don't do any fire setting in Brazil. Let's not go that route.
With the humidity, though, are wildfires a risk?
I don't think most of the fires are wild.
I don't know much about how the environment works.
They're sort of man-made fires down there. Hopefully this isn't an overly politicized issue out there in Brazil. Like, can we all get on the same page that we want the rainforests?
I think that's probably a fair horse to back.
What about this ace-deuce suited? Fair horse as well?
I mean, it's like I said, Terrence is not exactly in a great chip position, but he's still opening pots that are a little bit dicey. You know, he might face some 3-bets and have to make tough decisions there, but I like that he's fighting for pots.
Yeah, I don't want to underestimate him, but like obviously it's a very tough competition for him on this like final table, especially in this last 5. But He's doing what he can, and I think he's like playing his situation very well.
King 7 now. JNT a bit bruised of late.
With Binder out of the way, JNT the effective chip lead. Well, this is not going to get through.
Nope. Ace King suited.
Okay, now only one thing can happen bad, and that is if he used the time bank. Oh, actually, I was thinking about it for a while. He's like trying to induce, which is not a bad idea, but I would still go for a shove in his position, but like nothing too crazy.
36 and take it. Guys, playing 5-handed poker, 15 million in orbit. Every hand you participate in effectively whittles your stack by 3 million in chips on average.
Yep.
It's not insignificant when you look out at some of these depths, and certainly when you look out at that 650K ladder that everybody is jockeying for right now.
Clock is ticking for some of these shorter stacked players. Going to be a big blind level increase not long from now.
Pocket nines plus button equals 14 million.
Wasserson increasing the size a little bit. The dangerous Binder in the big blind. I like that.
Why you like that, Kevin?
Well, even, I mean, with nines, we're pretty safe, but I think that, you know, if Binder just has, let's say, 8-5 offsuit in the big blind and we make it 12, he gets to play and put us in tough spots later. Make it a little more expensive.
Like with
It's
all
quite
the
nice.
range, with
all the range,
with
make it
all the hands which you open on the button.
And then if Wasserson just has like Queen Jack, he gets a few extra folds. He plays a few less tough spots. I think it's net good for him.
Thanks for answering. Good to know.
A6 for TJ.
How much?
12.
Min raise.
40.
It is 40 million.
Pocket jacks for JNT. Takes it to 40. A bit rich for the A6.
Yeah, this hand should hit the muck. JNT has been pretty in line with 3 bets. That's just pure strength from him, and no reason to try to get involved with a raggy offsuit ace.
He agrees.
Okay, guys, I will say my farewell during the break, which is incoming. So thank you for having me. You will have tough job, I think, because like the intensity going up, and all these people know what they are doing, so it can be a very long day. So thank you for having me.
Well, of course, but you don't have to go down this path until the moment comes. You know, you're trying to be prepared, though.
Yes, I wanna go soon, maybe even a little bit before break. So I wanna like say thank you to you, and if there will be an interesting hand, I wanna say thank you to my fans as well, and pleasure to be here, and I was really enjoying here. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin.
Yeah.
And let's see if Terence find the race with King Deuce suited. Not really, but I can tell you that Bernard find the race with the suited hand.
9-3. Not exactly top shelf liquor.
And Brazil in the big blind, we all know what's happening, right? We will see the flop. We will definitely see a flop.
Queen 6 suited defense. Every one of these adventures so important for D'Souza.
Some interaction for both.
Open-ender versus gut shot and backdoor diamonds. Bellarmino checking over.
This is a board that Bernhard is going to check quite often on with his range, but 9-3 of diamonds might just have enough interaction that he wants to try to steal this one from 2 overcards.
Yeah, we'll see probably better and call, nothing too crazy, and let's see how the pot develops on the turn.
Board pairing 8.
I can see Brazilian lead. Okay, surprise me one more time, Bellarmino. Nice little lead. Not that little like before, but like 18 million would make the job done. Not like that. Not like that.
Finds the check instead. You with Martin, Kevin? You prefer the lead there?
I kind of like, I mean, I think lead would be a good idea in practice. I think it's just successful against a really wide range, a really aggressive player.
Yeah.
There's going to be enough hands where Bernhard just has trash. I do think the idea is like, oh, under ICM, I'm really handcuffed here.
Yeah.
I don't have as many hands that are really strong on this board, so, you know, you just play more cautiously.
Yeah, I strongly agree with the first part. The lead would be so profitable because of that crazy opening range on the button.
Yeah.
And if you don't lead, then this happened to you, which is like very unsurprising. And I would a little disagree with you, Kevin, about that ICM pressure, because there is like kind of no ICM pressure for the Brazilian guy, because he's still like very short and like, you know, sometimes he has to die. So I think it would be very good lead from his point, but obviously understand your point as well. And Bernhard played very good. With the
Yeah,
bet.
leaning on his man for 32 million.
Thank you.
Taking that one down. Well, there it is. Binder up top, JNT in second, Wsop, Reed, and D'Souza rounding it out. And Bellarmino and Terrence down in those bottom 2 slots. Those are the guys that are fighting not to be next out, as they would love to guarantee themselves 3 million as opposed to the 2.35 that they're sitting on right now.
Is there a break now or not yet? Not yet, yeah?
Not quite yet.
They play a few more hands, yeah. Okay, let's sweat it.
Fold.
Queen 10 offsuit. Bernhard.
No, Reed folding the 10-9 suited before.
One that he could open?
I think
Okay.
it's a nice fold, but it just shows his approach with Binder to the left.
This is pretty interesting spot. I think this hand is somewhere on the borderline, and my opinion is that he will find it. No, I was hoping he will find it, but in different way.
Yeah, thinking the all-in.
Yeah.
Guys, 650K is the on-deck ladder, and he's only 5 big blinds south of Reed. He doesn't want to lose contact with him. He doesn't want to fold the ace high. And he knows that Binder is the man that could stick him in the blender.
Oh, wow.
And yet, instead, it's the big little offsuit combo of Eric Wasserson that's going to be doing the blending here.
This is
as
such
things
a
have been
smart play.
shaken and stirred to 34 million.
Okay, shout out to Wos. Very smart play. And like, the Brazil opened the door for him because he's like never trapping there, kind of.
Yeah.
And like Wos really understands the situation well. And I mean, like, you know, we are still in Brazil, and Brazil can find the back shove, but not now. But if he finds the back shove, he will be my new hero, and I will say shout out to Brazil. Oh man, time banks in the play. Guys, I'm excited for the first time today. Because if he do that, he's my new hero, I'm telling you. He will not do that, right?
I mean, I would love to tell you that he wouldn't, but I'm not sure, and I don't know that Kevin is either. Every time
really not
we
sure.
look out at that Brazilian flag, strange things can happen. And would it be credible, I think, is my first question for you, Kevin,
No.
to flat and then jam
no.
over the top?
It wouldn't, but does it matter? I mean, even
Yeah,
if it's
it
not
doesn't
credible,
matter. That's very good comment from Kevin's side.
when
It's like,
Wasserson's bluffing, he just
hey
has nothing.
man, this would be so incredible good to date, but it's so tough. It's like so tough for him.
But I mean, the question isn't so much in terms of what the outcome would end up being. It's in terms of his willingness to execute. He wants to feel credible if he's going to stick his neck on the chopping block,
not
doesn't
true,
he?
Not true, because Eric's range is... No way! What we are even seeing? Hey guys, are we in already simulation or what? Brazilian style. Okay, I need to take some new lessons, and Bellarmino will be my new coach. This is like so embarrassment, I can't even breathe. Let's do that. Oh my goodness, he's genius. Sorry, I'm really like smiling because I'm really enjoying. I would say don't do this at home, but I still like Bellarmino, and I'm so happy for him that he did win this spot. But it's like really funny, unbelievable. I mean, like I wouldn't bet a penny that he will call and call.
And look at what he's got on his hands. The nut flush draw.
So funny.
Wasserson c-betting
yeah.
16 million with check in front of him.
Vamos Brazil! Check raise all in, and Was, even he plays the game great. I shout out to him. He is like losing big pot. Unbelievable. Wow.
Fold.
Unbelievable. Wow, Bellarmino. Okay, this was like probably the most interesting hand from whole final table. You guys agree, eh?
I mean, I've been here longer than you have, but it certainly qualified.
No. This is like so out of the book. We were like so much out of the woods that I'm even excited that I'm already leaving. Yeah, Casino Royale. Complete Casino Royale. Vamos, Brazil.
All right, let's send it down to Jeff Platt, who is standing by with a man on Eric Wasserson's rail who you'll all know quite well.
You make the best hand, huh? Potentially.
Nick Schulman on the WAS rail. Nick, for a lot of our normal No Limit tournament viewers, they don't see a lot of WAS. What do you think makes him a force in these kinds of tournaments?
You know what? He's played as much high-stakes poker just across the board, kind of as almost anybody. So, you know, when you're in a spot like this where first is 10 mil and you have that sort of seasoning, it's big.
He was mentioning to Binder the other day that he thought he made a mistake. Binder asked him, oh, you looked it up? And he said, I don't even know how to look anything up. How do you balance telling him some strategic insight but not overwhelming him with a bunch of specifics, frequencies, and the like?
Well, he might have been messing a little bit with Binder, just a little, but yeah, he's not like deep in the lab, but he's such a smart guy and stuff like that. So he kind of gets what's going on, but just as far as what poker is, but he also really trusts himself and has that kind of old school style. So, you know.
Appreciate the time. Thank you, Nick. We'll send you back to the action.
You don't want to talk about the slow roll?
Oh, well, he said it wasn't a slow roll, right?
Boy, that was an interesting time to cut.
Okay.
141?
But I agree with Nick Schulman that Eric is a smart guy and he will find his way through this tournament. And he played the game, the hand with King 5 great, in my opinion.
Is Terrence at risk here?
All in call for 300 million. Let's sweat it.
How you feel?
This one.
Okay, let's do that. 8 ball.
I always win these.
You
8
always
ball.
win these? Well, sounds like we're due for a change then.
Away from the
All
pool
good things
table,
must come
Martin,
to an end.
that,
Remember,
that call
Natasha
for an
said the
8
eights
ball
were
can be
lucky.
read in multiple different ways. But I hear
Feels
what
like
you're
foreshadowing.
saying.
Hey, man.
You're pulling for TJ right now. You don't want to see him get eliminated.
I just like Terrence more than Bernhard. What can I say? I can choose the side. 8 ball. One and only 8 ball. Let's do that. I think even Brazilians cheering for 8. Vamos, Brazil.
Oh, everybody's cheering for a pay jump, and they found the 8.
8 ball. I think I read the board well, yeah? Let's do that.
This is reminiscent of what Binder did with ace-queen versus the ace-king of Peter Chen to send him packing. Now he's on the receiving end, having held the dominant ace.
I mean, how can you guys not rooting for Terence, yeah?
Trip
Vamos!
It's a
Black
lockup.
8, Ben.
Hey, he's playing so good.
Eights are hot.
Okay, last Giaro advice before I leave. It's very Giaro recommended when you have ace-8 to put 2 aces on the board. Very Giaro recommended, really. Ali, you didn't know, yeah?
No, I did, but I appreciate you
Ali.
clearing it up for us.
I mean, like, it's unbelievable, really. Wow.
Say what was
Something
said.
else.
Sorry, everybody.
8 ball, double 8 ball. He's even better than me. I would play single 8 ball, not to waste my luck, yeah? But he is like beginner, so he used it like for 2 8 balls. But it's okay. It was a big pot.
The dream continues for the
Wow.
poker org, man. 700,000 in career
So-
earnings, already guaranteed 2.35 to better than 3x his tally lifetime. Coming into this one.
So it's actually now like pretty even. Like everybody has chips. Maybe like Brazil is a little short, but everybody has chips now.
Yeah.
Like JNT probably a chip leader, but not by far. Yeah, it could be long final table and very
100%.
stressful 500 play, I would say. 350 million. Brazil guy has what? 150? Oh, 180. It's so close. Voss has 200. Terence has 288, and what the Bernhard guy has? Like 300, not even maybe. Wow, this is so even and so intense. I'm happy I need to go, because otherwise I would fall into the trap and watch whole stream. Oh, 400. Okay, he's still chip leader, but yeah. Pretty deep. Oh, it's only 600 million big blind. Yeah, it's so deep, yeah, so deep. Very great structure. And
Queen 3, second pair for Bernhard. Team Binder, be kinder.
6 million.
What's going on? What? Oh, okay. I thought Muller was going to show us a big back tattoo of Bernhard or something. No, he's just throwing on the T-shirts. Apparently they've been fresh off the press here. They found a
shirt delivery just arrived.
custom T-shirt shop. Ace on the turn now, providing TJ with the Broadway gutter.
what were the positions with the ace-8 hand? He was like opening and shoving ace-8 from where?
Big blind.
Big blind?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think
Against
it was,
UTG race?
Yeah, 5-handed
That's pretty crazy,
UTG.
yeah. But worked for him. Wow, this is a good bet. I like that. I like that a lot. And we see the
30.
fault from the Bernhard. Don't, guys. No!
Wow.
Not this guy. Okay, 10 ball. 10 ball. Not like that. Come on, one more barrel. 100 million. Do that, my friend. If he do that, I will say something funny. But he never do that, right?
You're probably going to say something funny regardless if I'm
Come
being
on.
honest, but
Come on,
100
Ali.
million.
100 million overbet. Come on.
It's not going to happen.
I know, but I would scream like a baby. Come on, Terence. No! He doesn't have it. That would be so cool. But like, to be honest, it's pretty sick call on the turn. And I think it's probably okay call.
You want to talk about sick. It's the feeling in your stomach if you're Terence and you realize the missed opportunity where that barrel would have worked against Queen High.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Turn, he stayed sticky, but he's going to be a believer at the right size.
I would say it's really crazy, but yeah, understandable from that. Everything good, yeah. Wow, that would be so cool, triple barrel. I mean, what would be the hand which Bernhard can call there, yeah? Like nothing. Can you feel that nothing? He has like no cards which he can call there, yeah? Like imagine if he had 2 pair and 100 million there. It's like a hit the mug before I even say Casino Royale. I mean, like, that would be so good.
Queen on the end, maybe?
Yeah, queen on the end, yeah. No, but I was saying, like, on this board.
In this board?
Like,
yeah,
no. No. Even if he has, like, really 2 pair.
Even like 60 million, I think he goes away, don't you think?
No, with this hand, yes. But I'm
Yeah.
speaking about, like, in general.
Oh, any bet that's normal, he just has
5 or
to
6
go into
blues.
the mug.
Yeah.
6. Thank you.
Okay, Bernhard. Time to slow down. This is fault, right? Bernhard?
Telling this man to slow down right now.
No, he has only $500 million. It's not so big chip lead anymore. Oh, call is interesting option, actually. I was thinking about it for a while. Oh, okay, let's do that. Street flush against nut flush. Is it even possible? Technically, no. He's blocking his street flush. He's so smart, this Bernhard guy.
9 and a king on this
Okay,
board. Top
10.
2 versus gut shot.
Wait.
Ace of hearts for the opener.
Hey, but it's coming. 10 of diamond on the turn. You see that? Ali, can you see that?
10 of hearts, I think, is a little spicier.
No, no, no. Can you smell the 10 of diamond on the turn? Oh, and then big dancing. Not like that. It's never coming, yeah? It would be so good.
3 of hearts now providing Reed with the nut flush draw after the round of knuckles.
Yeah, but Bernhard will be leading. It will be called. What is this guy doing, really? He's hearing me from the booth and he's doing the opposite. He's trying to tilt me. It's working, actually. How this guy can tilt me so much? Terence, please find the check.
Yeah, how can Terence resist bluffing with this card? I thought even the flop was a good chance with Ace of Hearts to start firing, but...
But does he go for check raise or what, this Bernhard guy? Maybe he's too good if he goes for check raise, but I don't see that in my book.
I mean, wouldn't that be...
It's crazy to go for check raise.
Yeah,
I think check call is what's coming. Once he checks, I think check call is what's coming.
How he is not leading the turn, that's beyond my mind. I would like to say this is one of the worst check in poker history, but probably I will not have a lot of fans in Austria anymore. Unbelievable. This is so bad, like so bad. Can you believe it? Why he was not leading the turn? Can you believe it, Kevin?
Wow, and look at this JNT is still involved,
Unbelievable.
gentlemen. Another 39 million into the middle. Finish your thought, Kevin.
Well, it's a little cautious for sure, but I think that...
Kevin, abandon your thought.
Yeah, no, this is... We've moved on.
Let's do that.
Just... What on earth?
I mean, so bad that 3 of hearts on the turn. Imagine that it would be 2 of diamonds there, yeah? That would be like dance. Now we only see it like bet and a call, so it's
Yeah,
so
you're
boring.
right. That turn card and the action is going to keep a little bit of a lid on Binder's
We're still
pride.
on Bernhard here. He called the turn.
No way! What kind of joke is this?
He's
Really?
The block bet
Okay,
might
come
work.
on. Wait, French policeman thinking about raising like 91 million. Please do that. French policeman. No way. I am like so sad. Okay, guys, this is like my last hand because I am so sad after this hand. I'm just so sad. It could be so much fun. Wait, Terence can raise now. Come on, Terence, do that.
You're a sick individual, you know
no,
that,
No,
right?
he doesn't have it with him, and he bet 13 million on the turn, so how can he represent flush? I mean, this is so embarrassment, this hand. I'm only happy because JNT wins, but otherwise I'm so disappointed by this hand. This has so much potential, and all the 3 of hearts ruined our fun. Sorry, guys, for the spectators. I'm very sorry. It should be so much fun. Okay. Thanks for having me, guys. I'm leaving, yeah? All good?
We're going to come back to the desk first.
Ah,
You
to the
can
desk,
hang
okay.
tight.
Then I say my proper farewell.
Yeah. What a moment there. You see Fred,
wow.
JNT's buddy, elated that finally he's able to find some of the chips that he's been passing Binder's way. Although maybe he left a little bit of meat on the bone. Perhaps there's a raise size that would keep Binder involved. I would imagine kings and nines enough to call some raises. But we call JNT the chip leader once more as we bring you back to the desk. Ali, Kevin, and Martin, who practically leapt out of the studio after that 10 of clubs hit the river. I know, Kevin, you took 2 swings at a thought there, but we had to orphan it. And that was... Is that the most exciting hand then?
No,
Not the one that they played
the most
versus
exciting
Wasson
hand,
and
the
De
most
Souza?
exciting hand and most interesting hand was Ace-8 suited for sure. But this has potential to be the most funny hand, you know? Hey, imagine if the JNT find the race at least on the river, yeah? And like the Bernard will be crying there, but then crying calling, yeah? That would be so exciting, right?
Some people are going to be crying because this man is going to be saying goodbye here in the booth. Others, perhaps, tears of joy, as it has been a little bit divided, if I'm being honest, in the YouTube chat.
What?
Nothing that you can't deal with, though.
You can't please everybody, but I'm happy I please you, I please you, I please James. So thank you for all the support, guys. Put the likes up for the stream, right?
Yep.
A lot of likes. Subscribe to all my media, and go for Not Like That Wsop. See you later, alligator.
All right.
Bye.
That'll do it for us here. Henry Kilbane coming in. Martin's just abandoning the post before we go to the actual slate. Stay close. About 15 minutes time, we resume coverage of the final table here in Atlantis.
Stay loose, play 7 dude.
We know this by virtue of the 150K, which capped off the Triton Super High Roller Series, where Brazil went 1-2-3, swept the podium, with João Simão taking home a healthy multi-million-dollar score.
Here we go. Raise Jack. What timing is this? Because he's the big blind next. 7 big blinds.
Raise 23 million.
Raise 23 million.
Well, it's go time, but he's not going to stick all of it out there.
Yeah, he felt like this is the price that's enough to not let the big blind call loosely, but retain some chips in case of emergency. I probably fold this with King Jack offsuit for Natasha.
Fold. Fold.
The blinds are left to act. De Souza A7 offsuit.
40 total? Yeah.
5 seconds.
It seems a little loose if he was to consider it.
All in.
Yeah.
They're all in.
Wow, snap all in. It's queens against ace jack.
And it's a bad spot here for Spitale. Wasserson lost small last time out, and he rates to win small here, but nothing is small when you consider the significance of every one of these ladders. Spitale going over to his rail.
Oh, yeah.
Nacho Barbero, part of that Argentine contingent.
He's going to watch from out here.
O argentino short.
With his buddies.
Están buscando un as, Randy.
As.
Pero no hay.
Dale.
9-8 tray. The overpair holding for Was. Franco looking for the needle.
Any ice?
Abio.
One more chance, Ali.
Tanto va a querer hacer, ¿verdad? No, cómo te entona la hinchada, por favor, ¿verdad?
All smiles for
Dale,
Franco.
película, por favor.
Despite just 7% with one to come. Is Was going to claim the first pelt?
As. Oh.
Yes, he is.
Good game, Spitale. Good game.
Enjoying the embrace of all those who were here to will him through to this final table.
Hugs all around.
Disadvantageous position. He went on a spin during frame one from 4 big blinds at one point.
Just such a
The Brazilian guy?
He did say
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
but it was
D'Souza.
at the 9 people. I'm speaking about start of today final table. He was good at chips already.
My
He
mistake,
had
the
like
4.
150 million.
So the spin starting late last night.
Yeah.
Now Wasserson back up to the 130 million basically that he came into this final table with. Has secured a couple of ladders and now he's secured an ace king. Sheds a couple of threes with this min raise. Blind level now 3, 6, and 6. And JNT wakes up with jacks. He really has had disproportionately beneficial card distribution. Might this be yet another example of that here?
JNT not one to shy away from these confrontations. I mean, this is more than enough hand.
Elevator up to 31. Jam from Was. Snap from JNT. You're always holding your breath. And things could be worse, of course. 43% for Wasserson. He does trail. Pivotal pot.
Yeah, if JNT win this spot, he's like a huge, clear favorite to winning the tournament. Sorry for stating the obvious, but this is big spot for both of them, for sure. Obviously, much bigger for Eric.
In all ways. 550K ladder. One that he's hoping he doesn't end up with right about now. Top pair. Way out in front. Jack free turn, and Jacob needs to be kept at bay if he will secure this double. What a critical moment this is, as you see Nick Schulman looking on, good friends with Was. Tension-filled face. And he's done it.
Yeah, pretty standard hand. Nobody can do anything, and one of the guy wins. So now up. You know, what is it? 3 big blinds are 3 big blinds, right?
What's the most insane comeback you've ever mounted to win a tournament that
Me?
you can
Myself?
recall? Yeah, over the course of your career.
I think 0.6 big blind.
Wow. So half a big, let's call it.
Yes.
And you came back to win.
Yeah, because it was already free-handed, so it's easy to win when there is only 2 other people to bust, right?
I don't think it's ever easy when you have half a big
Yeah,
blind to
the
win.
other-
Unless there was only 20 bigs left in play, maybe.
Yeah,
or-
the other people had like 19 and 15 big blinds, so it's
I
not that
see.
not that crazy.
Not as insane, but obviously a pretty significant spin up, which is what Natasha's going to need. As Reed puts the new chips to work, no waiting. King, Jack of spades.
Wow, I would free bet this Jack 5 like with pleasure.
Really? Well, instead, Binder mucks it, and Mercier perhaps is going to give Terrence an opportunity to finish what he started.
Yeah,
Jamming.
this is a dicey spot for Terrence to
Okay,
get
come on,
involved.
JNT. Give her protection. Re-raise all in. JNT, let's do that for the girl. I think he can do that. Like, he can put like whatever, some ISO raise. Yeah, he can do that for sure. And he's smart enough to do that.
Is that really allowed here, Kevin? Something like a raise out of JNT?
I mean, it's like, it is a hard spot for Terrence to stack off. The only
course,
benefit
yeah.
is,
Terrence needs to fold like
Natasha's
everything
all
there,
in.
yeah? He needs to fold like everything there, basically.
Well-
That's why I even said that Bernhard can free bet there. Here we go.
Wow, he did make
Okay. Vamos!
Well, she was always going to be up against King X. Instead of the King Jack, it's the King 8 of diamonds of JNT.
So she's in pretty good shape, actually, because one king folding, yeah?
Look at Natasha looking over as if to be like, are you doing me a favor in this spot, or are you actually making my life harder? What are you doing out there?
No, it's my brother, I told you already.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? What is that crazy guy there? I don't really understand that.
10-9 deuce. And what Natasha understands is that she is a couple of cards away from 52 million. No diamond to worry about. You can see all of the stress worn on her face, her camp, feeling the weight of this moment as well as she tries to stave off elimination. Queen on the turn, and she's found top pair. You see the gut shot for JNT, kings and jacks.
It was actually a good card for JNT. He like add one more out, right?
She's not out of the woods. Oh no!
Not like that.
A devastating king of clubs. Bon chance, says Natasha to JNT, who apologizes immediately.
A lot of respect for his opponents, and he's playing well. I mean, I was really impressed by that ace-queen hand he played against Wsop.
No.
I think he'd be a great champion.
Actually, I agree. Actually, I don't have nothing bad to say about the Brazilian guy as well. So this is kind of exceptional for me because always at the table, whenever I'm playing poker, there's always like one trouble guy at the table.
Right, that you might anti-sweat or, you know, you can't get behind. I think no matter who wins, the poker community is not going to be angry about it, right? Maybe some people, based on the Wsop thing, the slow roll thing, have formed some opinions. But other than that, you know, and those opinions are not as informed as they should be. I think we're doing quite all right.
I think for poker, the worst would be if Bernhard wins, but he seems like a reasonable guy as well, so yeah, nothing too bad.
Well, only because it's going to be hard to get that 10 million out of him. He's too good.
Yeah, maybe as well.
Anyone who's rooting to win those back is going to have to battle some tough tournaments, some tough stakes. Heard a lot of people referencing Binder's success online recently. I'll admit I'm not as familiar personally, but people who are playing in some of the toughest games really seem to respect this guy.
And the guys that cut their teeth online tend to be so mechanically and fundamentally sound. Here he is with the sound lead, outflopping these 2 sevens of JNT, which are c-betting 14 million versus Bernhard with 2 overs out there. Is a check back the preferred course of action, Kevin?
Or maybe a smaller bet. I wouldn't mind a smaller bet at all, because if Bernhard hasn't hit a king or a queen, he's just likely to have total air on this flop out of the big blind. There's a lot of hands that will just fold for cheap.
8 on the turn, and now Binder going to be bound by the flush draw in the event of another barrel, which JNT does not deliver, and he does not improve on the river either.
Yeah, a lot of players in JNT's shoes here would have gotten in trouble, like double barrel bluffing these pocket sevens. Fortunately, he's not stepping into it because Binder would not have gone anywhere after picking up hearts.
And now he's picked up 2 pair, queens and nines. Does he do his own bidding? Ever so slightly the covering stack.
45.
Yeah, very reasonable bet and easy call for GNT.
Easy call, you say?
I said easy fault. I said easy fault.
Oh. I thought I heard call too.
Well,
no, but
put the
we know
chips
what you
out.
meant. Did he really make it?
JNT put chips out there. I mean, he's putting Binder on what, ace 10?
Well, welcome back to continuing coverage of the final table of this super main event at the Atlantis in the Bahamas. Kevin Rabichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Kevin, we're down to 5, 2.35 million locked up, 10 million up top. Give me the 30-second TLDR for the viewers that have just joined, and myself. What's been the story of this final table so far?
I mean, the story foremost is that JNT is atop the leaderboard and has been for most of the day, or at least near it, and he's continuing to impress in big pots, although a few little missteps set in the direction of Bernhard Binder. We are seeing those two tangle a lot. From my point of view, I'm just shocked that playing for this much money, every player at this table is swinging for the fences. Yeah. Every player is showing off top-class plays, and there's just, I don't know, what is ICM? We're just not... We're just playing for 10 million. Everyone's out there swinging for the fences.
Everyone's just going for it.
Yeah.
Center of the octagon, just, you know, trading punches.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw an incredible hand between some of the middling stacks where Eric Wasserson was squeezing out of the big blind with a bluff against a small blind flat from Bellarmino. They end up at a flop with like 100 million in the pot. I mean, hands that do not need to tangle are tangling right now, and everyone's really just putting up a great fight.
I'm going to put you on the spot. Out of these 5, who stood out to you? Who's taken this one down from what you've seen so far?
I mean, I do have to give credit to Bernhard. Like, he's playing at a very high level. You can tell that he's thinking through spots deeply and executing really well. He doesn't seem phased by the moment. He doesn't seem shaken you know, by the stakes and the situation. So I do think that he's still the runaway favorite.
So this sounds like the byproduct of years and years and years of him putting in the work behind the scenes, you know, and then just being able to come for a final table like this and executing at the highest level.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Brilliant.
players seem afraid of him, and he's just here to win it.
Fantastic. Let's throw it down to Jeff. 5 left.
Welcome back to the Atlantis, back to WSOP Paradise, and back to our super main event final table where just 5 players remain, all guaranteed $2.35 million, playing for 10 mil up top. Blinds going up once again, 4 million, 8 million, with an 8 million big blind ante. Let's get the cards back in the air.
There are your chip counts. I tell you what, Kevin, is getting pretty shallow out there. Shortest stack, 23 bigs. Chip leader, 53. This is anyone's tournament. Anyone can take this down. Even those short stacks that are currently towards the bottom of the chip counts, you know, those are doubles through J&T or Bernard Binder, then, you know, he's practically chip lead, or at least tied for the chip lead. What a spot.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players willing to take flops from basically every position, a lot of like 3-bet pots that you wouldn't normally expect, flat calls you wouldn't expect, and I think that's because the average was quite deep and, you know, the structure was so good in the late stages of this tournament, so let's see if that starts to slow down after that big blind level increase.
How much you break?
10 seconds. 190.
J&T, you've got 10 high. Why are you asking the guy how much he's playing?
JRT, I raised.
No, no aggression.
I raised.
So there was a raise there to 16
I
million.
don't see. I don't see.
Oh, yeah.
But this stays in the pot.
Classy from Terrence there to try to announce it before he
Yeah.
acted, but
that's
quite unnecessary. And
I tried to catch you. It's only fair.
Present.
Yeah, that's real class there from TJ.
I tried to tell you. I knew you reached for 4.
J&T didn't realize that he had opened the action.
When you asked him how much you play, I thought that's what was happening.
At least he didn't go all in.
You don't know what I had.
Yeah.
It would have been a much bigger predicament, yeah.
Yeah, imagine if J&T just rips there.
he's got his open jamming range, and TJ's just got King Jack.
Yeah.
And he didn't see none of the gun opener.
I've seen it happen before. You remember Nacho on this island?
Wow.
Did he?
Yeah.
Last year?
No. Different event. He didn't realize that there was an early position open.
Oh.
He just like basically opens to 20 bigs from the small, putting the big blind all in, and the guy that opened had like 50 big blinds, and then Nacho had to fold to the jam.
I was having this conversation last night at dinner. Like, I think a lot of fans think about the pressure under the bright lights, and they think about, the way that impacts people is they end up being too scared to play a big pot or like too scared to run a bluff. What I've seen most often is you just miss stuff. You just see the blinds wrong, you see the button wrong, you act out a turn by mistake, like just basic mistakes that you would never make, you end up making.
I have to ask, like, if J&T wins this, does he just get inducted into Poker Hall of Fame? I mean, #1 on France's all-time money list.
Yeah.
You see that tweet that Jason Kuhn put out the other day about J&T?
No.
Just last night. It's just, you know, he shows up to all of the Tritons, all of the high roller stuff during the summer, all of the high roller stuff in Europe, battles with the best, week in, week out, year round.
Yeah.
The guy's just a beast. He's missed the main event. I mean, on 2 occasions, he's come second in a Triton main. Here he is, 5 left in one of the biggest tournaments in the history of the game. It's just unreal.
He is ridiculous.
Everyone currently guaranteed 2.25 million for their efforts. Sorry, 2.3 million on a 600 and $50,000 ladder. And then from there, $1 million ladder from 4th to 3rd, $2 million ladder from 3rd to 2nd. And then we're going to be having ourselves a $4 million heads-up match.
JNT's looking to raise these deuces in the hijack. D'Souza unlikely to want to get involved with this one. You can see Wasserson folding queen 10 suited, but look at Terrence Reed. Pocket jacks in the small blind, a clear 3-betting opportunity. Question is how much?
We go for the induce here, Kev.
I do think the hand is good enough to, and especially against JNT, I think that this is
All in.
the kind of play that gets you paid when you have jacks. I think the big shove here makes it a lot harder for him to get paid by worse.
JNT asking for a count, but surely never calling.
I mean, the nice thing about shoving is a hand like king-queen suited will fold, which would take a flop in position. Even ace-queen offsuit might fold, which would take a flop in position against smaller 3-bet. But there's just so many other hands that JNT is going to be raising. I would have liked to see an induce.
Well, 25,000 people watching over on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel. Massive shout out to each and every one of you for joining us. Let us know who you're rooting for, who you're rooting against, and whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. Playing down to a champion today, 10 million going to one of these final 5. It's been a, what has it been, 14 days here? We've been here. Flashbacks to Ibinger taking down the first event we covered. What was that? The 75K PLO. God, that feels like 2 years ago.
Let's see if Bernhard wants to get after Reed with a 3-bet bluff. Ace-5 offsuit, the kind of hand that does a lot of 3-bet bluffing at final tables when the pressure's on. Not a mandatory play in general. He does fold. Not going to see JNT pass on king-jack suited. Question is whether he's calling or 3-betting. Those blues are 3-betting chips.
JNT going to try and piece Reed up.
Oh, that's a chunky 3-bet.
83 million.
83 million.
83?
83.
Nothing Reed can do.
This is what makes JNT so tough to play against.
You really do have to be ready to play the big pot against the police.
He's always rocking the police cap as well, isn't he? You love to see it.
He's got a few different versions of it. Security, police,
FBI.
He had the. I haven't seen the FBI one in a while.
I haven't seen it since I want to say Triton, London, where he came second to Tim Adams. Lee Jones, or Leah Jones saying, can we get a shout out for Alice, one of the OG dealers on tour? Get a shout out for all of the dealers here the last 2 weeks. All of the floor staff, the TDs, the Share Hands production crew, everyone involved. has pulled off this level of production. It's been fun.
Bellarmino with a close one here once JNT gets involved in the pot. He could step aside and let the two chip leaders tangle, but he's going to take his price with 10-9.
He's going to flop best on the 9-5-5. See how Binder feels about this board texture.
Yeah, we've seen a fair bit of caution from Bernhard today. This is consistent with the way he's played boards that might get check raised. Just a lot of check back and control the pot with medium strength hands. What's JNT thinking about here with the ace of clubs in his hand? I thought maybe a bluff out of the small blind was coming.
Yeah, it felt like he considered it for a second there.
And I wouldn't hate it. I mean, his hand's not strong enough to face aggression if he checks, and either Bellarmino or Binder was to bet, so it makes sense to think about a lead and then maybe even gets a bluff on club rivers or 10 river. But this is all D'Souza.
Staring J&T down there for a split second. See what size he comes with. I mean, anything more than third pot, Kevin, it feels like he's unlikely to get paid.
28 million.
Pretty quick bet as well, half pot.
Yeah, it's sizable three ways to ask for half pot. I wouldn't even have minded a smaller size to try to represent like a rivered flush, going for thin value. Ace high has no obligation to bluff catch in spots like this. I think that... Oh, JNT's going to look him up, though. Just ace high. You know, we've seen a few of these river calls from JNT today. Really trying to keep these players in check. Made an ace high call against Bernhard as well that didn't work out, but he's sticking to this plan.
28, no?
I mean, that's
a
a sizable pot.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just one sec. Vous avez deux oranges là, dans cette pile.
Dans cette pile-là, j'ai deux oranges.
Ouais.
Ah, ouais, les couilles.
It's a 112 million
can you-
chip
can you
pot.
help him?
Yeah. I couldn't see that.
Well, since returning from break, the two shorter stacks, Bellarmino, D'Souza, and Terence Reid have both chipped up. D'Souza now playing around 30 bigs. TJ at around 35. Tell you what, Kev, this really is anyone's game. Anyone's tournament to win.
It really is.
16 million.
I thought with the way Chip started today that we were going to have a runaway JNT show. But, you know, he lost his first all-in. Wasserson going to take this one down. Fearless out of the big blind with a pocket pair. Yeah, I mean, there was a pre-flop all in that if it went JNT's way, we've just got a totally different dynamic.
Yeah.
A few of the shorter stacks doubling up. That was Was not long ago.
Yeah, all eyes on Wasp right now as the shorter stack.
And we had TJ Reid all in at risk against Binder. Ace-8 against Ace-Queen just makes trip eights.
Of course.
So chip leader's not able to hold their all-ins. We've got a match on our hands.
Saw a really awesome tweet from Tiffany Michelle that Poker.org reposted about TJ and his journey up until now. Just had to go through some extreme personal adversity with his father's passing just 25 days ago.
Wow.
Tiffany summarized it to perfection, that this run here, just a result of decades on the sidelines, him studying the game, covering it, writing it, respecting it, and time again having to sacrifice his desire to play just so he can put out his poker media work and responsibilities first. She summarized it with, let's get one for the good guys today. Ah, the poker dream, my man.
Nice.
You're seeing it right here, right now for this man. 2.35 million locked up. Would be our, I mean, regardless of where TJ comes, it would be, it already is the feel-good story of 2025.
You love hearing stories like that. Easy to forget how many people work in this industry, how many people have dedicated a career to it.
Yeah. I think the really cool thing is, you know, for years he's been the one interviewing players on their victories, you know, on their deep runs.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's in the spot himself. Passes up on this spot here is Bellarmino de Souza. Second shortest stack out the table. Opening from the cutoff. Total live cashes of just 420,000. His best live cash prior to this run was just 52K.
No way.
2 buy-ins to this tournament. With this cash alone, he's more than, well, almost 6 times his total live earnings. If he wins here today, he goes #1 on Brazil's all-time money list, overtaking
wow,
Zivalevsky.
Yeah, we were talking about that during the Triton series last week, how the Brazilian players have mostly made their mark online. A lot of big numbers haven't quite been accumulated in the high roller scene by some very talented players. That's crazy. So nobody has 8 figures in Brazil.
Yeah.
You can just win it all in this tournament.
Eric with the rejam spot. He's not going to get any action behind. They're pretty tied down there, you know, those 3. Wsop, De Souza, TJ. Binder's got a slight lead, but you know, a 3-bet pot doesn't go his way. Even if a single raise pot doesn't go his way, he drops back down to second. If you had to guess, when do you think JNT's first recorded cash was?
Yeah, 20.
That is 20.
No, you opened from your 20 stack.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm saying it's not.
Should
not
be
20.
17.
It's not
just
20.
someone who wasn't
From
as
last
familiar
hand. Yeah. Because of last hand.
Okay.
with him from a long time ago, but I haven't seen him on the stage for that long personally. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if it was only 5-6 years ago.
Yes, solid guess. You're off by like 12 years.
Thank you.
But I know what you mean, like, because I'm the same. Until he rocked up and just started final tabling Triton mains.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, obviously, this man's been playing poker for a long time, so it makes sense that he would have a cash somewhere, maybe on a stage I didn't witness.
Yeah.
From way back.
It came 14th of Feb 2008, €500 buy-in in Paris.
When did Hendon start tracking? Like, are there any recorded tournaments from before 2003, 2004?
Yeah, yeah. I
It
mean,
goes way back.
We had Dean Eggs on the table the other day, right? When we were doing a bit of a guessing game for his earlier stuff. But I think Daniels was like 1997, 1998.
Oh, wow. Reed passing on the ace-5 offsuit, I think he could start opening hands like that since the stacks have started to consolidate more. You know, it wasn't long ago that he was under a lot of pressure from Bernhard to his left, but he's now got a stack that can really threaten. And I think that opens up his options a little bit more in terms of just playing pots. He does probably have the hardest seat in this tournament to play. Reed, with Bernhard to his left, JNT2 to his left.
Yeah, opening into
so
his big blind.
His button, his best position is into the two toughest players with the two biggest stacks.
Yeah.
Like, this is not a great seat draw to have to navigate.
See if Binder pips the king 4. Yeah, here we go. Upstairs we go. Out to the blinds. Wsop with a real decision here. Out of the small, sub 30.
Yeah, this is a very valuable stack to be thinking about 3-bet jamming, but I think 3-betting is quite reasonable. It's a tempting kind of hand to just be like all in and done with it, but I just think against hijack at this stage of the tournament, you don't want to be all in with hardly anything for 30 big blinds, or just shy of 30 big blinds. I like this, but you know, the price is a little bit cheap, and Bernhard has been willing to tangle in these spots. King 4 suited feels like the only option to continue is a click back, like a 4-bet bluff of some kind. Look at that, he's just peeling.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gents. Binder peeling one off in position. 10-5-5 rainbow. No diamond in sight.
I mean, if Bernhard continues this hand on this board, he's just not folding anything. This is as bad as you can flop.
Yeah, but Kevin, he blocks 5-4 of diamonds.
I'll be honest, that thought did cross my mind before you said it, and the fact that that happened makes me worry that there's something wrong with my brain. Like, the fact that I'm even looking for that, what are we doing?
I know, man. What has poker become? What happened to the good old days, you know, during a Wsop main event, you just have someone with piles and piles of chips. Didn't matter what cards they had, they'd just stare you down and they'd be like, you know what, you don't have it.
Yep. Every hand was just like, well, you see bet, and then you keep the pressure on. And then someone raises, you stare him down, talk to him for 2 minutes. I don't think you got it, buddy.
Reminds me of this clip that Maria Ho posted recently of her and Alan Keating from like way back. I think it was Alan's first ever main event. He was like 21 years old.
Okay.
And they just both got into this like clicking war in the main. I want to say day 4, day 5.
As you do.
King Jack O against Ace Queen O. Just like all the money's gone in, you know. It's just, yeah, the good old days. Where is Maria when we need her? Would love to have her in the booth.
Yeah.
What else are some of your favorite WSOP stories? Get them in the chat. I'm curious to hear maybe some that I've missed or forgotten about. There's 29,000 of you watching, so I'm sure there's some great stories out there that you guys could share. What's one of yours, Kev?
Favorite World Series moments?
Yeah.
I mean, as you were talking about the mountain of chips, I was just flashing back to the Jamie Gold run, obviously.
I was literally just thinking that.
I mean, that was one of the most entertaining tournaments I've ever seen, if not the most entertaining tournament I've ever seen.
Jamie Gold. What a run. Got Larry saying, I can dodge bullets, baby. Yeah, some classic Helmuth moments, of course, over the years. The idiot from Northern Europe. Fantastic.
That's a good one. Wow, Yaki versus Arya in triple draw.
Oh man,
that's just pure pain.
Yeah, what is it? Snowing outside? Yeah. Got a check raise here from Binder. Felt like he was always destined to win this hand.
Yeah,
this
it might not
off.
look like it, given that D'Souza has 61%, but between these two hands, 5-4 just so much more likely to win the pot. Gut shot. Very good check raising hand from Bernhard. Designed exactly to clear out hands like Queen Jack.
Rory Holder saying anything with Mike Mathesal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Root saying, I 3-bet jammed on day 6 against Galfond and he tanked for literally 13 minutes before shoving over the top. Well, hang on, that story doesn't check out. How does he shove over the top if you've already jammed?
You think you caught him in his lie?
The Royal over quads. Yeah, that one. I remember when I first got into poker and seeing that, and I just thought that was staged, but that was a legit hand from the World Series.
I remember, was that not... Oh, it was like... There was a sports ticker that someone captured during that hand, and I'm sure someone remembers this moment and they can fill in the details for me, but like that hand was happening and then the sports ticker was rolling below and there was some like baseball reference to what was happening in the hand. It was like a real simulation moment. I'm sure that hopefully someone can... I'm going to get the details wrong if I try to...
No, chat will help us out.
Yeah.
How much we know. What about the I don't do handshakes people? That was against Joe McKean, right?
Oh.
You remember that? There's set over set on like a 6-3 deuce board and like queens had opened. He had flatted out of the small blind. Joe McKean completes big blind. It just comes 6-3 deuce.
48.
And McKeon's got pocket sixes, and then this other guy, I can't remember his name, who said I don't do handshakes, just had pocket threes.
Was facing 3-bet here. Looks like he wants to do something. His hand's not mandatory. Feels like it could fold. Yeah. We see that Binder had ace-8 suited.
I really wanted to go all in there. I'm pretty sure he had nothing.
What's that?
Pretty sure he had nothing there. But whatever.
It's a good read.
Risky, pretty sure.
Pretty sure. Been wrong before. I've been very wrong before.
I was wrong before, but I still got the double. You can always win.
It's true too.
Oh yeah, chat found what I was referring to.
Go on.
There was like a, if you capture the showdown of the Royal against quads, you see in the sports ticker below the Oakland A's playing against the Kansas City Royals.
Okay.
So there's like a baseball team matchup on screen.
Wow.
A's.
Yeah.
AA's
versus
Royals.
We're living in a sim, man.
Yeah.
Come on. Oh, dude, how do we forget this? Matt Affleck versus Duhamel. Aces against jacks. And then Duhamel just goes on to win it.
What?
That's got to be like one of the sickest beats
I didn't want to over dramatize. Well, it was hard to over dramatize the two-outer, back-to-back two-outer that Faraz was eliminated on in 13th yesterday.
Yeah, of
right.
course.
Set of 10s versus set of 9s. But that was like what I got a flashback to in that moment.
Yeah.
Was Aflac. That's just.
I think
I mean, you just get these spots once in your life, and you just get two-outed for all of it.
No, I agree. I mean, I think Faraz's one is certainly on par with that. I mean, look, we're talking 10 million up top. What was it, 13 left?
Yeah.
That he got busted in?
I mean, he was.
It was all in pre.
It's a little different because he was all in pre as the underdog.
Sure.
So I'm sure it just feels different. But it was a two-outer on the river nonetheless.
10 seconds.
Bellarmino's thinking about this 10-9 suited. I think he can just fold. But you can just see how much these guys want to win pots against the chip leader. It's a real sign that, you know, everyone feels within striking distance of winning this tournament, and everyone's just like, I really do not. I don't want to let this guy get away with even a single steal of the blinds.
I must say, when we were off air just before coming in, we were discussing, you know, the table up until now and even on the break desk, I was expecting to see a lot more flops than we have been for the last 20 minutes. It feels like everyone's kind of now come back from break with a slightly different approach to, and I guess that's a byproduct of just how even the stacks are between these five. You know, one slip up and you're out the door. It's not like there's a runaway chip leader with a couple of short stacks. This is anyone's game right now.
And the shorter average stack as well just makes it so, like, if you call a 3-bet right now.
What did you say? 20. You said 20? Okay, just making sure. 20. Good.
Could be dangerous for Bellarmino.
I mean, against 2.5x.
It's what J&T's been doing kind of every time. Like 2.5x probably doesn't ring any alarm bells. An ace-10 feels close.
Wow.
Gets away from
good
potential
discipline.
Disaster there.
Good discipline, my man. It felt like the Souza's just out of here.
I do think Terrence could consider defending there, but again, disaster averted.
Life of Spencer saying, Henry, when are we climbing Kilimanjaro? Well, if Kevin joins and if we get 200 people to confirm from the viewers around the world, we'll climb Kilimanjaro next October.
Oh boy.
Good time. It gives everyone a bit of time to train, get mentally prepared. And we could host like a poker tournament, you know, on top of the mountain.
Could we?
180-man sit and go. We'll make it like a hyper turbo, just so nobody freezes to death.
I think so.
You're not only going to
new meaning to high stakes poker, baby.
Kilimanjaro.
Okay.
I won't even get into the logistics.
I was doing stupid things.
It's just poker chips are heavy, you know? Like you're going to bring.
It's a whole new meaning. No, we just use 16? Snow.
16 million.
Oh, of course. Why didn't I think of that?
Oh, no. Surely this is going in. The Souza rewarded for not taking the ace-10 spot.
I think there's a small chance that Reed flats, but I wouldn't blame him at all for 3-bet committing.
43?
It's just that he doesn't want Binder to get into the pot behind. I understand. And you're just like, oh, well, if I face a 4-bet shove, my hand's good enough to get it in.
Ah oui.
So 170, is that right? Yeah, we count this, yeah.
Put that together pretty quick.
Yeah, I must say, De Souza's decision-making from what we've seen. Like that half pot on the river with the full house just a couple of, you know, orbits ago.
Exactly.
You can see he's only got one time bank back. There were a few spots earlier. We saw him burning them, so I think it's intentional. You know, he's deliberately playing fast right now. I don't know how much Terrence can read into that. It did feel like a confident jam, but how do you get away from this big of a hand?
Fold.
Wow. That was a sick fold. Reading the situation to perfection. Cost himself 43 million, but quite the discount versus the full 160 mil. Is that a B for Brazil?
That's it. Thank you.
B for Bellarmino. That is a really impressive fold still. So easy to just write that off as like, oh, well, the plan was to 3-bet and call it off.
How much?
Obviously, everyone else saying easy fold. Obviously.
Obviously. Ace-jack suited against a cutoff raise. Why would you ever put 20 big blinds in?
I want to see if any of these guys can go to the top of the 2025 money list with a win here. For Wsop, it would be close. He's already cashed for 3.6 million this year.
Yeah, I was thinking check in on Wsop because
I think
of those two
JNT.
invitational scores.
I think JNT's the man we got to check in on. JNT's only cashed for 1.4 million this year. So yeah, it's all on Wsop.
Did you check Bernhard?
Bernhard's only got
Yeah,
328K in total live earnings.
Wow.
Best live cash of $64,000.
I think you're hearing someone listening to
Gotcha, okay. I thought I was hearing him live in the
I mean,
back.
that's possible. Is it back there?
I don't know where it is.
Yeah, I don't
It
know.
just sounded like it was echoing in the back.
We definitely heard him somewhere.
Can't get away from it.
No.
JNT raises it up against the limp of Bernhard Binder, and he's going to win this pot after flopping top 2.
Yeah, he's going to retake the chip lead.
20.
Create a little bit of a separation. Only a 5 big blind difference between first and second. Could be more if Binder does something crazy. You're just hard sticking with the North American pronunciation of the Austrian name, right? You're going with Binder.
No, he's informed us.
He has?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, guess I'm an idiot.
Did you leave? You just left the group text.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't get the memo. Okay, my bad. Thanks for not correcting me for the last hour, though. By the way.
Well, I mean, it was kind of, you know, it was a subtle effort.
Thank you, mate.
Just committing to saying it myself. It's okay.
JNT.
We'll get this figured out one of these days.
26%. Sorry, 28%. The chips in play.
Yeah, put them in front. Thank you.
He's got 50 bigs as the chip leader. Those of you just joining us, everyone currently guaranteed $2,350,000 for their efforts on a 650K ladder between 4th and 5th.
There's 16 million. 10 seconds.
Wow. This is a very loose defend out of the big blind for Bellarmino. Again, an indication of just the desire to fight for chips and try to put himself in a position to be the chip leader of the tournament. I mean, I know it's a button range. You're obviously getting a good price in the big blind, but there is a lot of pressure right now. Can't stack off as wide. Can't face as much heat out of position. And obviously nothing to do on ace 8-3 rainbow.
Who did you have in the booth with you and Ali earlier? I know Cabral was in for a bit. Do you have anyone else join you?
No, that was all.
Just Martin?
Am I mistaken? Or did I just forget what happened today? Well, I came in during that frame, so Martin and I joined at the same time. But I know Ali and Randy were here to start the show.
Yeah, we've had some amazing guests the last couple of days. Aspen, Faraz, Ryan DePaulo, Jonathan Jaffe, Martin. Who else? I feel like there's someone I'm missing.
23.
Oh, and Scott Bounstein.
Yes, that's right. What's coming with the near 3x out the big? Here we go. Could potentially see a collision here. They've been playing snug since we got back.
Ace-9 suited very strong in this line. I like the limp call. It'd be a little bit thin to raise and get it in.
Was likely to lose some chips here, Kev. Ace high board. Do you expect to see him continue at a high frequency here?
Wsop's style has been upfront aggressive from what we've seen today. I think c-betting on a texture this dry is just his default mode. We'll kind of figure things out from there. So I do think this is kind of a natural check call. I wouldn't call check raising too thin from D'Souza, because this is just an incredible board for his hand. And you can even get value from like middle pocket pairs, maybe some pre-flop bluff that hit a pair of 6s or a pair of 3s. I think this is pretty nice, especially because D'Souza probably doesn't expect Wsop to just blast 3 streets on any random turn card. He's going to need to get like a 10, Jack, Queen, King to be blasting, and those cards are, well, not that great for Ace-9. So why not just get value now?
Wsop lets it go. D'Souza back up to 30 bigs.
Ace-9, good.
Shows the 9 of clubs.
Nice read, Wsop.
Maybe no, maybe just nothing. 7-9. Maybe 7-9.
What's the highlight of this WSOP Paradise stop been for you? Out of all of the final tables we've covered. Bracelets we've awarded.
Well, the final table's coming from the Triton collaboration events, obviously. I remember one of my favorites was the extended heads-up match between the 2 Brazilians battling for the, was that the 150K?
That was, yeah, Jao.
Trophy and bracelet that Samao took down. Because that was just, I mean, I'm looking forward to the $4 million heads-up match we have coming in this one, but that one was the best for me in terms of a one-on-one battle.
JNT is going to create a little bit of separation here.
10.
We'll take this one down. Back up northbound of 400 million. What a grind it's been for these 5. 5 days of battling. Yesterday being the most intense, obviously. Came back with 24 players. Grinded our way down to the official final table of 8. Bust out so far today, saw Franco Spitale of Argentina bust out first. 1.1 million is Ace-Jack running into Wsop's Queens. That was Peter Chen's turn to head to the cash desk, 7th for 1.4 million. Followed by Natasha Mercier out in 6th. What happened with Natasha? That was just before I jumped in the booth.
Yeah, she was pretty short for the majority of the final table and just got it in pre-flop in a spot that she absolutely had to. My memory is read open button with ace-jack off of like 15 bigs. She was covering in the big blind with ace-8 off. 3-bet jammed and Reed made the call. No improvement, and then she busted shortly after off of like 3 big blinds.
Raise to 16 million.
Okay. It's been a little while.
Mystery hand.
10 seconds.
Flat from the small. See if J&T is going to make this a 3-way affair.
We've seen some pretty interesting multi-way spots already with those two in the blinds.
Man, Woss and Reed are just loving this 3-way battle. About this for a flop.
Check.
Gut shot and diamond draw for De Souza.
This a very similar texture to the spot where Binder had kings and nines and JNT had queen jack making a straight. How about Jack 10 making a straight?
Yeah, and how about JNT turning 2 pair? And we've still got the mystery hand of Binder
How
as
does
well.
Bernhard have relevant cards when these are dealt out between JNT and De Souza?
I mean, what's he got? King, queen of clubs? Pocket nines?
It's a pretty good board for the small blind flatting range. I mean, I guess Binder could have ace-high diamonds. Like, he would flat some, you know, ace.
Whoa.
7 of... How did...
Whoa!
I'm sorry?
Are you kidding me? Hang on. Did JNT know he had 2 pair?
I have to think no. I mean, how could he? He just snap-folded the turn. We've seen him calling ace-high.
I'm sorry, I just don't think JNT knew that he had 2 pair.
I don't think so either.
I've never seen JNT fold.
Oh my god, he would have rivered a full house.
I've never seen JNT fold 2 pair in my life. I've been calling the action on this guy for the last 3 years. I can't believe what just happened.
There's no way.
There is no way JNT knew that he had Queen Deuce of Hearts.
I mean, so Bernhard bets turn big. De Souza sets the trap in position. Board pairs. Now you have to worry about pocket nines. King, queen. We know one of the queens is dead.
Yeah, so it only leaves King, Queen of Diamonds? Wow. Bernhard's just gone for it all.
He's putting them in.
Going for the jugular.
Is there a world where they're chopping? I mean, would Binder have Jack 10 of spades? De Souza's got 1 time
He's
bank.
got 1 time bank, dude, to make a decision for his tournament life. Turned the nuts. River board pair. So we lose to deuces, nines, king, queen of diamonds. J&T folded queen deuce. You think king, queen O's in there as well?
King, queen, O, yeah. So give a couple more combos, but still. And what's the pure bluff? I mean, he's got the jack and 10 of diamonds, so we know he doesn't have like some miss jack high flush draw. Is he barreling through ace 5 of diamonds? 10-8 of spades somehow?
This is easily.
I don't believe I go through there. Oh my god.
5, 4. 1.
Wow.
Oh, we had the same. He had the same hand.
I don't believe. Maybe I'm coach mistake.
Did you just hear what JNT said?
No, what did he say?
JNT said I had the queen. Didn't know
He didn't
that
know
he
he
had
had the
top and
deuce.
bottom.
Oh
Just
my
said I had
God.
the queen.
Yeah.
Listen,
Big fold.
I don't know
I can't
if
tell.
JNT gets to see a river if he flats. Because it went binder 37, JNT flats there with the queen deuce.
They might just get it in.
Maybe
Yeah.
De Souza comes over the top.
That's a
Maybe.
good point. With as the third player into the hand, he's much less likely to trap.
But JNT literally just said, I had the queen. He didn't say he had 2 pair. He must have thought he had like queen 3 of hearts,
Yeah.
queen 4, or just didn't realize that there was a deuce on the flop. Oh, my word, that
How
might be
does-
one of the most costly misclicks.
How does Binder take down that pot?
No, no.
He was chopping.
Raise 16 million.
JNT had the winner. Everything needed to go his way for him to win the full pot there.
Go.
That's one of the craziest hands I've ever been in the booth, or I think the viewers could agree as well. The live misclick leading to, yeah, Binder just winning the pot.
I don't know how that just happened.
De Souza's now sub 20 bigs. Wow. Let's just take a moment to kind of digest what just happened. $10 million up top in this one.
I don't think I have the bandwidth to break down this one, Henry. I'm just gonna let Bellarmino do this one on his own.
Yeah, coming with the 25% probe on the turn. Must know that he's going to have to follow through on a lot of non-diamond rivers. I think Reed's going to have, you know, a lot of ace-high, king-high combos with a high diamond. Look at this, TJ digging in deep with the ace-queen. 66 in the middle. Breaks out.
Let's see if De Souza can find the follow-through. Not having a diamond is actually kind of nice to continue bluffing because you expect TJ to peel turn, fold river with a lot of like single diamond combos.
Is he going small, small? This is really cute.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of this. This is he's giving himself an incredible price on a bluff. Let's see if Reed can pick this off, by the way.
I mean, he's giving TJ an incredible price to make a hero call.
Yeah, 5 to 1 needs to be good. What, 17% of the time? It's like how many 4x, 5x with a diamond? Wow. Man, what on earth is going on at this FT?
Can I win more time banks? No?
Done. No,
No, done, yeah. Okay.
Unless they let you buy mine, then I'll put a price on it. How much you pay for one?
No, no, thank you.
50,000.
You have at least 2.3 million. You can't buy one?
You think Doug Polk's going to make a video about that hand?
I hope so.
Raise 16 million.
Man, whatever the result from here on out is,
10 seconds.
it's just the most insane butterfly effect.
Yeah.
JNT not knowing.
Yeah, I mean, the swing is all for JNT, right? And we don't know if he would have been able to see the river had he called. But the swing for Bernhard versus Bellarmino is just Bernhard picks up the dead money instead of chopping it up. So, you know, big situation.
Well,
but the reality is JNT could have just won all the chips.
That's what I'm saying.
Like if he just doesn't fold the turn to a bunch of action there, which he absolutely is capable of just ending up all in there,
yeah,
then he just wins the tournament on that river.
What an absurd hand of poker. I don't think you'll ever see anything quite like it, at least not when there's this much money on the line. And yo, by the way, his fold was a correct fold as well. It's worth mentioning, like, you know, his 2-pair was no good.
I believe the raise announce was 20. Or is the dealer saying 16?
Yes, it's a raise. It's okay. I was thinking.
Wait, hang on, what's happened?
I believe raise was announced. Graphic is mistaken at the moment. Raise was announced. JNT threw out 3 oranges, so it's going to be 16.
Okay, here we go. Heads up to a flop. King high in texture. Great news for the Reed fans. JNT's going to fire out a barrel. How much? 30 million. 30 mil into 44. If I'm not mistaken, if he raised to 16 pre. 2/3 pot. Apologies for the graphics. There is a flop that's already been dealt. Oh, man.
Wow. I mean, JNT just going to win this on the turn, right? Worst card in the deck for Terrence. Overcard completing the front door flush. King, queen, 8, ace with 3 spades, the complete board at the moment. So Terrence with just second pair, no redraw. Facing a turn barrel, but it wasn't that big. Yeah, he does get away from it. JNT just pulling that turn card out of nowhere. Dusty ace high becomes the winner.
That card killed me or saved me.
Well, here we go. This is how things stand. It was practically tied 5-handed about 30 minutes ago. And we had that absurd hand between Binder and De Souza. Couple of pots not going TJ's way. He's now bottom of the chip counts. 17 big blinds and a dream. Was currently in 4th with 22 bigs. De Souza with 26, and then a massive jump up to JNT, who's on 56 big blinds. Bernard's in a great spot now, Kev, to potentially run away with this. If he can just keep the pressure on those middling stacks, De Souza and Was, until something happens to Reed, whether he doubles or busts out. A lot of ICM right now.
Yeah, Binder's done well to take advantage of that pressure, even though his lead wasn't that big before the big Jack-10 versus Jack-10 hand. Now in a great position to extend. His biggest challenge really is having JNT to his direct left. but that hasn't proved problematic today.
Send us your tweets. Those of you that are on Twitter, at WSOP. Let us know what you're enjoying, who you're rooting for. Hell, send us a picture of your setup. Hopefully you got us on the big screen. Or maybe you got, was it a little Thursday night online session going with the stream up on the side. Whatever it is, wherever you are, hope you're enjoying the show. Oh, Bernard, Kings, blind v blind against JNT. See what he comes with.
Yeah, it's interesting, big stack versus big stack. You normally see the small blind start with almost only limps, but I wonder if just exploitatively with pocket kings, out of position against JNT, Binder just going to try and build a big pot right now. He only made it 26 million.
This could be huge.
Just over 3x.
This could be huge. Oh, fortunately, there's an ace out there. Had this come queen high, could have been good night JNT. 60 million in the middle.
26.
26 million.
JNT aggressive as advertised. This kind of middling strength hand wouldn't normally want to play a big pot, but sometimes this kind of play leads to, you know, pair of kings feeling uncomfortable about how much money's going in. Clear call on the flop for now. See how JNT rates his hand on the turn.
Yeah, you're telling me that this man was folding two pair. Not in a million years. May have even got it in.
This is where it's important for Bernhard not to get too caught up in the story of kings having bad blockers and having low equity when behind, because you can see JNT's just willing to bet again here with worse for value. Take your price. Hope for the clean river. Bernhard makes the call.
There is the clean river. And this is the runaway train we were talking about. Bernard up to 600 million, JNT down to 345. And that is a huge chip lead. That really changes things here. JNT dropping down to 40 bigs. Binder up to nearly 80. Got a funny feeling, Kev, we're about to see everyone else in the hurt locker in Poker Hospital. Can't do much right now when this guy's got this kind of chip lead.
Wasa's generally been willing to open these hands, even with chip leaders behind. And let's take a first look at how Binder's going to operate with that extended chip lead. He passes the queen-8 suited. Nothing outlandish yet, but I thought maybe this is the spot where he starts to just peel in position and try to hurt people later.
Yeah, it felt like he might peel one off there. As played, Queen 8 hits the mark. De Souza in the big blind covering stack. Excuse me?
Wow.
Wow, power poker.
Bellarmino just attacking a spot. No resistance from Wsop. Not that it's necessary with King-Jack offsuit. That big blind 3-bet bluff. Very on-trend play. Always nice to be able to pick that up with minimal risk.
Danny Negreanu just tweeting out that he just witnessed a hand so bonkers, you have to see it to believe it. D-Negs, get off stream, mate. Come and join us in the booth. We'll give you a front row seat. We'd love to have you, wherever you are watching from. If you are still on the island, of course.
Wow. JNT right back at it. And this 3-bet's not big enough to shake pocket sevens. We're going to be taking a flop with 100 million in the middle.
Mac, this could be an absurd implosion here. Although it's looking likely that JNT finds a way to win this one. If you can find a healthy C-bet.
Yeah, I think even like 1/3 pot is really rough for pocket sevens, no spade. JNT second guessing the bet, and he just checks it back. Window of opportunity for Binder.
I mean, this really would be the runaway train. In a spot where it felt like JNT was destined to win this one. Get back up to 400 million.
He'll certainly start bluffing now. It's just as uncomfortable with 2 sevens. The 5's a great turn card, obviously. But does Bernhard expect to be ahead of like ace high, pocket sixes? It feels like you're putting in money just drawing dead.
Wow. There we go. Big old sigh from JNT. Chat, everyone tweet at Daniel Negreanu right now. Okay?
Next time.
Tell him to get his ass in the booth.
Next time.
Next time.
You must. I need chips.
Bad news, Kev. Just found out that D-Negs is back home watching the stream on his couch. Won't be able to join us in the booth.
That is bad news.
Good news for Reed fans. Got a couple of Cowboys here. These guys have gotten real short. Just 45 minutes ago, both Wsop and TJ were playing around 240 million each.
22.
22 million?
Happens quick. It's 20 million a round, 5-handed.
Fold. Fold.
2,350,000 locked up. How do you stay focused, Kevin? How do you just...
One hand at a time.
Yeah. How do you just forget about the fact that there's still an $8 million difference, near $8 million difference between you and first?
That Queen-8 fold indicative of how Terrence is approaching his seat. I mentioned already he's got the toughest draw. Bernhard and JNT to his left. I think that hand was just slightly good enough to limp, still fold to a raise. But you understand, just feeling handcuffed. So if you need to get dealt good cards, basically, to compete.
And what do you do here? I mean, there's 650K difference between 5th and 4th. And you and Wsop are both tied, you know,
16.
on 15 big blinds apiece.
Yeah, you just hope the other guy goes home before you.
The thing I'm scared of is, you know, I don't want to blind out. I don't want to get myself to a point where, okay, maybe I do get one ladder, but then I'm almost certain to not win the tournament kind of thing.
Yep. It takes a little of everything. I mean, you're going to have to, at some point, fight back against the chip leader. You're going to have to, at some point, get dealt a viable hand to put your tournament at risk with. And Wsop has been on the bad end of that, too. He's getting hands that can open but can't face 3-bet.
Very true.
But I even think about, you know, Bellarmino, if last orbit, 3-betting directly against Wsop. That's, you know, a rare opportunity where he gets the chance to win chips directly from the player he's competing against to outladder. And those are those rare spots you want to look for in this setup. Usually, binder's going to be involved in the hand. It's going to be hard to take chips from the other short stacks, but if you do get dealt a spot, where it's like, oh, I can 3-bet and take chips away from you, or I can open jam into your blind and create some separation, those are the spots you're looking for.
It feels like we're going to see either Wsop or Reed all in the next half hour or so. I just don't see, I don't see how we don't, unless they just get, you know, a few 3-betting hands that get through and they chip up to that 20-25 big blind kind of territory. But right now they're both really feeling the pinch.
I like that Bernhard's not getting ahead of himself and just like playing every button, like playing every hand. He's passing on a few spots. JNT can still do real damage to him, and he hasn't been shy. Bellarmino also not shy. If JNT just limp calls, I think D'Souza's somewhat fortunate that he even gets to see a flop here. Let's see if he can improve.
Well, he doesn't improve, but he may find a way to win this one. 68 million in the middle, King 7-7. I don't know if 1-bet's going to be enough, Kev.
Yeah, and it's scary to run 3 barrels against this man. There have been showdowns of JNT calling ace high against multiple bets at this table. So I don't know that we expect to get ace high to fold here on the flop. I wouldn't even hate Bellarmino just checking back this flop and sort of saying like, well, what can I accomplish? But wow, is JNT just going to pass? A departure from earlier.
I mean, that's just awful for Wsop
Yeah.
and TJ. Like, you just don't want De Souza running JNT over in these blind v blind spots.
Yeah.
And then he's just comfortably middle of the pack. And you'll, I mean, it feels like Wsop and TJ just playing a game of chicken right now for 650,000.
Yeah, it makes the seat draw that I spoke about even worse for them.
Yeah.
They don't get the luxury of playing pots in position against JNT. Feels like we have to just pass on the 3s. Don't want to min raise a hand like this. Too deep to open jam.
Fold. Fold.
Oh boy.
Ooh. This is just going in, right? What
All
is
in.
this for? 12 bigs?
How much?
12.5 bigs once we raise calf.
109?
I think we're spinning the wheel here for Eric's tournament life.
Yeah, we expect him to have any pair. Ace Jack, Ace 10 wouldn't be unusual. Even some low suited aces would be fine. Pretty good price for the King Queen. He's in there.
Here we go. Look, good luck, gents. This is what Terence was waiting for. To see Was all in and that risk. The bad news for everyone else is Was has got the best hand right now. Watson just looking to hold with his 59% as Binder's rail.
Good luck.
Try and call in some kings, queens, diamonds. There he is, Nick Shulman on the rail. Sweating his good bud, Eric. 230 million in the middle. Queen in the window. Wow. What a flop for Binder. Top pair, second nut flush draw. Was has just 5 outs for his tournament life. Everyone else potentially looking at a $650,000 ladder. Wow, he's dead on the turn.
Good luck. Good luck. Good playing.
He's
Good
dead
luck.
on the turn. Binder up to 706 million, and we lose the one-time bracelet winner, Eric Wasson, out in 5th. He's going to head to collect $2,350,000 for a career best cash. And just like that, Kev, we are down to 4.
Really nothing Was could do there. And it's going to be tough for anyone at the remaining 4 players at this table to do anything to stop Bernhard. I mean, he's got half the chips now.
I'm big. Was, it seemed like you were put in tough spot after tough spot for the entire day. How would you sum up what your day was like?
Yeah, I think I was in some tough spots. Yeah, I mean, kind of got off to a rough start, got some momentum, and then just kind of didn't win a pot from there. But, you know, just the way it goes.
For somebody who doesn't play many tournaments, what was it like to make day 5 of 1?
Yeah, honestly, it was like a blur. It wasn't, I didn't feel like too drained. The days kind of went by quickly. I mean, it was pretty fun. You know, it's fun to win a lot of hands and go deep. So, yeah, I would just say it was fun and cool. I don't know. Yeah.
Nick was saying that, of course, you play in plenty of high-stakes, high-pressure spots in poker. Did doing it in a tournament feel any different to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot different. Like, when you're playing in cash games, usually you're playing with the same people all the time. So here it's like each situation is so different. You don't really know exactly what the other person's capable of. So you're kind of guessing, and like so many weird situations with chip stacks and whatever. It's definitely a different puzzle.
Appreciate the time. Hope we see you in more tournaments.
thank you.
All right, thanks, Ross.
Thanks.
There you go.
Thanks for the interview, Jeff, and congratulations once more to Wasson, out in 5th, $2,350,000. Everyone now guaranteed $3 million. We have a runaway chip leader. Bernard Binder has won everything there is to win online. One of the tougher players to have emerged from that Austrian delegation that are feared in the online streets, that maybe, you know, aren't as familiar with the American audience. Part of that Mario
much you win for
Mosbach,
the
Fedor
GG Millions?
Holtz crew.
1.8 something.
There we go.
You're at 3 now, look at you.
Good year.
Good year, yeah.
Was it De Souza asking him? Was that Terrence asking him how much he won for the GG Millions? 1.8 million. Career best score for
Not
Binder.
bad.
Did you know that?
Not bad at all, no.
Yeah. Locked up 3 million here.
Raise 16 million.
D'Souza now getting close with JNT and chips. He's still in third, but trying to close the distance to second. And I do feel like Bernhard has the stack now to start playing hands like this out of the small blind. JNT sticking around as well.
Here we go, a little three-way affair. Well, no collision on that flop, although maybe a path to victory for JNT with that gut shot. See how this one plays out.
That's 14 million.
Wow. He's just got 10 high, backdoor clubs.
Oh.
And he's going to take down that pot against a gutter and the king 10 of D'Souza. Just chip leader. Doing
Really,
chip leader things.
Yeah, it really feels like this is his tournament to lose now. Overwhelming chip lead. There's more than half the chips in play with 4 left. Everyone guaranteed 3 million.
Fold.
We're on $1 million ladder between 4th and 3rd.
Raise.
Here comes Binder. Pocket sixes on the button. Don't do it, JNT.
He really has been trying to win hands against Bernhard specifically. It feels like he's so much more interested in winning chips from Bernhard than anyone else at the table. Like the goal is, this is how I overtake chip lead, you know, this is how I win this tournament.
Change?
It's mostly gone Binder's way thus far.
What's the play here with sixes? Just peel one off in position?
Yeah, I think that's the only option. The price is good. You know JNT's the type who could just get it in for 40 plus bigs here with the overpair, right? So you don't have that same sort of high leverage jam situation.
Oh my word.
Wow.
Somebody call the police. 999. Maybe not. Maybe not the right audience for that joke, you know. But
yeah,
he's got the police hat on.
30,000 watching. 6 of them understood that reference.
One of them here in the room as well, producer James Dempsey. As long as he, you know, I get the nod of approval from him.
JNT checks it over. I do think that Binder can start betting for value. And I don't get the impression that if he faces a raise at some point, it's like, oh, you know, of course I have to stick around with my sixes and play a huge pot. Let's see how much trouble he gets into on turn.
120 million in the middle. And perhaps that turn card actually helping Binder out now. Some of those ace-high floats that JNT would perhaps check call with.
Yeah, I think this is a mandatory shutdown. Hope to spike your 2-outer. But very often this ace improves JNT.
Would be a disgusting way to go. It was close, I'll tell you that much.
Spades as well.
75 million.
JNT with the snap. 70% pot on the river. 6 is going to be hitting the muck.
Yeah, I mean, sure, JNT's someone who could absolutely have King Jack or King Queen here and run a bluff, but you just don't need to take a stand here with 2 6s. This is not the guy you want to be sending a massive pot.
Oh, hang on, because the 6s haven't hit the muck yet. There it goes. De Souza loves that. He's just like, yeah, go on, take chips from Binder. Go ahead, JNT.
I don't know, in a funny way, like, it hurts Bellarmino a little bit, because if Binder can somehow deplete JNT, Bellarmino ends up in a spot where he's very likely to get to heads up.
Yeah, that is very true.
He's way more at risk of finishing 3rd in this tournament with the current chip distribution. But you're almost like, when you're 3rd in chips, you're kind of rooting like, okay, Bernhard, just win all the chips in the tournament except mine, and then I'll try to make a comeback once we get down to heads up.
How much? 4.
Line's 4 million, 8 million. Got about 5 minutes or so left on the clock before we head on to break. Then we've got a 25% blind level increase. We're going up to 5 mil, 10 mil. TJ's going to feel the pinch.
As if he's not already. Down to 4-handed, 20 million every 4 hands being asked.
Nice.
Wow. Souza will welcome the walk.
That's what I mean, is I feel like JNT's almost taking it easy on the guys to his left.
Yeah.
And just saying, well, I've got position on Binder, so I'm going to try to win all the pots against you. Or it's just because he's the chip leader, because actually that Queen 9 hand was out of the small blind. Out of position in that one.
Missed the main event. JNT, absolute legend. #1 on France's all-time money list. With this cash, it's going to cross the 24 million in total live earnings.
20 million. Oh.
There we go. Little button still.
It's rough for Terrence as well, because when he's in the big blind, he's facing that larger open size from JNT, so not even feeling like he's getting the price to take flops.
No, Reed just never gets to see a flop.
He needs to just get dealt a jamming hand,
yeah,
and be all in pre.
It's insane. Like everyone else, specifically De Souza, he's seeing a lot of small blind limps from JNT. He just gets to check in position, or even, you know, we saw the hand earlier with the Queen Jack, get the Ace-9 to fold.
Yeah.
Post flop. Yeah, it's a terrible seat draw for Reed. He's really going to have to dig deep. King 4, 12 bigs. What do you think, Kev?
I think it's a play in some fashion. I don't feel like all-in has to be the play, but it is totally fine. I think limping would have been a perfectly reasonable option, but I do think that's a nice jam.
For those of you just joining us, we're down to 4 in this 25K Super Main. Everyone's guaranteed 3 million. First elimination of the day was Argentina's Franco Spitali, his Ace-Jack, out against Wsop's Pocket Queens. Then it was Peter Chen, out in 7th for 1.4 million. And Natasha Mercier Sixth place run, 1.8 million for her. As Kevin was saying, yeah, she just never really had a hand, did she? The final table, she was short most of the time. Got the money in. Still 1.8 million. Short flight home for her. And then most recently, Eric Wasserson, ace-jack, no good. Against Binder's king-queen, all in pre-flop for 13 big blinds. So, looks like we're heading into break. It's a little 10-minute break. The Austrian online phenom, Bernard Binder, with nearly half the chips in play, call it 40%. He's got 68 big blinds, J&T on 42. The Sosa's just been ducking and diving, bobbing and weaving. He's middle of the pack, 24 bigs, just kind of looking to see what Reed does. I mean, he's down to 12. Kev, I got to ask, blinds going up. You just mentioned, before this blind level increase, 20 million in orbit.
Yeah.
It's now costing you, what, 25?
Yeah.
We're coming back to 5 mil, 10 mil. It feels like Reed's got 10, 15 minutes to find the spot.
Yeah, I think you could look at it two ways for Terrence. One is, he just needs to pick up a hand and take a shot to try and get back into this thing. The other way you could look at it is D'Souza's been fighting hard.
Yeah.
And maybe you just take a back seat and hope to get that $1 million ladder. If 4 million is what it's going to be, it's what it's going to be. It's an amazing score.
Yeah. Well, 3 million locked up for these final four. You're going to be jumping out. Randy Lou's going to be stepping in. Now, it's all serious here, of course. We've got a bracelet up for grabs and 10 million. But it hasn't been all serious out there, here on Paradise Island. We've got the Mizrachi brothers playing with a very special guest. Take a look at this.
Well, today I came to get what I do in poker. I whoop people. I'm here to get whooped in basketball. So it's going to be a tough challenge. He looks like he's in great shape, Tony Parker. So I'm happy to score 1 point. That's my goal, is 1 point.
Hello, I'm the freshest in the place. Running laps with my vibe and you can't keep the pace. Head to toe while I'm dripping in style. I'm fly with $1 million smile. Cannot beat me, never could you see me. When you this fresh, everybody wanna greet me.
They did a great job. It's becoming a tradition now. We play once a year here at Atlantis in the Bahamas. And all the poker players, they always come and we always have a lot of fun. And they've been doing great. Great energy. I love it. All right, thank you. Yeah, see you next year.
I mean, I scored the most points besides Tony Parker, so I guess I'm second place. But nobody remembers second place. But they're still on my court, baby.
Oh my God!
Stay loose, play 7 dude.
Yeah, queen on the end, yeah. No, but I was saying, like, on this board.
In this board?
Like,
yeah,
yeah.
no.
No. Even if he has, like, really 2 pair.
Even like 60 million, I think he goes away, don't you think?
No, with this hand, yes. But I'm speaking about, like, in general.
Oh, any bet that's normal, he just has to go into the muck.
Yeah.
6. Thank you.
Okay, Bernhard. Time to slow down. This is fault, right? Bernhard?
Telling this man to slow down right now.
No, he has only $500 million. It's not so a big chip lead anymore. Oh, call is interesting option, actually. I was thinking about it for a while. Oh, okay, let's do that. Street flush against nut flush. Is it even possible? Technically, no. He's blocking his street flush. He's so smart, this Bernhard guy.
9 and a king on this
Okay,
board. Top 2 versus gut shot. Ace of hearts for the opener.
Hey, but it's coming. 10 of diamond on the turn. You see that? Ali, can you see that?
10 of hearts, I think, is a little spicier.
No. Can you smell the 10 of diamond on the turn? Oh, and then big dancing. Not like that. It's never coming, yeah? It would be so good.
3 of hearts now providing Reed with the nut flush draw after the round of knuckles.
Yeah, but Bernhard will be leading. It will be called. What is this guy doing, really? He's hearing me from the booth and he's doing the opposite. He's trying to tilt me. It's working, actually. How this guy can tilt me so much? Terence, please find the check.
Yeah, how can Terence resist bluffing with this card? I thought even the flop was a good chance with Ace of Hearts to start firing, but...
But does he go for check raise or what, this Bernard guy? Maybe he's too good if he goes for check raise, but I don't see that in my book.
I mean, wouldn't that be...
It's crazy to go for check
Yeah,
raise.
it
I
would
think
be
check
wild.
call is what's coming. Once he checks, I
But
think check call is what's coming.
How he is not leading the turn, that's beyond my mind. I would like to say this is one of the worst check in poker history, but probably I will not have a lot of fans in Austria anymore. Unbelievable. This is so bad, like so bad. Can you believe it? Why he was not leading the turn? Can you believe it, Kevin?
Wow, and look at this JNT still involved,
Unbelievable.
gentlemen. Another 39 million into the middle. Finish your thought, Kevin.
Well, it's a little cautious for sure, but I think that...
Kevin, abandon your thought.
Yeah, no, this is... We've moved on.
Let's do that.
Just... What on earth?
I mean, so bad that 3 of hearts on the turn. Imagine that it would be 2 of diamonds there. Yeah? That would be like dance. Now we only see it like bet and a call, so it's
Yeah,
so
you're right.
boring.
That turn card and the action is going to keep a little bit of a lid on Binder's
We're still
pride.
on Bernhard here. He called the turn.
No way! What kind of joke is this?
He's
Really?
The block bet
Okay,
might
come
work.
on. Wait, French policeman thinking about raising like 91 million. Please do that. French policeman. No way. I am like so sad. Okay, guys, this is like my last hand because I am so sad after this hand. I'm just so sad. It could be so much fun. Wait, Terence can raise now. Come on, Terence, do that.
You're a sick individual, you know
no,
that,
No,
right?
he doesn't have it with him, and he bet 13 million on the turn, so how can he represent flush? I mean, this is so embarrassment, this hand. I'm only happy because JNT wins, but otherwise I'm so disappointed by this hand. This has so much potential, and all the 3 of hearts ruined our fun. Sorry, guys, for the spectators. I'm very sorry. It should be so much fun. Okay, thanks for having me, guys.
Second to Tim Adams. Lee Jones, or Leah Jones saying, can we get a shout out for Alice, one of the OG dealers on tour? Get a shout out for all of the dealers here the last 2 weeks. All of the floor staff, the TDs, the Share Hands production crew, everyone involved has pulled off this level of production. It's been fun.
Bellarmino with a close one here once JNT gets involved in the pot. He could step aside and let the 2 chip leaders tangle, but he's going to take his price with 10-9.
He's going to flop best on the 9-5-5. See how Binder feels about this ball texture.
Yeah, we've seen a fair bit of caution from Bernhard today. This is consistent with the way he's played boards that might get check raised. Just a lot of check back and control the pot with medium strength hands. What's JNT thinking about here with the ace of clubs in his hand? I thought maybe a bluff out of the small blind was coming.
Yeah, it felt like he considered it for a second there.
And I wouldn't hate it. I mean, his hand's not strong enough to face aggression if he checks, and either Bellarmino or Binder was to bet, so it makes sense to think about a lead and then maybe even gets a bluff on club rivers or 10 river. But this is all D'Souza.
Staring J&T down there for a split second. Let's see what size he comes with. I mean, anything more than third pot, Kevin, it feels like he's unlikely to get paid. Pretty quick bet as well, half pot.
Yeah, it's sizable 3 ways to ask for half pot. I wouldn't even have minded a smaller size to try to represent like a rivered flush, going for thin value. Ace high has no obligation to bluff catch in spots like this. I think that... Oh, J&T's going to look him up, though. Just ace high. You know, we've seen a few of these river calls from J&T today. Really trying to keep these players in check.
It's to death.
I think so.
You're not only going to...
New meaning to high-stakes poker, baby.
Charo.
Okay.
I won't even get into the logistics.
I was doing stupid things.
New.
It's just poker chips are heavy, you know? Like, you're going to bring...
It's a whole new meaning. No, we just use 16? Snow.
16 million.
Oh, of course. Why didn't I think of that?
Oh, no. Surely this is going in. De Souza rewarded for not taking the ace-10 spot.
I think there's a small chance that Reed flats, but I wouldn't blame him at all for 3-bet committing.
43?
It's just that he doesn't want Binder to get into the pot behind. I understand. And you're just like, oh, well, if I face a 4-bet shove, my hand's good enough to get it in.
Ah oui.
So 170, is that right? Yeah, we count this, yeah.
Put that together pretty quick.
Yeah, I must say, De Souza's decision-making from what we've seen. Like that half pot on the river with the full house just a couple of, orbits ago.
Exactly.
You can see he's only got 1 time bank back. There were a few spots earlier we saw him burning them, so I think it's intentional. You know, he's deliberately playing fast right now. I don't know how much Terrence can read into that. It did feel like a confident jam, but how do you get away from this big of a hand?
Fold.
Wow. That's a sick fold. Reading the situation to perfection. Cost him...
Yeah, it makes the seat draw that I spoke about even worse for them.
Yeah.
They don't get the luxury of playing pots in position against J&T. Feels like we have to just pass on the 3s. Don't want to min-raise a hand like this. Too deep to open jam. Oh boy.
Ooh. This is just going in, right? What is this for? 12 bigs?
How much?
12.5 bigs once we raise cutoff.
109?
I think we're spinning the wheel here for Eric's tournament life.
Yeah, we expect him to have any pair. Ace-Jack, Ace-10 wouldn't be unusual. Even some low-suited aces would be fine. Pretty good price for the King-Queen. He's in there.
Here we go. Look, good luck, gents. This is what Terrence was waiting for. To see Wsop all in and that risk. The bad news for everyone else is Wsop has got the best hand right now. Watson just looking to hold with his 59% as Binder's rail.
Good luck.
Try and call in some kings, queens, diamonds. There he is, Nick Shulman on the rail. Sweating his good bud, Eric. 230 million in the middle. Queen in the window. Wow. What a flop for Binder. Top pair, second nut flush draw. Wsop has just 5 outs for his tournament life. Everyone else potentially looking at a $650,000 ladder. Wow, he's dead on the turn.
Good luck. Good luck. Good playing.
He's
Good
dead
luck.
on the turn. Binder up to 700. We're down to 4 here in the 25K Super Main. All 4 players guaranteed $3 million for their efforts. As I welcome Randy Lou in the booth alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for this one. Randy, it's been the Bernard Binder show. He's got almost half the chips in play. Overwhelming chip lead. He's really been putting the pressure on everyone pre-flop. He's been taking it to the streets in some spots where he's been in position, and it feels like it's his tournament to lose, my man.
And I'm sure he's going to continue to do that with the big lead, with the $1 million minimum pay jump now from 4th to 3rd. Like, this is what he has to do to take it down.
Yeah, and the fact that he's got Terrence Reed on just 12 big blinds, 25 million now on orbit every 4 hands, it's going to be... I think it's going to be in fast. I mean, Reed hasn't got long. We're just 5 seconds away from throwing it down to Jeff Platt for the final 4 of this Super Main.
Just 4 players remain at the World Series of Poker Paradise Super Main event. All are guaranteed $3 million. The blinds go up once more. A $5 million small blind, a $10 million big blind, with a $10 million big blind ante. We're about to get the cards back in the air.
So here we go. 12 bigs for Reed, 24 bigs for De Souza, 41 bigs for J&T, and our chip leader, Bernard Binder. 68 big blinds and a dream. $1 million ladder between 4th and 3rd. Kind of feels like De Souza is just handcuffed at the moment until Reed either busts out or doubles up.
I mean, that's even more relevant in this Super Main. It's $1 million payout just to survive once more. Sometimes you're trying to win $1 million just to win a tournament.
That is very true. Here we go.
No surprise, right? Gonna raise super wide against De Souza, who currently stands in 3rd.
I'm sorry, sir.
No, it's not one to call him 9-4 offsuit.
Good moment to troll.
Is it all in, you said?
Man, what an awesome series it's been. Kick things off with Theis Eibinger taking down the 75k PLO for a bracelet. Triton Trophy and 1.6 million. Kyan Mockery taking down the 250k Invitational for 7.7 million and a bracelet. And here we are. Final 4 of the 25k Super Main. 2,891 entries in this one. Just absurd. Reed's in the big. He's got 12 big blinds.
He's going to defend 8-7 suited, I would think. Even though there is a raise and a call, but he's so shallow. Easy to kind of realize your equity post-flop. Got to make something happen. Because you know De Souza is not going to play any hand until you make your mark.
Let's see if Reed can flop a piece. Enough of a piece.
Well, someone flopped a lot of piece. That's Binder.
Binder with the flush. J&T with just ace high. Is this enough of a piece for Reed that he's going to be in trouble here? Middle pair against a very aggressive opponent. 75 million in the middle.
I mean, I wouldn't fault Reed to continue with his hand. Binder is supposed to have so many random hands or offsuit stuff. Jack-6 suited, as you can see, definitely has Jack-6 of hearts. For now, though, is J&T going to continue? Doesn't have anything, no spade in hand. Disappointed, but the right fold.
It's one of those where JNT's, I know you're meant to be super wide, and I know you're meant to be pushing us around.
80.
Just heard him say I should have made this 80. 80 million pre-flop. Don't do it, Reed.
All in.
Oh, he's going for it, and
no.
he's practically drawing dead. Wow. And you don't want to see the smile call.
Oh là là, heureusement,
He did flop it indeed.
A lot of help on
Terence
this one.
Reed,
7.
all in for his tournament life.
Bon, ça m'a sauvé 80.
What a brutal moment.
18.
Yes, 18. Ça m'a sauvé d'entendre 80. I listen 80.
But what a run, Randy. Still has 3% equity.
It's got to be a 7, right? Just for the sweat. Are you okay with
Needs
that?
the board to pair
7 or
to
8.
be drawing live.
8's okay. 7's ideal.
He's calling for one of those cards, but he's dead on the turn. Terence Reed with the run of a lifetime.
GNT, GG. Nice playing with you.
Good game.
Well done.
What an
Congrats.
absolute
Congrats,
gem.
brother. Nice spin.
Thank you. Thank you.
So much
Well
respect
played. Good
being
game, brother.
given.
Very strong. GG.
You played well. $3 million richer.
What a run. Terence Reed, you absolute legend.
Okay.
Going home with $3 million. He's going to have a word with his good friend, Jeff Platt, to talk about this run.
Well, TJ, I got to tell you, for a big-time final table like this, you really struck me as pretty calm, pretty comfortable, pretty cool. How'd you feel?
I felt exactly that. I felt like I was free rolling, honestly, the whole day. This is better than I ever could have imagined at the start of the tournament. So just to be in this spot, I was playing like going for the win.
Fourth place finish for $3 million. How's that sound to you?
Surreal, not real, monopoly money. Yeah, we'll see when the money hits the account. Talk to me again.
You saw so much support throughout social media or in person. What does that kind of support mean to you?
Everything. You know, it's easier to believe in yourself when you're surrounded with people that also believe in you. And so many messages. I think my phone battery just died way faster than usual just because it's going off. And every single one of you that reached out sent messages, sent love. I read everything, so thank you.
Congratulations on a great run. There's a 2500 Hyper Turbo we're going to need you to go cover. TJ Reed, ladies and gentlemen, fourth place finisher at the Super Main.
One epic run for the poker content creator, reporter, the man who has been there on the sidelines for hundreds, if not thousands of people throughout the years during their winning moments. And he can hang his head high with this run here, 3 million. And I do wonder, are we going to be seeing him, you know, on the sidelines next year, Randy, or is...
Well, I do want to have a correction there. He did cash for $3 million, but it's actually $3 million plus 100K, given I'm pretty sure he qualified for that parlay bonus and he made the final table and you actually get 100K.
Let's go, Randy. 3.1 million for TJ Reed. Loved around the poker world for all of his work. And yeah, I got a funny feeling we might not be seeing him sideline reporting anymore, Randy.
Yeah, he might be quitting
run.
one of those jobs. Look here. Binder versus JNT.
That is a spicy flop. Double gut shot for JNT. Royal flush draw for my man Binder, who has been on quite the run.
There is one straight that he really would not like to hit. JNT, that is. The jack could just crush him. You see Binder checking over as the pre-flop raiser. Big draw. Big stack. I wonder if he even check raises here. Goes for call. Wow. JNT just took the lead like that.
Wow, JNT is just relentless. 50 mil on the turn. Binder can't really do anything other than call. I mean,
It seems a bit out of line if he was to all of a sudden rise, but it's crossing his mind. Then again, J&T's isn't really the one to just fold a big hand. It'd be very risky if he was to jam, but it would work against 9-8.
Feels like he's considering jam.
Yeah, I think
Just
so.
try and target a 10, maybe even a queen.
Problem is if the queen has backup like queen jack, sometimes they just say, oh, sigh, call. But here he goes. 226 in the middle.
Huge pot
Oh
brewing.
my, he just hit the nuts.
Binder with the nut straight. 226 in the middle. J&T's got 271 back. Randy, I have to ask you, does he just go for the jugular here? Does he ask for it all, targeting a king, never expecting J&T to fold the second nuts?
I could see it. But then again, if you think your opponent has the king, maybe you just check it over and let them bet for you. But he's going to lead off 55, and, you know, J&T has to call with the straight that he's got, and that lead is massive. He's got 1 billion chips.
1 billion chips. 100 big blinds. J&T now tied, I believe, with the Souza. There's a $2 million ladder between second and third. Binder with, what, more than 65% of the chips in play now?
I mean, $2 million pay jump from third to second, and then $4 million for the heads up. It's $4 million locked up. 3 remaining, and this guy's on pace to be the super main champion. If he can keep this run going.
Seeing so much love over in the YouTube chat for our 4th place bust out, TJ Reed. You can tag him over on Twitter, TJ Reed Poker. Send him some love. He's been enjoying the fact that he's been receiving all of the messages that you guys have been sending. Make sure to tag us as well at WSOP. Be cool if you can send over some pics of your stream setup. What do you think, Randy? Anyone got us on the 70-inch?
70-inch.
4K HD. Shout out to Sarah Herring. He's got the stream up. Was rooting for TJ. Let us know who you guys are rooting for out of these final 3.
This guy's raising any 2, right? Based on this hand?
Yeah, of course. I mean, these guys are tied. There's a 10 million.
175, 186.
There's a $2 million difference between second and third.
10.
Okay, similar.
Similar, but better.
Yeah.
Similar, but better. That is right, J&T.
Thank you.
He's relaxed out there. Oh my God, it's dead on.
Wow.
211 million apiece. The guy has 1 billion chips.
Have you ever had 1 billion chips before, Randy?
No, I would love to see 1 billion chips in front of me, because that can convert to 10 million real dollars.
$10 million up top. 4 million guaranteed. Both the Souza and J&T feeling the pressure right now.
Action on J&T. Yeah, you can see J&T was like, do I really want to raise into this massive stack? He folds the button. Just look at 1.005 billion. Never seen a decimal on our chip counts graphic. It will be a limp pot.
Randy, can you hit us with your best
what?
Dr. Evil Austin Powers $1 million?
I know what you're talking about. I'm not sure how it comes out though. You do it first.
We'll wait for a champion. We'll do it. We'll do the $10 million.
In comes bet, bottom pair. There we go.
Now we are better.
Similar, similar.
No,
I
better.
do believe J&T would have slid to third ever so slightly.
The bracelet's going home to either Brazil, France, or Austria. If De Souza wins this tournament, he'll move to #1 on Brazil's all-time money list. Binder just jamming it in. Blind v blind against J&T.
I mean, he's allowed to.
If J&T wins this, he's going to cross the $30 million live earnings mark.
I mean, it's got to be the biggest spot all three ever had in their poker career.
Well, we've seen J&T in spots this big before, playing for this kind of money. He's had 2 second-place finishes in Triton Mains with, what, 5-6 million up top. We've seen him at the final table of, I want to say 2 invitationals as well, if I'm not mistaken, with 6-7 million up top.
So this would be the biggest one for him, though.
Yeah, it's just another day in the office for J&T, you know. The guy loves it.
King 8 offsuit, dominating, chip leader. Wow. Chip leader just out flopping while dominated. It's going to be hard to take this tournament away from Binder at the moment. He's just in the zone. I feel like he just can feel that bracelet getting oh so close to him.
Yeah, the momentum right now is huge. The confidence peaking. I mean, I want to say, Randy, you know, yesterday we came back with 24. Even when we got down to 20, it just seemed like, you know, Binder was just playing a different level of poker.
And when he got to the final table, he was only a little bit behind J&T in second. Went down a little bit, but clearly doing good now. Like, even if he was to double up one of these two players, he still holds the chip lead by a wide margin.
14.
All in from J&T. King Jack offsuit. It'll win.
Gets it through.
Big blind, sir. 10 and 10.
So it's De Souza's button.
Thank you.
Now you better. You better. Na 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 na.
Guess there's a lot of merit to De Souza just folding buttons as well, because he just knows how aggressively
Binder's going to play out the small.
Right, if Binder has anything reasonable, he just reshoves and eats up 2 of your big blinds.
Here we go, case in point, the 3x likely to work here.
It's mainly a race at the bottom. You know, one of them has to go out. It's a $2 million pay jump. Binder's just supposed to be relentless. Another 2 just has to try to wait one another out. Maybe try to get a reshove on Binder, who will have loose holdings. For me right now, it's just who's going to go heads up against Binder. I wonder if he goes open jam.
Certainly feels like it.
Yeah, all the blues. He just raised at 325 million.
How many starting stacks is that, Randy?
How many lost souls?
How many hopes and dreams? Absolutely crushed.
It's like 1,500 runners in there.
10 seconds.
What's J&T thinking?
Not sure. Just reflecting on the situation, realizes that can't play much hands at this point.
He both threw a time bank.
He has like 1 million time banks. He's got like a whole deck, you see that?
He plays fast.
Yeah, he doesn't need them.
J&T's button. Binder's got both of his opponents down to sub 20 big blinds. Realistically, Randy, this could be over in 30 minutes' time.
Could be.
$6 million difference between third and first.
Wow, look at J&T's attack of 8-7 offsuit into Binder's big blind. Same hand.
This is the thing as well. It feels like J&T is more likely to take these button spots than De Souza is.
So if that's the case, and I'm De Souza, I kind of would like waiting around and just seeing if J&T doubles or busts, because J&T is clearly looking to get involved. Top pair, top pair.
De Souza's going to love this. He's going to see all the money go in.
And he's like, yes,
yeah,
someone's going to bust.
Hope to ladder 2 million and then see that they're chopping.
Yeah, and then be disappointed as they chop up his small blind. Binder comes in with lead.
14 million.
Snap all in from J&T, and you don't love it if you're Binder. Your kicker's a bit of a problem, but I don't see how you can fold. J&T might just think like 6s or 7s are good, or 5, and rip it in. Look at De Souza. He's peeking in.
De Souza loves this. He's like 2 million up for grabs.
Yeah, he's like, please call, please call.
Does Binder ever fold, by the way, Randy?
Well, he's thinking about it because he's afraid he's up against an overpair, a better 8, and he really would not want to slide 140 million over. I think the other thing to keep in mind is if he can keep J&T and De Souza, the similar stack depth, they kind of have to bleed downwards, in theory at least. There's a lot going on in this hand. I don't think he'll fold just because there's a chance J&T's just attacking with ace-5 and he'll be a big favorite.
There's the call.
Look at De Souza. Ready for the reveal?
Ah, the same.
De Souza.
Ah oui, on sait jamais.
Someone from Binder's rail calling for a diamond as well. Man.
Okay.
Sure.
We can keep it like we can agree. 0-0. 0-0.
You love to see it. You really love to see it.
Ah, thank you. It's so much.
1 million. No?
Okay.
Bernard Binder. Best career score on the live felt prior to this was $64,500, Randy. Just what, 2.5 buy-ins to this tournament?
Mm-hmm.
It's now guaranteed $4 million. It's got 70% of the chips in play.
Guaranteed 4, likely 6. A heavy favorite for 10 million.
If he wins this,
okay,
which is looking very likely, he'd move up to 5th on Austria's all-time money list behind Daniel Rezai, Sam Muller, Thomas Mühlocker, and Matthias Eibinger.
There is merit to just open jamming deuces here for 17 bigs. It's not the hand you really want to take it a post flop with a min raise, but the hand seems too much. He just outright folds.
Yeah, again, it just feels like there is always that chance that Binder does this and J&T calls it off and is out the tournament.
That's very true, and Binder likely would just jam so many hands. And J&T doesn't strike me as a guy to fold something that's decent in that spot. Give him like ace deuce, he's probably just runs it.
I agree.
But De Souza has to be careful, because if he passes too many spots, he no longer will have a stack that can really be threatening. But it does seem very clear that De Souza's plan is to just try to outlast J&T and not get involved.
Is what?
This is 1 million.
I mean, Binder's chipped up to 1.1 billion. Here's the jam. Feels like
Jacks.
we've reached that stage of the tournament. J&T's going to run it.
Bad news incoming for Binder and De Souza.
Well, not good news
Oh,
for the
ele quer
Binder
pressionar o
crew.
Torel, que é bilionário.
366 million in the middle. But still a 17% chance to ladder 2 million and to get heads up for the bracelet. No club in sight. Some backdoor potential for Binder.
Backdoor chop as well.
Backdoor chop as well, yeah, that's a great point.
Like that?
Wow.
He's got winning outs.
He does. 4 of them. Red 10, red 6. And we'll be heads up. Spade for a chop.
No way. Red, juice diamond. Juice of the diamond.
What a huge river incoming. Can he find it? No.
J&T, 366 million now. And a laugh.
Back up to 36 big blinds. He's J&T. He's dynamite.
173.
Strong rival there. One-man crew, but the chat, they're giving a lot of love to J&T right now. They don't want to see him go. Now I'll say the game plan should change for De Souza, because J&T is now on 36 big blinds, and it's probably not going to splash as much now, I would imagine. It's just harder to get stacks in for that much. So he needs to create some opportunities himself.
Double.
It's not for me. You need double.
Triple up and I need now.
Now all eyes on the Brazilian De Souza. He's the shortest stack He can't just patiently fold buttons now, hoping that Binder and J&T are going to get it all in. Looks like J&T's going to activate here. 30 million. Souza gets out of there, as will the Austrian. Bit of momentum now for France's number one.
I actually like that he opened the 3x in that spot because it makes Binder less likely to defend a big blind and, you know, put J&T in tough spots post flop.
What's been the highlight of your trip, Randy, other than Shake Shack? Other than pickleball?
That was definitely not the highlight of my trip.
Yeah.
No, I'm just happy to be here.
You don't need
it. Watching the Super Main during downtime, you hang out with the family. Life's good here. And life's good for pocket jacks when you're the shortest stack. Send him one seat over.
I wonder if he goes for in-juice here, or...
He should. It's too much of a hand. Yeah. Why not?
Binder's got Queen 9 of diamonds, potential pill candidate, Randy, or we never peeling out the small?
I mean, maybe, but then again, if De Souza's opening off of 14 bigs, he's not going to be too tight. I mean, too loose.
20 million.
Hey, is this like the same hands?
Yeah.
Different operators?
This is the exact same suits as well, right?
Clubs.
That?
And Jack of clubs, Jack of diamonds.
You're right. We're
Eddie.
going to get the same type of flop. DBD.
J&T defends 55 million out there. SPR just north of 2. Is that a gut shot for the 10-6? See if he decides to lead out. He doesn't. He's going to check it on over.
But 26 million.
Bellarmino bets half pot. You could hear a pin drop out there. That's how tense it is in the room right now. $2 million ladder. If a 10 or a 4 rolls off, it's going in. Less than pot back for the Brazilian.
20.
Oh, he's leading 20 into 107 million. Now I feel like you got to raise with jacks. There's the wheel stuff that shows up.
There is 75 million.
Instant raise.
What on earth is going on? It's a non-all-in size from De Souza.
He's basically begging for a call.
What a huge pickup. Doesn't even need to sweat the river. Potential blunder there for J&T. Betting 20 million versus check call.
I mean, if it was check call, he probably has to pay more than 20 million. I guess he felt there was a way he can just win the pot against some king and queen highs.
That's fair. That is fair.
But I probably still would have considered check because if De Souza had air, I don't really expect him to double barrel that turn card. But for him, you know, lost 2 big blinds instead of more potentially. This hand sucks, but let's see if it raises. Does not. So therefore, he's not raising any 2.
Slightly different stacks now. 30 million, or 30 big, sorry, for J&T. 22 for Bellarmino. Well, this could be fireworks. Top pair against bottom pair. Modern day cooler, as we like to call it, Randy. It's tough to make pairs in this game.
Yeah, so oftentimes in these pair versus pair spots, blind versus blind limb, there is at least 1, likely 2 bets going in at some point.
De Souza hasn't been deviating from betting big for value against J&T. Seems to just have a very straightforward game plan.
Oh, is that straightforward now?
Is it all over now?
Potentially.
60 mil out there. We've got top pair. I guess having the 6 of hearts isn't great, blocking some of the hands. You'd want J&T to have like 6-7, 6-8. But still, we've got top pair. Blind v blind. 90 million in the middle. We just saw J&T lead on the turn.
Oh my god, it's quads versus the full house. The sickest river in the deck, because there are cards where De Souza doesn't get stacked.
It's just a $2 million river. J&T's rivered quads. It's one of the most disgusting runouts you'll ever see in WSOP history. Full house against 4 of a kind. Blind v blind.
Full pot.
All in.
All in.
J&T jams, and
how can he fold? He might be up against a 10 as well. He calls.
You call?
De Souza's done.
Ooh. Okay.
Wow. 4 fours for 444 million.
Nice ago.
4 fours for 444 million, Randy.
Good luck.
Confirmed. Living in the Matrix. De Souza going home with 4 million after just a disgusting cooler. What a run out. Third place for 4 million. Full house against 4 of a kind. GG's for him. Career best score. What is that run out, Randy?
It was the most sick run out ever. 4, 4, 4, 4. That's quads for 444 million.
For $4 million as well. I mean, what on
That's
earth?
true.
All the fours.
All of the fours.
Death by quads. Still, $4 million in the back pocket. What a run for Bellarmino. Had a great seat draw position on J&T, position on Binder, and just, you know, chose his spots very wisely, managed to get down to 3-handed, put himself in a good spot to get heads up, but the poker gods wanted this heads up battle. Binder against J&T, 91 bigs, place 54. As we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy, in all my years, I've seen some bad beats, some scary runouts, but that one, you know, the money on the line right now, that's up there.
And there was a lot of fours out there. I'll tell you one more 4 I just remembered. He
Tell
came
me.
to the final table with 4 big blinds.
Did he really?
De Souza did.
Wow. I mean, what a spin for him.
Meant to be.
It was meant to be. I mean, if he came in with 4 bigs and he goes home with 4 million, third place. We're stepping away for all of 5 minutes. We're going to get Jeff Platt and the team to set the stage for what is hopefully going to be an epic showdown here for the bracelet and the $10 million. We'll see you in about 5 minutes' time.
Stay loose, play 7 dude.
Man, what an awesome series it's been. Kick things off with Theus Eibinger taking down the 75k PLO for a bracelet. Triton Trophy and 1.6 million. Kyan Mockery taking down the 250k Invitational for 7.7 million and a bracelet. And here we are. Final 4 of the 25k Super Main. 2,891 entries in this one. Just absurd. Reed's in the big. He's got 12 big blinds.
He's going to defend 8-7 suited, I would think. Even though there is a raise and a call, but he's so shallow. Easy to kind of realize your equity post-flop. Got to make something happen. Because you know De Souza is not going to play any hand until you make your mark.
Let's see if Reed can flop a piece. Enough of a piece.
Well, someone flopped a lot of piece. That's Binder.
Binder with the flush. J&T with just ace high. Is this enough of a piece for Reed that he's going to be in trouble here? Middle pair against a very aggressive opponent. 75 million in the middle.
I mean, I wouldn't fault Reed to continue with his hand. Binder is supposed to have so many random hands or offsuit stuff. Jack 6 suited, as you can see, definitely has Jack 6 of hearts. For now, though, is J&T going to continue? Doesn't have anything, no spade in hand. Disappointed, but the right fold.
It's one of those where J&T's like, I know you're meant to be super wide, and I know you're meant to be pushing us around.
80.
You just heard him say I should have made this 80. 80 million pre-flop. Don't do it, Reed.
All in.
Oh, he's going for it, and he's practically drawing dead. Wow. And this, you don't want to see the smile call.
Oh là là, heureusement,
He did flop it indeed.
A lot of help on
Terrence
this one.
Reed,
7.
all in for his tournament life.
Oh, ça m'a sauvé 80.
What a brutal moment.
18.
Yes, 18. Ça m'a sauvé d'entendre 80. I listen 80.
But what a run, Randy. Still has 3% equity.
Got to be a 7, right? Just for the sweat. Are you okay with
Needs
that?
the board to pair
7 or
to
8.
be drawing live.
8's okay. 7's ideal.
He's calling for one of those cards, but he's dead on the turn. Terrence Reed with the run of a lifetime.
GNT. GG. Nice playing with you.
Good game.
Well done.
One
Congrats.
absolute gem.
Yes, brother. Nice.
Versus check call.
I mean, if it was check call, he probably has to pay more than 20 million. I guess he felt there was a way he can just win the pot against some king and queen highs.
That's fair. That is fair.
But I probably still would have considered check, because if D'Souza had air, I don't really expect him to double barrel that turn card. But for him, you know, lost 2 big blinds instead of more potentially. This hand sucks, but let's see if it raises. Does not. So therefore, he's not raising any 2.
Slightly different stacks now. 30 million, or 30 big, sorry, for J&T. 22 for Bellarmino. Well, this could be fireworks. Top pair against bottom pair. Modern day cooler, as we like to call it, Randy. It's tough to make pairs in this game.
Yeah, so oftentimes in these pair versus pair spots, blind versus blind limb, there is at least 1, likely 2 bets going in at some point.
D'Souza hasn't been deviating from betting big for value against J&T. Seems to just have a very straightforward game plan.
Oh, is that straightforward now?
Is it all over now?
Potentially.
60 mil out there. We've got top pair. I guess having the 6 of hearts isn't great, blocking some of the hands you'd want J&T to have, like 6-7, 6-8. But still, we've got top pair. Blind v blind. 90 million in the middle. We just saw J&T lead on the turn.
Oh my god, it's quads versus the full house. The sickest river in the deck, because there are cards where D'Souza doesn't get stacked.
It's just a $2 million river. J&T's rivered quads. It's one of the most disgusting runouts you'll ever see in WSOP history. Full house against 4 of a kind. Blind v blind.
Full pot.
All in.
All in.
J&T jams, and
how can he fold? He might be up against a 10 as well. He calls.
You call?
D'Souza's done.
Ooh. Okay.
Wow. 4 4s for 444 million.
Nice to go.
4 4s for 444 million, Randy.
Good luck.
Confirmed. Living in the Matrix.
De Souza going home with 4 million after just a disgusting cooler. What a run out. Well, it took 4 of a kind to get rid of our Brazilian player De Souza out in third for $4 million. Randy, I'm glad we got the chance to take a little bit of a break there because that one was, yeah, I feel like everyone in the poker world felt that full house against 4 of a kind when there's 10 million on the line.
Yeah, especially that river card, because there are river cards where maybe the 10 doesn't bet again, like an ace, a king, or something like this. But that was the card that guarantees his death.
Yeah, and what about J&T, by the way? Like, checking it over on the turn, just check calling, checking it over on the river. You know, it's just like, he's like, okay, I'm just going to see if my man's got anything. He's going to have a lot of bluffs. If he's got bluffs, then I can check it over and get the max. And if he's got a 10, I just get all of it because he's going to bet big and then call it off.
Yeah, he pretty much played it perfectly. He got the whole stack, right?
Yeah, 10 million up top, 6 million guaranteed. We've got a $4 million heads-up match on our hands here. J&T obviously a regular to the high roller scene. He's played these stakes on the biggest stage in the world. He's made the final table of the Triton Main on multiple occasions, 2 second-place finishes there. So he knows a thing or two about playing heads-up in the live arena with millions of dollars on the line. Bernard Binder, on the other hand, not so experienced on the live felt, but one hell of a resume in the online, you know, he just took down the GG Millions for 1.8 million this year. And everyone that you speak to from that crew just have nothing but respect for him. So he's going to be coming in with a game plan. And what do you think that game plan is, Randy?
I mean, the game plan is to just try to beat his final opponent. He's got the lead. Why not grind him down?
Well, we're going to throw it down to Jeff Platt, who's getting our heads up stage ready. 10 million up top, 6 million guaranteed. Binder versus J&T.
Welcome back to the Atlantis in the Bahamas, the hosts of World Series of Poker Paradise, where we are heads up for a $10 million first place prize and that World Series of Poker Paradise Super Main bracelet. The blind still 5 million, 10 million with a 10 million big blind ante. Binder versus J&T, heads up for the title. Here we go.
Here we go. 91 bigs, plays 54. What a spin up three-handed for J&T. First he got the jacks against Binder's 10-6. All in pre for 19 bigs. And then runner quads against De Souza to not only eliminate his opponent and ladder 2 million, but to collect another 20 big blinds. So coming into this heads-up match with less than a 2-to-1 chip deficit.
I mean, there's 145 big blinds in play. It's very deep. Average stack would be 72 bigs. It could go a very long time, and rightfully so, given $4 million heads-up match on the line and the gold hardware that's sitting a little closer to Binder at the moment.
Yeah, that's interestingly positioned.
But you know, in J&T, if he gets some chips, it does slide over, I believe.
Do you think it, like, gets pulled across the table depending on who has the most chips?
Exactly.
Raise 20 million.
Well, it's been a while since we've had some flush over flush violence, Randy. Maybe
Dude, if you do that, we just end the tournament now, not on hand number 1.
Hand 1. No, we want to see a real dogfight. And with someone like J&T, oh my word, are you kidding me?
Did you really just say that?
Jack 8 deuce, 2 hearts, J&T with middle pair, and the 9 high flush draw.
Wow, check back from this hand is surprising.
He may have just saved himself a lot of chips. The heart doesn't roll off. J&T checks it over once more. Why is it surprising, Randy?
Because I would think in position with a hand where you make the flush, you want to build the pot, it's a nutted draw, and you're so deep that you don't necessarily mind if you get check raised. But as played, they put in no chips post flop with these two hands.
Yes, 8.
Maybe the game plan for Binder is to play a bit of small ball and try to feel things out.
100%. I mean, how many times have we spoken about JNT's playstyle at any given moment in spots where you would expect to just play like a 6 big blind pot? JNT has you playing a 40-50 big blind pot. He makes it so uncomfortable.
Yeah, so given that Binder's got the lead right now, he's got time to feel out how JNT is going to approach this heads-up match. Keep pots small. If he makes big hands, try to build these pots, and I'm going to guess that's his method of reducing the variance. It is big blind ante, so you do want to be playing most of your buttons, if not all. JNT going to make it 3x on a button. It makes sense to use a bigger sizing, because if you min raise, the big blind can defend oh so wide. Another suited ace for Binder.
Cool.
So you think the game plan for Binder is just to try and keep the pot small pre-flop and just go value heavy against JNT?
Post-flop, yes. At least while he has the sizable lead. His game plan may shift if he bleeds down like 15, 20 blinds.
Look at this. JNT is just relentless.
He should be c-betting on this texture. Paired boards, hard for your opponent to make a hand and heads up. They have to defend wider.
Yeah, but it's a big c-bet, 30 into 70.
I mean, the ace high is supposed to call on this flop, but it's not. It's just looking to play small ball poker. And this is advantageous for JNT right now. Gonna be able to pick up more pots, close the gap. I mean, that was a tidy fold there of ace deuce on the paired board.
Yeah, and given that we got to heads up so quickly, there's still 60 minutes on the clock until our next break. So all of these hands that these guys play heads up, Biden's going to have to wait an hour to get feedback from his crew, to come up with some strategic adjustments.
The funny thing is, I don't think JNT is getting any feedback about the live feed. Just going to play his game. You can see the difference in pre-flop raise size, min raise for Binder.
Randy, I might have to do a Antonio Esfandiari in the booth.
You can take care of your business whenever you need to.
I wish the viewers could have seen like the cognitive dissonance there from Randy as he was trying to figure out what on earth I was talking about.
And I realized when you had the bottle near you.
Picked up my my water bottle. No, we're good, man.
25 minutes.
These two hands could collide.
Slight adjustment immediately from JNT. He went 30 million last time, 7-6 offsuit. Here, 25 mil. I do prefer 25 million, just as effective.
60 mil in the middle. I mean, JNT finds the c-bet here, which we know he's going to. He's really narrowed the gap.
It's 3 hands in a row.
It's up to 612 million. What's been your favorite hand from this tournament? Randy, I'm just looking at the World Series of Poker Twitter feed.
some of the viral moments from this 25K?
I mean, the lowest fold with the set of kings against Queen 10 is one that many will be discussing for a very long time. But also, I think one of my favorite hands is actually the Natasha Mercier check raise all in against Benny Glaser on, you know, the full house board. That was insane, right?
The Queen Deuce of Hearts. No, she was playing some real gangster poker. My favorite has to be that 6-bet pot between Daniel Charlton and Ivan Stokes on, I want to say, day 3. Yeah, it was day 3. Haven't seen a 6-bet in in a long time.
Right.
Make sure you check out WSOP on socials. Over on Instagram and Twitter. Get involved in the conversation as well.
Raise 20 million.
Oh, he's tried 3 different sizes now pre-flop. 20 mil, 25, and 30 mil. Test the waters.
Check. Yeah, it's 20 million.
I mean, there's not much you can do of 9A high, but if you think your opponent is c-betting like at 100% frequency and they won't be floating you, maybe you can come in for raise occasionally. I'm sure it's on his mind because J&T has c-bet every single flop so far in this heads-up match.
This is just the type of showdown we wanted to see for the bracelet and the 10 million. It was looking like, you know, Bernard was going to run away with it and just come in with like a 10-1 chip lead. The fact that J&T has managed to fight his way back into this. We're playing 70 big blinds average. We're going to have a real battle on our hands here. Yeah. Dirty Diaper against the ace-9. J&T flops best.
And he pre-flop raised the Dirty Diaper. A little unexpected. Might cost him chips because he's got the nut low. Checks it back. Look at this. J&T, I think he knows he's got the best hand, but you see him Binder being a little passive, maybe try to induce a bluff, but Binder not going to take the bait.
What about now, Randy? We've got 3 high. We cannot win the pot if we check.
I kind of feel like he needs to stab here. You do have 3 high in a raise pot. Will it work, though? Depends on sizing.
30 million.
Call.
Snap call, J&T. Closing the gap. It's only 100 million now.
Yeah, 10 big blinds separating both. Randy, this is going to be a dogfight to the end. Got a 90-minute clock. It's been a while since we've had a real battle heads up.
It's going to be here in the super main.
Small blind just fine. Small blind just fine.
One absolute legend.
Nice hands for both.
Raise 20 million.
I'm not really expecting Binder to 3-bet pre right now. I think he still is content to play these single raise pots, but we'll see. Maybe this is the one.
Raise 75 million.
Changing the tone. And he's going to get called by King Jack suited.
Big pot poker. $4 million. And the WSOP Super Main bracelet on the line. Open ender for J&T. Gut shot, backdoor clubs for Binder. If J&T wins this hand, Randy, he's going to take the chip lead.
That is right. It's going to be hard to get J&T out of this pot.
Check.
Binder is not looking to see bet. 2 checks.
I think he's going to go for like a double delayed.
He has been doing this so far in this heads-up match. Trying to make it a one-street game. Here he bets.
That's 120 million.
Well, that's a big bet. 75%.
J&T's like, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. Oh, wow.
I mean, this is the pot of the tournament so far. 400 million in the middle. Bricks out. Spades brick. Hands like ace-5, ace-deuce. Also brick. I wonder if Bernard follows through on this river. Must be daunting given how sticky J&T is.
I mean, J&T has a lot of 10x that's played, to be honest. I wouldn't mind, though, if he threw out a smallish bet to shake out better draws.
Oh, my word.
And J&T's going to try and rep.
75 million.
Look at this. Like, that's what Binder could have considered doing. Betting like 75 million, trying to fold out straight draws, spades that are better than 9 high. And then he just gave it up. And
Randy,
chip leader.
J&T's the chip leader, man. Can you believe what we're witnessing right now? 2 second-place finishes in Triton Mains. Is he about to overcome a 2,800 runner plus field?
It doesn't seem like he could be stopped right now. Binder was running away with it. He hit 1 billion chips at one point. 3-handed. And he hasn't won a sizable pot against J&T in heads up. And I wonder if now that he's lost the chip lead, is he going to have a change in strategy? Because his play has been rather passive.
Raise 20 million.
Opts to raise, pocket 5s into Jack 10.
Okay, well, a chance for Bernard to win some back here.
Check.
Surely he's got to bet this one. He's got a made hand that needs protection.
That's 13 million. Fold.
Rebuild that confidence. I can just feel the energy as I read the chat. It's just non-stop scrolling. Lots of J&T fans out there. Fans of Binder as well. But momentum is for the Frenchman.
Fold.
Oh, it's got to hurt to get a walk when you got King 10 offsuit.
Who have you got, chat?
Got 30,000 of you watching over on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel. Who's taking this one down? 1 in the chat if you think it's J&T. 2 if you think it's Binder. Currently at 3.8k likes. Would love to get to 5k before the end of the stream. What a incredible 2 weeks of poker it's been here in the Bahamas. Clicking the like button just helps us grow the channel a bit, Randy. Helps us reach a wider audience. Nice to see that we're also up to nearly 150,000 subscribers as well. Really do appreciate all of the support, each and every one of you that has joined in at some point over the last 2 weeks. Let us know what your highlight has been from the streams. We had the PLO main. Saw Sam Sovereign take that down. The Triton main saw Alex Ponikov's ship his first Triton trophy. And of course, this super main has just absolutely blown expectations. What's it been, 5 days we've been in the booth for this one?
Yes, excuse me.
So much fun.
Raise 30 million.
That day 1D that we covered was absolute carnage. Last day 1 flight just felt like everyone was playing a $20 hyper sit and go. The amount of times we just saw stacks go flying in.
I mean, it was their last chance to run up a stack. There's a look at the bracelet. Going to one of these 2 gentlemen.
What about you, Randy? You got any iced out bling? Your
No,
wardrobe, you got the diamond studded chain?
I do not. I would love to have an opportunity to win one.
You saw how Polymarket gave that $500,000 diamond necklace to AJ. I reckon Shake Shack
of a burger.
With all of the promoting you've been doing for them, maybe they make you an ambassador next year and they give you your own $500,000 Shake Shack.
I just take
chain.
free burgers. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, you just want like a platinum card.
Top
Free
pair
burgers.
versus middle pair. You know, I'm not sure why Binder checked back the flop. I just don't really get it. He's got top pair. Doesn't he want to build a pot in position? It's not like he's even seen if J&T's the type to check raise and put him into tough spots. He hasn't opened that door yet.
That's 40 million.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you're not going to bet flop, at least go big on the turn, which he's done here. 80% pot. Is J&T considering fold?
And if he folds this, that makes checking back to flop even more questionable. And he does make the call. Yeah, it makes sense, right? 2 flush draws out there. The opponent's repping the king.
This one's surely going to go check, check.
I think so.
Check.
Check. Check.
8 is good. Binder clawing 1 back, reducing the gap to just 10 big blinds. J&T was running away with it for a bit. You think if J&T wins, we're just going to get the classic whoop whoop? It's the sound of the police. KRS-One. Maybe we get a French version.
The French person, yeah.
I was about to say.
Raise 20 million. Cool.
In terms of the difference in pre-flop strategies, Binder is very content min raising because it does seem like JNT is folding his big blind a little more, despite getting the big blind ante in there. So from just a price point for Binder, that's seems to be working more in his favor, whereas post flop seems like JNT is getting the best of Binder at the moment. But you know, they did come in number 1 and number 2 to the final table.
Raise.
What was fitting to see these two in the end. Pre-flop raise, 9-8 offsuit. I don't think you can really read into JNT's pre-flop raise sizing. It's kind of just been all over the place where you can't really say, oh, when he makes it 30 million, he has this type of hand.
And that's great, right? Like, you want to throw your opponent off.
It is true. This is a potential battle. Open-ended versus middle pair.
That's 35 million. Sorry, 40 million.
40 mil.
I mean, it's immediately uncomfortable, but middle pair. Backdoor flush draw. I don't think we can go anywhere just yet.
Cool.
Wow, spicy turn card. Some tainted ounce for JNT.
Yeah, it's a really good double barrel card. You know, his opponent doesn't have too many king X's to check call sizable bet on flop. He does.
65.
I mean, Binder's very fortunate to have backdoor clubs to go with his 7. Otherwise, he might even just check fold this turn. For now, though, call and try to hit your hand, even though it is best. And there are cards where we just have a monster pot, right? 6 of clubs, jack of clubs.
Cool.
Big river incoming. I don't know what I want to see. Like a brick river like this. Does JNT just win the hand now? It's so tough for Binder to call this down.
He checks it back, and that is great news for Binder, because I don't think he was looking to call a huge barrel.
Jean-Noël, vous avez 2 jets de 35 000 et c'est à votre time bank. C'est ça?
The Binder Wonderland. I love that.
Fair play, man. It's got everyone here staying an extra day in the Bahamas to support him. The biggest final table of his career. He's got one man to beat. That man is JNT. Saw a really great tweet from Jason Kuhn yesterday, just before day 4 resumed. JK said, can we take a moment to appreciate how legendary JNT is, a pharmacist biologist who founded the extremely successful beauty company Bioderma. He's currently leading the 3K runner WSOP 25K Super Main with 19 people left. At 78 years old with significantly diminished vision, he shows up to Tritons and other super high roller series and battles for days on end with the best in the world.
This is 1 million.
Go get him, J&T. You're an inspiration.
Ah oui, c'est tout.
Randy, if we're playing poker at this level at 78, we've made it, my friend.
Yes, yes, we have, and he's always heads up in the biggest tournaments around the world. 9-8 offsuit versus 10-6. Single raise pot, ace high texture. Action on binder.
Check.
See if he c-bets this one. He has been playing a heavy check back flop strategy. This time he'll bet,
50 million.
and it should work.
Alors, il y a 2 cartes là à côté de vous. Merci.
Honestly, don't know who I want to root for here. I know we're supposed to, you know, remain impartial. Fair play to both these guys. I mean, Binder, one of the most talented online players of the newer generation. He's been getting it done in the online arena for quite some time now. On the polar opposite end, you've got J&T. He's been battling the highest stakes live post-COVID. Well, he rocked up to Triton like 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. Immediately made the final table of the Triton Main in London, 2023.
Well, he goes for a limp this time with Jack 10 suited on a button. And he's checked out of turn.
Yeah. Check. And check. Well,
No, he has to check now. He was going to reach for chips, but he already
Security.
checked.
On me?
no, on done.
Yeah, J&T doesn't realize he's in position.
20 million.
Was eager to bet his 2 pair.
Can get kind of confusing. Heads up.
Hopefully he doesn't make that mistake again. Could be very costly, given what's on the line.
Vous avez un jeton de 5 millions sur des cartes Time Bank. Là. Raise to 20 million.
It kind of seems like Binder's strategy is just raise any 2 on the button for min raise, and I believe their logic here is he just doesn't think J&T is defending his big blind wide enough, so he's just getting immediately a great price with the big blind ante involved.
Yeah, I agree. Haven't really seen much limping from anyone. We saw that one limp from J&T, but other than that, seems like at this stack depth, they're both pretty happy to just play a raise-only strategy. J&T's been mixing between, what, 2.5x and 3x?
Anything. Raise to 30 million.
3x open. I think Binder's likely to bend his hand. Yep, folds it.
Right.
Randy, I'm going to need you to hold down the fort, my man. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do an Esfandiari.
It's all good, mate.
It would be fitting, to be fair. You know, Antonio, WSOP legend. I don't think I would get DQ'd, but maybe I do. I don't know.
You do your thing, man. Don't worry.
Raise to 20 million.
Queen 6 offsuit versus King 3 off. Then raise pot. Open-ended now for Binder. Gut shot for Jin Noel 12. In comes C-bet. Looks like J&T gonna try to spike that queen. Unable to do so on the 5. Does seem like a spot that queen high often double barrels, trying to shake out a weak 9. Maybe some kind of 10x with no backup. I think I heard a bigger bet size than 18, and it'll win. Well played, 900 million now. Here's the chip stack.
What I miss, Randy?
Nothing
Is
really.
it all over?
It's not over. Binder just played one pot. Double barrel. Got the king high down.
Grinding it back up.
Where's the 20 million?
87 bigs. Well, he's 55.
Good.
J&T with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, and he's not really the type to check back a hand like this, I would think. They're going to continue to do his C-bet heavy strategy. There you go.
Randy, you've played a ton of heads up in your life. Obviously, the heads up experience for you coming in cash game format. But are there any adjustments that you think Binder could potentially look to make once he goes on break, hears about some of the hands? Like, what are some of the observations that you've had from here in the booth?
I think it's very clear, based on the way J&T's been playing, is he C-bets at near 100% at the moment. So try to create some strategies to counter that. From what I've seen, Binder hasn't been tinkering with C-bets as much, but although he did C-bet recently on ace-high texture, you know, I think he's playing solid. I think the game plan still is to keep pot small, try to build when he does make some solid hands, and honestly, it's working out at the moment.
Could have been fireworks had this come queen high as it stands.
2 7, no, 4 5.
5 of clubs, 4 spades, 7 of diamonds.
Looks like Binder's going to win this one. J&T just asking the dealer.
Oh, he's
confirmation
reaching.
of the
Oh,
run now. Hang on
look
a
at
minute.
that! Look at that!
Hang on a minute.
Touch chips check. What does that mean?
The old pump fake. Reach for chips, then check.
I think Binder might even check it back now after seeing that. Just being afraid that J&T just flopped a pair or like a straight draw that's never folding. But he is going to reach for chips. So now he's upping his own C-bet strategy. He went larger. Yeah, if you're pretty content with how the single raise pots are going, then Binder is probably not going to be 3-bet bluffing too much pre. The one time we did see a 3-bet pot was when he had 9-8 suit against King Jack, and he did lose a sizable one there. But if things are going well in single raise pots, there really isn't much reason to introduce that as a big part of the heads-up game. On the flip side, I mean, it'd be interesting to see if J&T opts to 3-bet a little more, but he seems also content with single raise pots. Just trip queens.
Not going to get any value though, unfortunately for him.
It does make sense that he's c-betting his trip queens because he c-bets at such a high frequency. He needs to balance. He often will have nothing.
What do you think, Randy, next year? 15 million for first?
I'm okay with just having 10 million. It's already a lot up there, you know?
I'll tell you what, I'm going to be trying to qualify one of those packages. Those 30K packages. Hotel, what was it? Hotel, 1K towards travel, plus 26K buy-in.
But I want you in the booth, Henry. I guess you'll come if you happen to have some misfortune.
I'll come join you after I ship the tournament.
Okay, but we want live commentary.
What an insane tournament this is.
17 million. 17.
JNT's going to continue just on the merit of ace high.
Yeah, it makes sense. He often will have the best hand. Binder's been pre-flop raising every single hand, so he has a lot of air that, you know, ace high is often the best hand. And he's got a little bit of 3 to a straight.
Oh,
that card didn't want to beat a turn.
Some chop outs now for JNT.
It's a turn card that often just checks through. Binder shouldn't want to build a pot against a hand that's never folding, which would be like a pair or trips.
Yeah, both these guys happy
tap.
to try and check this one down. This Binder has some incredible value on his mind, or maybe considering turning his hand into a bluff. Ace 3 no good. Jack kicker will play.
I mean, some of that rail was clapping harder than others.
Well, there's a difference between, you know, a 5% piece and a 1% piece, Randy.
So the one wasn't clapping, was a 1%.
Yeah.
Feels like the stacks might be reset to how we started heads up. We're very close to it.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, JNT did take the lead for a bit, but since then, Binder's managed to grind back up towards 1 billion chips. What's the best swap you've ever had in your career?
I don't swap.
No, you don't swap?
The reason I don't swap is because...
You hate accounting?
No. I just would be sick to my stomach when I ship a tournament. I have to hand out so much. I want it all for myself, and I want all the pain to myself, too. But maybe you've had a good one you can share for us?
Not swaps, no. Pieces.
The
Yes.
pieces, nice.
There's nothing quite like buying a piece of like a good friend, and you're sweating along with the updates or the live stream.
First 3-bet from J&T.
Mystery hand. I'm not going to get to see it.
Yeah, unclear if that was a good hand or not. Would expect it to be.
If you won that bracelet, would you wear it out in public?
I might get robbed immediately.
Well,
Like,
I mean, hang on.
Depends on where I'm at, I suppose.
I was about to
if I'm
say,
in Compton, you know, like, yeah, maybe not a good
Randy
idea.
just putting Compton on blast. Hang on a minute. Why are you putting the sea on blast like that?
Okay, if I was in Oakland, maybe also not a good idea.
Wow.
I'm just saying that. I'm aware.
Randy
Oh,
beat.
4s and 6s. I mean, I got a little too excited because normally if they were like shallow, they would just get it in. As played, probably pre-flop raise, call by 6s. Whoa, 40 million for 4s? Is that a tell?
4s have been favorable to him today.
10 seconds.
See how Bidner reads into this.
I mean, he still just has to call. I'm sure he doesn't like playing this huge of a pot with just a pocket pair, but I don't think he wants to play for 550 million if he was to re-raise.
Yeah, surely. Yeah, he's just going to come with call. I was going to say. We're not going to rip 55 bigs, right?
No, it's too much.
Swing and a miss. Oh my word, this is the thing about J&T.
I actually think he just wins the hand here on the flop. Getting that vibe too, or not?
Yeah, I mean, how do you continue here? J&T is just setting up stacks already.
And in terms of improvement, are you just looking for the 6 basically? And one of those 6s brings another heart. J&T gets it done against a better pocket pair. He finds a way to win pots that he isn't supposed to. I think a lot of times the 4s might bet small, 6s hang in there, and they just check it down. Not this guy. And he also made it a 4x pre-flop, so he got even more chips out of his opponent. Made it that much scarier. And that's the thing, when Binder sees just the pre-flop raise size and the flop c-betting size, it might make him shift his gear back to, you know, just containing the pot and hoping that J&T blows up when he actually has a big hand.
I have to agree with you on that one. All it's going to take is, you know, for Binder to make a big hand and just an ill-timed misstep from J&T, which we have seen, you know, many times over the years. So even though we are this deep, I mean, it's like, what, 70 big blind average. It's one of those where, you know, blink and you'll miss it. It could be over very quickly, especially when you play the style that J&T plays.
Surely, yeah. But, you know, Binder can't just wait for that spot because there's a chance it just never comes. So he still has to battle and just try and slowly grind upwards. But if I was him, I wouldn't be rushing things and trying to build pots pre with like 3-bets and stuff like this. I think he's doing a fine job maintaining that lead and looking for that ideal spot where he can just pull the W.
$4 million difference between first and second. Whodunit saying that bracelet is bigger than all 17 of Helmuth's combined. It's a pretty chunky bracelet.
Ace-4 versus pocket tens. Standard min raise coming in. What size is J&T going for? It's a hand I can play for it all.
60.
Makes it 60.
Doesn't go big.
It's the same 3-bet size he did before. Now Binder's starting to wonder, like, is J&T getting out of line? It's the second 3-bet. He makes the call. Pot's 130 million. 10's heavy favorite. This one's important. Top set. Just like that.
Check J&T one time, please. Just check it on over.
And if you bet very small to try to get a hand that's drawing dead. Glimmer of hope. I like the bet size if you bet. 30 million is so tempting, especially for Binder's hand, right? He's got the backdoor nut hearts. He's got a little bit of wheel action. And ace high, it could be like king queens or queen jacks that might 3-bet.
Let's see what Binder does here. For those reasons, I always expect him to continue in some fashion. There's the call. 190 million in the middle. Brick turn. That's unfortunate from an entertainment point of view.
Oh my god, J&T just checked a card that's sopping wet. 2 flush draws out there. Gut shot's shown up. Is he just playing his man like a fiddle? Maybe Binder attacks, trying to fold out ace king, ace queen, ace jack. They wouldn't want to call bet. He checks. Whoa. That texture sucks.
Yeah, not the best run out. You flop top set and this goes running spades with a 4-liner on board.
100 million. I don't blame J&T for betting here. Just because he would hate to see his opponent check back some showdown that would have paid off. But obviously, if he could see his opponent's hand, he would want to check, as ace-4 would likely bluff on this type of texture.
Ace-4 hasn't hit the mark yet. There it is.
Close the gap.
Yeah, it's almost back to even. Almost back to even. But that's another one of those spots that you're kind of alluding to where Binder just has a straight there, has a flush there. Yeah, he just gets to extract 300 million.
That is true.
I feel like there's been quite a few spots where J&T has just gone big on boards that could get him in trouble.
Binder gonna try to look for that third duck. Looks like it's in hiding, but it does have the best hand, 2 deuces. J&T doesn't c-bet the queen 9, which was a gut shot. Deuces is betting. Unorthodox. Trying to dissuade cards that could counterfeit him from calling, right? 10 or king would kill him. Obviously the pair outs, the straight.
Maybe an adjustment here from Binder if he feels like J&T is pretty capped whenever he checks, especially in position.
Haven't seen J&T check that many flops, so yeah, I think his read is that if J&T did have a good hand, he has been c-betting flops with air and the goods, and going to test the waters, and it works. He's got 777 million.
It's been a pretty even heads-up battle so far. Blinder came in with, I want to say, like an 8-5 chip lead. Not quite 2-1, but almost. J&T took the chip lead at one point. There hasn't really been any monster pot that's shift the momentum in one player's favor.
I mean, yeah, the biggest shift has been the 3-bet pots, and you know those was just what, like 1 bet that got in.
To me, it felt like that 9-8 that J&T didn't triple barrel on the 10-7-4. Like king on the turn, ace on the river. If he finds the bet there, it gets the 7 to fold. I think he would have had a pretty substantial gap at the time.
Yeah, that pot I believe was 220 to 270
like
million.
that, yeah. Pot size bet here. I like this adjustment from Binder, like just betting big with your hands, your made hands, going really value heavy against J&T. Out of all of the commentators, Randy, who would you like to play heads up?
Oh, that's very easy.
For 10 million.
Ali Najad. Min raise, ace 10 suited. Should retain the king deuce offsuit. Technically, he's got a hand that should consider 3-bet from time to time.
It looks like he's going to do just that.
Yeah. He's reading J&T's min raise's weakness because he doesn't often go for that size, and it's not. It's actually a reasonable hand, ace 10 suited.
Is this the first 3-bet bluff we've seen from Binder?
Correct.
Out of the big?
He's been looking for an opportunity to kind of find a 3-bet bluff, and he's reading the situation wrong in terms of the pre-flop size that J&T has gone for, but on this texture, he could just win it against ace 10 of diamonds. Although he has gone kind of delayed c-bet strategy, so I'm not entirely sure if he'll follow through here in the flop. Yeah, he's going for a check. His expectation is that J&T, if he misses, he checks it back and gets a chance to win it later. And
man, look at this.
That's just wrong because J&T just fired 100 million with ace 10 suited.
Wow. They're practically tied. Randy, I think they both have like 700.
I don't need 15.
I don't know.
750 million each. Look at this. Are you kidding me? You couldn't script this. After 1 hour of battling heads up, they are tied for the chip lead. When we come back from this break, big blind 12 million, 60 big blinds apiece. Randy, I can't call it. I feel like it's gonna take one kind of big hand, whether it's a single raise pot, 3-bet pot, doesn't matter, but it's gonna require a significant momentum shift, and we just haven't had that yet in this heads-up match. Binder's been trying to grind away so far unsuccessfully, but this is the first time he is going to get to step away from the table, speak to his crew, get some information on how J&T's been approaching the button, how he's been approaching the flops, and maybe he can make some strategic adjustments.
And that's a really good point because getting the extra data might help him calibrate and kind of adjust his strategy to J&T. I do expect him to kind of mix it up. I'm not sure what it is. We'll see very shortly. But I thought it was kind of interesting there that you saw the tournament director go up to him and say, you know, there's a 1 hour dinner break. And immediately J&T's like, no, this is pure business right now.
Yeah, both of them are dialed in.
battling it out for this $4 million heads-up match. Both guaranteed $6 million, $10 million up top, and of course a place in poker history as a WSOP Super Main Event champion. I'm going to be jumping out. Ali Najjar's going to be stepping in, so don't go too far. In 10 minutes, we return to this heads-up battle.
Oh my God!
Stay loose, play 7 dude.
Taking home a healthy multi-million-dollar score.
Here we go. For Ace Jack, what timing is this? Because he's the big blind next. 7 big blinds.
Raise 23 million.
Raise 23 million.
Well, it's go time, but he's not going to stick all of it out there.
Yeah, he felt like this is the price that's enough to not let the big blind call loosely, but retain some chips in case of emergency. I probably fold this with King Jack offsuit for Natasha.
Fold. Fold.
The blinds are left to act. De Souza A7 offsuit.
40 total? Yeah.
5 seconds.
It seems a little loose if he was to consider it.
All in.
Yeah.
They're all in.
Wow, snap all in. It's queens against Ace Jack.
And it's a bad spot here for Spitale. Wasserson lost small last time out, and he rates to win small here, but nothing is small when you consider the significance of every one of these ladders. Spitale going over to his rail.
Oh, yeah.
Nacho Barbero, part of that Argentine contingent.
He's going to watch from out here.
O argentino short.
With his buddies.
Están buscando un as, Randy.
Dale, bebé. Apio. As.
Pero no hay.
Dale.
9-8 tray, the overpair holding for Was.
Sirve la de core igual,
Franco looking for the needle.
Any ice?
Apio. Ay, la concha.
One more chance,
¿Tanto va a
Ali.
querer hacer, boludo? No, cómo te entona la hinchada, por favor, boludo.
All smiles for
Dale,
Franco,
película, por favor.
despite just 7% with one to come. Is Was going to claim the first pelt?
As. Oh.
Yes, he is.
Good game, Spitale. Good game.
Enjoying the embrace of all those.
That wasn't
Finally,
For what?
a hand for Peter
Oh,
Chien.
okay, good.
And an
You said
opportunity
for
to
what, then it wasn't.
show off this T-shirt, which so many people in the chat have taken note of, apparently from RuneScape.
And just played itself.
Got a lot of 9-9s on there. I assume that's maxed out on all stats.
Unless the river would have been a diamond. You could
Fairly
have got
safe
more.
assumption. And a very safe open.
Or an ace or a 9. Or a king.
What's in the min raise off of 10 bigs?
Scary.
BTG. Super scary.
Ace Queen for Binder. Do we bother just defending, or do we say show me the money?
Show me the money if Peter's got raise fold in range. Really only he will know that. Some players always have premiums.
Mandatory all in for me.
Aren't really raise folding. He thinks it's possible, and let us run it.
Show me the money, but don't show me the Ace King,
Queen, ace, king.
which is precisely
Ace jack.
what Peter's got. Golden opportunity for him to double through the Austrian.
Yeah, they're right the first time.
100 mil in there. Peter hold.
He's got to hold. If he wants a shot at holding something other than 1.4 million in his hands. Austrian's rooting for a bad beat here. 965. Nut diamonds available for the time being.
That would be a bad beat.
I'm glad my wife's looking at her computer now. She has no idea what's going on.
Nice.
It might be healthier for her heart, Peter. Leave her
Oh.
alone. Oh my goodness.
She better look soon. This might be the last hand dealt. Peter.
Well, that computer calculating 25% equity for the ace-queen with one to come here. Flush draw. Which comes in!
Oh my God. No.
What a brutal to win.
Yeah, because it was already free-handed, so it's easy to win when there is only 2 other people to bust, right?
I don't think it's ever easy when you have half a big
Yeah,
blind to
the
win.
other-
Unless there was only 20 bigs left in play, maybe.
Yeah,
or-
the other people had like 19 and 15 big blinds, so it's
I
not that
see.
not that crazy.
Not as insane, but obviously a pretty significant spin up, which is what Natasha's going to need. As Reed puts the new chips to work, no waiting. King, jack of spades.
Wow, I would free bet this jack 5 like with pleasure.
Really? Well, instead, Binder mucks it, and Mercier perhaps is going to give Terrence an opportunity to finish what he started.
Yeah,
Jamming.
this is a dicey spot for Terrence to
Okay,
get
come on,
involved.
JNT. Give her protection. Re-raise all in. JNT, let's do that for the girl. I think he can do that. Like, he can put, like, whatever, some ISO raise. Yeah, he can do that for sure. And he's smart enough to do that.
Is that really allowed here, Kevin? Something like a raise out of JNT?
I mean, it's like, it is a hard spot for Terrence to stack off. The only
course,
benefit
yeah.
is, you
Terrence
know,
needs to fold like
Natasha's
everything
all
there,
in.
yeah? He needs to fold like everything there, basically.
Well-
That's why I even said that Bernhard can free bet there. Here we go.
Wow, he did make
Okay.
Yeah.
Vamos!
Well, she was always going to be up against King X. Instead of the King Jack, it's the King 8 of diamonds of JNT.
So she's in pretty good shape, actually, because one king folding, yeah?
Look at Natasha looking over as if to be like, are you doing me a favor in this spot, or are you actually making my life harder? What are you doing out there?
No, it's my brother, I told you already.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? What is that crazy guy there? I don't really understand that.
10-9 deuce. And what Natasha understands is that she is a couple of cards away from 52 million. No diamond to worry about. You can see all of the stress worn on her face, her camp, feeling the weight of this moment as well as she tries to stave off elimination. Queen on the turn, and she's found top pair. You see the gut shot for JNT, kings and jacks.
It was actually a good card for JNT. He like add one more out, right?
She's not out of the woods. Oh no!
Not like that.
A devastating king of clubs.
They don't get the luxury of playing pots in position against JNT. Feels like we have to just pass on the threes. Don't want to min raise a hand like this. Too deep to open jam. Oh boy.
Ooh. This is just going in, right? What is this for? 12 bigs?
How much?
12.5 bigs once we raise cutoff.
109.
I think we're spinning the wheel here for Eric's tournament life.
Yeah, we expect him to have any pair. Ace Jack, Ace 10 wouldn't be unusual. Even some low suited aces would be fine. Pretty good price for the King Queen. He's in there.
Here we go. Look, good luck, gents. This is what Terence was waiting for. To see Wsop all in and at risk. The bad news for everyone else is Wsop has got the best hand right now. Watson just looking to hold with his 59% as Binder's rail.
Good luck.
Try and call in some kings, queens, diamonds. There he is, Nick Shulman on the rail. Sweating his good bud, Eric. 230 million in the middle. Queen in the window. Wow. What a flop for Binder. Top pair, second nut flush draw. Wsop has just 5 outs for his tournament life. Everyone else potentially looking at a $650,000 ladder. Wow, he's dead on the turn.
Good luck. Good luck. Good playing.
He's dead on the turn. Binder up to 706 million, and we lose the one-time bracelet winner, Kyan Mokri, taking down the 250K Invitational for 7.7 million and a bracelet. And here we are, final 4 of the 25K Super Main. 2,891 entries in this one. Just absurd. Reed's in the big. He's got 12 big blinds.
He's going to defend 8-7 suited, I would think. Even though there is a raise and a call, but he's so shallow. Easy to kind of realize your equity post-flop. Got to make something happen. Because you know De Souza is not going to play any hand until you make your mark.
Let's see if Reed can flop a piece. Enough of a piece.
Well, someone flopped a lot of piece. That's Binder.
Binder with the flush. J&T with just ace high. Is this enough of a piece for Reed that he's going to be in trouble here? Middle pair against a very aggressive opponent. 75 million in the middle.
I mean, I wouldn't fault Reed to continue with his hand. Binder is supposed to have so many random hands or offsuit stuff. Jack 6 suited, as you can see, definitely has Jack 6 of hearts. For now, though, is J&T going to continue? Doesn't have anything, no spade in hand. Disappointed, but the right fold.
It's one of those where J&T's like, I know you're meant to be super wide, and I know you're meant to be pushing us around.
80.
And hello once more from Atlantis, Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu and alongside 2 men that are currently jockeying for a $10 million prize pool. An hour into heads-up play, coming back off of the break. And Randy, who would have thought that when all was said and done, 2,800 plus entries, a massive $72 million prize pool, we would be treated to what is basically the reset button in a heads-up sit and go between TJ Reed and Jean-Noel Torel.
Well, I hate to tell you, but TJ Reed is no longer in the tournament. So, like, if he can come back to life.
I looked up at the image on the screen just moments ago and got my signals crossed, and I confess I've been a little bit distracted, Randy. But the fact that JNT certainly is here is the first thing I want you to unpack.
I mean, the thing is, he came into his heads-up match slightly behind Bernhard Binder. And the thing is, he's been playing his own style, and it's been working because Binder's been trying to play small ball with him, but he's been losing the big pots to JNT.
I'll tell you this. we did expect that Binder would work his way here just based on talent alone. When we were here at the top of the show, we observed him creeping up. He did overtake the chip lead from JNT at one point in time. And obviously, you want to believe that experience alone is going to be able to take you home. But heads up is such a high variance format of poker.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Binder's trying to just contain the pots, looking for JNT to build a pot at the wrong time. But the thing is, JNT's been mixing it up. He's been stealing pots that normally shouldn't go his way. He's a tough customer.
Yeah, he really is, but so is JNT. Mr. Main Event perhaps going to be rechristened, as you alluded to, Mr. Super Main Event. And what a moment it would be for poker. As we are moments away from getting them back underway, let us send it down to Jeff Platt with the honors as the Super Main resumes.
Welcome back to World Series of Poker Paradise, where we are still heads up for the title, for $10 million, and for that World Series of Poker bracelet. Level up, 6 million small blind, 12 million big blind, with a 12 million big blind ante. JNT versus Binder. Let's get those cards back in the air.
Thank you, Jeff. And thanks to those of you who have been riding with us, not just today, in this final day of the Super Main, but also so many days of our coverage here. We had 4 total day 1s, 2 total day 2s, then 3 and 4 to bring us to this point, and 6 million is guaranteed, but 4 million is what they're playing for. And while, Randy, that might not be a lot to a billionaire who's already made his way in business to success, for Binder, regardless of what he's accomplished in his career, and we know that it is bright, the future for him, this would be an incredible achievement.
I mean, it's their moment, you know. And sure, JNT doesn't need 10 million, but you've got to earn the WSOP bracelet. And he's going to try and do it.
Yeah, he's doing it with what rates to be an inferior deuce, given that we can only see one of his 2 cards here. 6, 12, and 12. 30 million. The price of poker, every 2 hands, 15 million on average. Each hand that they play. Paired rainbow flop here. King high checks.
15 million.
Bernhard. What the follow through? Look at JNT.
And he grabs 3 oranges so
Yeah.
far. Will there be more?
Then a call.
Calls.
Can I ask you if you can spread one more time the cards in the box, if you can spread.
Looks like we're going to find out what that side card is. So the semi-mystery hand.
We'll get
Likely to come to a close. No, they actually asked JNT to rescan. I think we had it wrong here. As both players find a gut shot, unless Binder's got a 3 in there, in which case he's found a straight. Still TBD.
Seconds. Check.
I gotta say, I kind of like the time that JNT is taking. Not because I necessarily suspect that he's deep in some thought, but just balancing out the pace of play here. There's been a propensity at times for him to behave in manners that seem reflexive and can skew your range of his holding.
It's possible he's decided to do this more after that break, and now he's up against a 16 million chip bet. Just a deuce, king high. Seems like it would be a light call, though I could see it being good against like 7x that would double barrel, busted hearts. Just slightly ambitious given what you're working with.
I could also see Binder not being too convinced that JNT was up in range based on some of the imagery you just saw on your screen. He's got plenty of time banks available. He's going to stick a few out there. If he is going to proceed, Randy, which I would suspect that you're not necessarily in favor of, raise is the way forward?
No, probably would still be called just because he has a high card to go of his draw, and it could be good against worse draws.
Okay.
If he was holding like Jack Deuce, 10 Deuce, then I would consider raise or fold.
But the flat brings the pot to 210 million, and the river brings the king. Snap check back from Binder. Did he have ace high?
I suspect.
Will we ever find out?
I think he had at least a pair. Because when you see that look, you're like, wow, he made a strong call on me on the turn and got there.
Mm-hmm. You know, earlier I described JNT's run as something that was the product of the sun shining down to an extent, but run good alone doesn't get the job done. I mean, he has really grown in terms of his strength, and being here heads up is something he's not a stranger to, and he was moments away from winning a main event at the Triton Super High Roller Series, which preceded this World Series collaborative portion of the festival. And Timothy Adams got lucky.
It was a 2-outer.
To deny him.
So, yeah, you might be thinking at JNT, yeah, he can't win heads up. I feel like he should have won that heads up. I was there to watch it. And right now, you know, he is giving Binder a lot of complicated situations post-flop. And that's what you want to do if you're the lesser experienced player. I think it will be difficult for Binder if he's going to try to get to the end on the top.
If I parked you outside the octagon or the oval, as it were, but just referring to this as a cage match of sorts,
okay,
and you had to provide advice to JNT and advice to Bernhard Binder based on all that you know of the two and all you've observed, what would your feedback and your sort of suggestion or coaching be?
I mean, to be honest, I am liking the way JNT's been playing this heads-up match. He's been stealing more pots post-flop than he deserves. You know, he's constantly c-betting. He's making larger pre-flop raise sizes, which builds the pot. It just makes the pro more nervous post-flop because if you're in a speculative spot and you're in Binder's shoes, you don't really want to be calling down multiple barrels if they're really big with like a second, third pair, for example. But for Binder, what he needs to do is just constantly adjust, you know, and I think that's what we're going to see because in the first hour of play, you know, he was slowly kind of changing the strategy, was checking a lot, and then he started to c-bet a little bit more. But he also did get that break just recently, and maybe he got a chance to consult the rail and maybe pick up some new ideas.
Tell you what, you couldn't ask for a better crew to be guiding you to victory than the one that Binder has assembled here. As the flop assembles an open-ender for him, defending with the queen high against the ace-jack open. All standard fanfare to this point with 74 in the middle.
Bet 30 million.
C-bet of 30 from JNT. You know, oftentimes, if we were to look out and say, this is objective experience, veteranship versus more of an amateur or a novice, right? Which is not a slight on JNT whatsoever. He has been playing against some of the best in the world and doing it for quite a few years now with some success.
Mm-hmm.
We tend to suggest reduce the decision points. Take the pro out of their comfort zone. Inflate pots. Make it so that they can't dictate pace and they can't proceed in situations.
And that's what he's been doing. You know, he's building pots. Look at this. Like ace-jack is not an auto bet here on the turn. But now it just puts Binder in a really annoying spot because it's 100 million to 134. I'm not so sure how he likes his pretty solid draw as a passive line, probably, right?
Let alone his queen high.
Yeah, he's like confused. He's like, seriously? You're just going to get me to fold to 6 right now?
10 seconds.
He doesn't like to face these huge bets. He's going to hang in there, pray.
You surprised by this?
I mean, he thinks queen high could be good occasionally, and he can visualize the deuce rolling off, and he just wins a huge one against the ace.
All right, this is not one of the occasions on which it's good, but the Top card on the flop pairing here on the river. Does this open the door to convert queen high into a bluff under presumptions that JNT doesn't have 5x in range as a raise on the button?
I mean, potentially, but the problem is if JNT's got a 10, I don't really think he's the type to fold it. He might be thinking about like a smallish bet to fold out a higher draw, like a king high spades, maybe an ace jack like this. But he'd have to bet big enough to get those hands to fold. It's crossing his mind, as you can see. His mind tinkering.
Seconds.
334.
Oh,
wow, did he
my.
just go 3? Oh, my God.
This is so dicey. This is an incredible commitment, and it gets through. Bernhard ignites his rail as JNT ignites a golden opportunity.
Binder needed to make that bluff to give himself a chance because JNT was just going to check that one back and win a massive one. That was a really cool find.
I mean, his call on the turn, Randy, it has everything to do with him identifying that there could be some spots unimproved that would allow for him to take the lead. He's not just calling to find a queen or a deuce or a 7.
And that makes his call just fine because now he's found new outs, quote unquote, that he can potentially win the pot. He went full pot. And I think also the logic why he opted to bet there was he didn't expect JNT to bet a 5 as played on the turn for such a big sizing. And he really wanted to sell the story that he had a 5, and that's why he had to go so big. What a match.
Pots like that just tell you what you need to know about whether or not Binder is up to the task. Just world class.
It's world class. I mean, they've already been playing an hour. I was expecting a shift from Binder. I think that hand immediately demonstrates that.
He shifted into a lower gear and found red line. As he has found the lead here, 14 bigs north of JNT. Still no cause for panic. But he didn't really give it much of a thought. And when you reflect upon this particular final table early in the day, the bigger pots that were played were between JNT and Bernhard. And on a couple of occasions, you saw JNT looking him up and paying him off. And I wonder whether or not he's flashing back to those moments and thinking to himself, this has been a costly endeavor. Let me adjust and give credit in ways that I didn't earlier. Granted, heads up a different animal.
Sure.
But tough to shake those sorts of imprints.
It's actually a really good point because if you've seen your opponent show you value over and over again on river, it could bleed into heads up. And perhaps they were playing a little mini heads up when other players were at the table earlier. So just a continuation.
Raise 24 million.
Something to note here is after coming back from the break, Binder's actually ditched the glasses, the sunglasses that is.
Cool.
You make anything of this?
I don't know. It just, he's been playing from all day. He played with it the first hour heads up.
I mean, from this vantage point, as we see JNT on the button with this open-ender, follow through likely, I think maybe absent some of the other opposition that he feels maybe more trying to look into his soul, let's say, using live tells, maybe he doesn't feel like that's something he needs to be as concerned about against JNT. I mean, if for no other reason, as we've pointed out, you see the light in front of him. Vision has been a struggle for him of late, and we certainly hope that he can continue to enjoy this hobby for as long as possible. But, you know, I just suspect he's unbothered by the notion that that's a factor here.
We are clearly seeing a new Binder here. He I believe, well, from what we've seen in the first hour, J&T was c-betting like every single flop. Now Binder's opted to check raise bluff. He's turned a flush draw.
I'll tell you what, when you do check raise bluff, finding backdoor equity is the way to grease your wheels for another barrel. 210 in the middle.
Kind of feel like you need to barrel once more once you pick up this equity, because you don't really want to go into check call mode with a weakish flush draw, but there are hands that linger that bet call flop, given it was, what, 30 to 75, not a big raise. Puts in 150 million. But just look at this pot. There's 510 million in the middle, high card versus high card. It's an ace. What do you do now if you're Binder?
More importantly for me, if Binder does shut her down, which I'm not sure he's going to, will J&T activate appropriately? It's a $500 million chip pot. How many times you said that in your life?
Never.
Okay, he has shut it down with the
Oh
A high.
my
And look at J&T just drop the dump truck off, and it's his turn.
Wow. He just put in 350 million.
Listen, it's very important as this thing progresses that J&T find that pace on a river barrel with something nutted. Because if we get deep enough to where word comes down, I promise you that Austrian gallery, which has a sprinkling and a smattering of German as well, Fuchs, Miller and Company, Mulacher, that's going to be shared, you know. And while J&T has Fred out there on the rail, I don't know whether or not Fred is approaching it in similar fashion.
What a pot. You know, J&T just went with it. Had he got called, he would only have like 40 or 50 million chips remaining. Chat's going wild with that hand. This has been a great heads-up match so far. Big lead for J&T. These were the stacks when we started the heads-up match. Although flip-flopped, Binder had the advantage.
First score.
Deuce in the window and a 4 with it. Both players connecting here, and that jack of spades is going to keep Bernhard somewhat interested for the time being.
Actually, I thought it was a little interesting that J&T announced, oh, just call, because it was the first time Binder's done that on the button. He is taking note. Don't underestimate J&T.
Dude, he's sharp. Does go check, check. 2 tones upon the 9 of heart arrival.
J&T trying to set the trap with his 4. It looks so weak. I wouldn't fault the deuce trying to go for protection. 3 big blinds out there. He checks it.
4-liner on board now.
As played, just got to check the deuce. Hard to get called by worse. Gonna be very happy given what he sees. He's probably not folding.
In a limped 1 pre, should there have been a moment where J&T should have sought to cobble value out of that king 4?
I think the turn is definitely a good spot to consider it, but he's not playing straightforward. Sometimes he bets, sometimes he checks. He's very unpredictable,
And he's
that's
not
what
sitting
he
on a
needs to do.
one-man rail either. My apologies. I only pointed out Fred because it is his longtime friend and always is on hand to help him out when he's playing poker on these trips.
Just a walk.
Nice time to fold the button as Ace 5 suited lurked. You know, I think there's a distinction, as I've had some conversations with people who have described the possibility of a J&T victory in this one prior to us getting down this deep as a potential moneymaker effect 2.0.
Okay.
With David Goliath undertones. But I think important distinctions center around the fact that, as I've alluded to, and as you and I both know from having spent time at Triton, watching him do his thing, front row seats to the best in the world, plying their trade. Osmosis is real, and that's not necessarily something that Chris brought in to his famous run. Also, J&T's not an accountant from Tennessee. This dude's a billionaire. You know, no shade on Chris. But this 10 million ain't changing our boy's life.
Yeah, I think it's important that you mentioned that, you know, he's obviously a master in his craft, and if you have those kind of abilities, you can apply it to poker. You put into hard work, like you mentioned, osmosis, collect the ideas that your opponents are doing, and you know, these are smart people playing. Sure, they don't play professionally, but he is giving Binder a huge headache right now.
If I'm a fraction as sharp as J&T is this point in my life, you know, or, you know, being his age, I'd be a happy man. That's for sure. I would not be so happy to look up at King 5-3 with 2 hearts sitting on Queen 8, but it is better than the 10 high of Binder.
Is he reaching for chips? There it is, 30 million from the big blind.
You love to see it or what?
He's just mixing it up. And that's the thing. Binder, he can't really put a read on these plays because sometimes he does it with the goods, sometimes it's just air, and he kind of just has to patiently wait for a good hand. But if he does that too long, he's going to have no blinds left.
That's a good point. Note, by the way, that he did take it up a notch when he could have simply checked back the big blind.
Yeah, I don't think he likes Binder limping now.
And I don't think that's something that we would argue with. I think keeping a little bit of pressure, making Binder uncomfortable, forcing him into a moment of potential panic where he looks down and goes, oh my gosh, I don't have that many blinds left. I can't take it post-flop as much anymore.
2 times that Binder's got to walk. He had ace-9 offsuit and ace-5 suited. How disappointing.
Yeah, he was ready. And I mean, we've been looking at this from J&T's perspective. If we're Binder, conversely, he wants to play as many streets as possible in every single hand and keep the pot relatively contained until he dictates that we want to play a big one.
And that's why in the first hour of play, at first he was min-raising every single hand, even if it was like 3 deuce offsuit, seeing that J&T was folding a little bit more big blinds than he probably is advised to. But then now you see him limping the button, and it's a strategy shift. Because he's been chipped down, he is trying to increase that stack to pot ratio for post flop and hopefully allow J&T to build pots unnecessarily. Obviously on the flip side, he's playing smaller pots in position by limping. So, you know, it's not clear cut what's the best approach, but his strategy right now is to try and not bleed down in these medium-sized pots, just trying to keep them small. Now he's got middle pair.
That he does.
25 million.
Excuse me, J&T, you have 10-5 high, and you are floating out of position. Pick up a gut shot. And it's such a balls check call. It seems unnecessary for J&T.
You know, it's interesting because floats are a real thing, but you got to be mindful of the particular combos that lend themselves to such decisions. And so, while, and I'm not alleging that it's simply monkey see, monkey do, but you can mimic some of what you observe. If you don't understand the underpinnings of the decision making, you can get yourself into a little bit of trouble. And here is JNT betting 25 million, and that's going to be a fairly easy call there for Binder. You see the swift.
Yeah, he's a bit confused. Like, did you really just check call me there? And now Binder's got to shift his strategy a bit because he saw how light he just got called on the flop.
And I think that's going to be harmful for JNT moving forward because his credibility is going to be damaged.
But he's a smart guy. He's gonna mix it up once again, take it one step further and tighten up a bit. The Binder Wonderland. It is Christmas around the corner, isn't it?
Yeah, man, have you done your Christmas shopping yet?
No. Did you buy me anything yet, Ollie?
You know.
I got you some chicken bites the other day.
That's true, you did. I owe you. Those chicken bites rescued me. And JNT looking for a bite out of Binder with ace jack of hearts. Should I get you a Shake Shack gift card? There's none in Australia, so it wouldn't really help.
Yeah.
But you're going back to Sacramento. Maybe I'm sure they have them there.
They do have one there. I know where it is.
You're not going to actually go when you
It's
get
in the
home,
downtown.
You just promise me
J
you're not going
Street.
to Shake Shack when you get home.
Why?
You're so sick. 3-3-5. Ace Jack doesn't mind it. 8-6, not in love.
Check back from JNT.
How do we feel about it? Maybe pretty good once the ace rolls off, but talk to me.
No, it's certainly fine. You know, it's the type of texture where you don't really want to get check raise, and Binder has opted to check raise bluff a bit more as of late. And look at this. See, it seems like JNT also has a gear shift where he was betting relentlessly on flops and value betting. Now he's getting more trappy, and Binder, you know, he just can't assume that JNT is a one-trick pony, always playing the same style, you know? Here he's got 8-6 high. Clearly will never win, but he's just not convinced that JNT would check an ace on both the flop and the turn. He is wrong, and he is going to get called. How do you beat a guy who just keeps mixing it up?
I mean,
You know?
it's hard. And I think it's not just mixing it up, but I don't know that JNT necessarily, if we ran that one multiple times, would take the same line.
That's what I'm saying.
Right? So it's not just sometimes when I'm nutted, sometimes when I'm light. It's even with the same exact situation, you find him doing different things. And that is probably the most effective antidote to experience.
I like how they're singing back when JNT wins.
Yeah. I mean, if they started doing like Christmas carols, I guess that would be a little bit less menacing.
A part of me, I mean, I could be wrong. I feel like Binder is a little bit, dare I say, lost in the sense that he's got these expectations on how JNT is going to play. He's using these strategies,
Right.
but then what he's seeing at Showdown is not what he expects.
Yeah, I get what you mean. He's not lost. I mean, he's a terrific poker player.
Correct.
Very competent, but he's not finding kind of that footing beneath him that he can operate off of, and that's all due to the seismic shifting happening across the felt. Second pair for JNT on the ace-high board here. Slips it to Binder.
He's got a hand that can certainly c-bet 2 overs, connection to that 9 of diamonds. When I say 2 overs to the middling pair, which often is the stuff you'd be worried about. 40 mil.
He's focused on the same card that JNT is in that 9 of diamonds, which brings him to a 2/3 pot c-bet. Randy, I was going down the path of maybe sizing up, not playing into his hand. And yet here he is doing just that. And he has found himself a gutter. Sorry, an open ender. It is JNT that has the gutter and a flush draw. So good luck trying to evict him from this pot.
Yeah, that's an eviction notice that would get ignored. Probably just take the free card here. I mean, I could see why betting might work, just to fold out some kind of 7x. 9x, I'm not really convinced it would always consider a fold, but here he bets 90 mil. There's so much in there now, J&T. Mid pair, clubs, straight draw, as you mentioned. There are cards that just end this here and now, Ali.
You referring, pray tell, to something like
Six
of
of
clubs?
Yeah.
That's the direction I was headed. Right color, wrong suit for the flush draw, as the 9s are still best. 320 million in the pot, just north of 1 SPR. Effective.
And J&T is potentially coming in with block. He's leading 80 mil.
He's bobbing and weaving out here, man. This is quarter pot, by the way. And this is, what are we trying to do? Do we just close our eyes and decide that that 10 is worth more than it is? And do something savage and heroic?
Well, J&T's line is peculiar, right? Because he's betting small, kind of saying out loud, I've got one pair. Is it one pair 9s? Is it one pair ace? Binder might even consider moving in. You saw him immediately look at his chips and see, do I have enough to fold out a block?
Eventually the guy who is mixing it up is going to have it. And Binder doesn't want to take what he might deem to be a needless risk at any point in this match.
If he risks it here, it likely would work. But if he risks it and his opponent is just kind of messing with them, it could be over.
Oh my God, did he jam it? He has jammed it. Is J&T going to call? If he clicks call, it's a wrap, Randy.
Wow.
This is a bluff for 10 million.
Oh, and he folds. What a play from Binder.
Second time. He's bound J&T.
Binder. That's 2 big bluffs he's gotten through against J&T. It's keeping him alive. And he's got the lead once again.
That was a $4 million call that
It
he could have
was.
made right there.
It was.
6 on lock, 10 million yours, just click call. And I hope this one gets down deep enough to where word does get down to J&T, and he in turn can make some adjustments as we see him settling into being second on the leaderboard, doing so with an ace-4 of spades. Deuce 3 suited, the diaper here for Binder. Fans on the Queen-Queen-10 board. Same story for J&T. Snap check back.
I don't think I would be stabbing with the 3 high. He's seen J&T check back ace high textured at, I mean, the 3-3 deuce of ace jack earlier. Pair of 4s now for J&T. I feel like Binder should just be content giving this one up. Sure, he's never going to win at Showdown, but
the big ones have belonged to him thus far.
True.
And he's earned them
Well,
with the worst hand on both occasions. And maybe he's trying to keep that trend alive.
It's an overbet.
90 million.
Binder
to 72.
Oh. There
Wow.
it is. What? What do you have?
Dropped him in the back of the squad car there. Speeding ticket issued by Officer Torel.
Oh, they both got game.
This is dope.
Binder try to fold out some weak pair like that or an ace high. Still gets called.
And by the way, when you got caught with your hand in the cookie jar there, JNT's instantly thinking back to the credit he gave you in those 2 big spots and wondering, was it a 211? Do we have a little bit of armed robbery?
And that's why Binder is probably thinking, might need to go for value next time I go for a huge bet, a huge all-in. Yeah, throughout this heads-up play with the second hour, Binder has made some really great reads on where J&T is at in big pots.
I mean, throughout the course of this entire tournament, when we've had the opportunity, and certainly at this final table, he has impressed repeatedly. He's got the goods.
Well, he's going to call here in position. Did limp queen 10 off, so I think that's important because the hand, it certainly qualifies as a raise. But like we said earlier, wants to kind of keep pots small in terms of pre-flop. J&T did min-raise from the big, by the way.
Yeah, with his suited queen. Broadway gutter with no diamond for Binder. 30, says JNT.
Still would call even with no diamond. He's got position. He's got a draw to the nuts.
Cool.
120 mil out there.
Deuce on the turn.
Man, if J&T bets here with just queen 7 high, that's just criminal.
Check.
Does check.
I wonder if Binder automatically removes any ace-X from J&T's range in these spots. Second jack on the end.
Check.
J&T with the check. Now is Binder going to try and represent the jack? He's been making big bets. Doesn't need to, given he's up against queen 7, but he doesn't know it. He might try to fold out like a king high. I think you're right. Maybe he doesn't put an ace in J&T's range, given the turn and river check, and he's gonna go do that big bet poker thing. 180 mil.
18 falls.
The overbet once again employed, this time successfully, and he did have the best hand. Should he have allowed Showdown to come through? I think he was pretty confident. It's not a jack, it's not an ace, and then just in case it's a king, let me just show him the exit. But I wonder whether or not the overbet is required to usher that one out of the door. Is he targeting any of the deuce or 3 stuff?
Maybe like a pocket pair, like
Yeah,
7s,
okay.
8s, 10s.
Okay.
And from what I've gathered, based on how Binder's been playing ever since the break, is he perceives himself to have a post-flop edge. So he's trying to keep that stack-to-pot ratio large by just limping pre-flop. And when he sees certain tendencies from J&T, that's when he attacks. So when he sees weakness and he expects J&T to, you know, bet an ace on a turn, for example, in that last hand, he throws that out of the range, and therefore he just bets big and just try to get anything to fold. Because if he bets small, we've seen J&T make some lighter calls.
Yep. I will say, though, it's one of those high-risk, high-reward deals. It works until it doesn't. And I'm just curious what kind of risk appetite Binder, based on what we've seen, it seems like it's a pretty good appetite. for that risk, but I was going to say how much of a risk appetite he needs to have in this situation.
Well, you know, he's been needing to make those moves for him to be in contention right now in this match, because he made the play on the board pairing 5. You know, if he didn't make that one, he would be down to, what, 300 million or something like that. He made the play there when he moved against the pair of 9s not too long ago. He was right. He's given himself the best chance right now. It's 8-4-4 rainbow.
Yeah, the board has given him the worst hand, though, despite having the best of it pre. JNT smashing this. Diamond draw for dessert now. Still not betting, Randy.
Yeah, he's trying to trap binder. I don't think King 7 needs to bet. He's got high card king. He's got a gut shot. I don't think he expects him to be able to fold out a 6 ever, as played. Flush comes in.
So his hand gets better and better, and yet he just gets 0 value.
And binder's going to take note. This guy tried to trap me. All 3 streets.
And again, the data points are all over the scatter plot. There's no football cluster anywhere to be found. You got outlier, outlier. It's tough.
He's an outlier. What can we say? And that's the one where you don't really know how to respond to. Because if binder saw, you know, that JNT was consistent with always showing up with weak hands there, never showing up for trap, then he can create a strategy that can really grind his opponent down.
On police.
He just said he's the police.
You know, as much as I want to say we've been witnessing police brutality, there's also been some civil unrest out of binder.
Yeah. JNT unable to put his man behind bars.
Yeah. They both been running around with handcuffs chasing each other.
And sometimes it seems like he's put his man in prison, but he just Shawshank Redemption's out of there.
Randy, you know Shawshank Redemption is a movie, and when you employ it appropriately in a comedic manner, it suggests that you've seen it.
I have seen it. Yes.
I'm
You proud of me?
lightly skeptical, but yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
lightly skeptical.
No, I know you've seen it. It's an all-time great. But you know, it's just you have such a complicated relationship with films. Open ender here, the relationship for binders 4-5. Gut shot for JNT. Heads up.
So
the sorts of things we can get.
Does 7 give
invested in.
both a straight? Yeah.
Are you doing like evil things here, Randy?
I mean, look, I don't want this heads-up match to end, but if a 7 falls, this heads-up match will end.
Even if it's a heart?
Even if it's a heart? I mean, maybe not end, but someone will be buried, and that would be binder. And 60 million is full pot.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still going to chase the gut shot? Can't love the price. And he folds. I think binder is very fortunate to have bet full pot there. You bet smaller, that 10-8 is chasing. It just has to be one of the best heads-up matches we've seen.
It's crazy because You know, when you look at a menu and you read the breakdown of an entree, and it's kind of just like, oh, you know what? That sounds delicious. I don't think that this one on the menu is necessarily the one that you would expect to deliver all of this flavor. And yet here we are salivating over what we've seen thus far and what is to come.
I'm just hoping that we're in for a 12-course meal because I really don't want this to end.
Eventually it must, and the blinds are merciless. But they're relatively deep. I mean, this could go a while. It could be Snickers time for us.
So we started this heads-up match 72 big blind average.
Okay.
And we have 90-minute levels. It's based on time. You're right. It could take a long time. But, you know, they are playing big pots from both ends.
Neither of them have been afraid to do so either.
What's the game plan, base 9?
48.
This is very interesting for me. Makes it 48? It seems like such a small re-raise.
How much did you say?
40.
48.
48, you said.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, you
I
said
did.
48. But is that even
He needs to make it 50, it seems.
It's not even a proper raise. You have to
Yeah, the initial raise was 19 million more than the 12, so the re-raise at minimum must be 50.
raise. No, yeah, I'm just trying to calculate the minimum raise. He needs to raise to 50. You need to raise to 50,000.
50.
Yeah, that's raise to 50,000, not 48. I mean,
50 million.
Yeah, I did that earlier.
50?
50 million is the minimum raise. Yeah.
I really am trying to understand this strategy that Binders opted to go for base 9, like kind of re-raise small.
What's bothering you about it?
It just seems very small, you know?
Like what are we accomplishing?
Yeah, is he just trying to accomplish bigger pots with a solid hand on average? Unclear, but it is 7-4 deuce, a whiff for J&T.
Same story for Binder.
But he's got that pre-flop initiative.
You sense that if he's going to bother to put the third scoop out there, create fold equity?
Yeah, he should be c-betting, and maybe he wants to retake control in... Yeah, it is a 3-bet pot, but it kind of feels like we're in between a single raise pot and a 3-bet pot based on the size he opted to go for, because J&T is not raise folding anything for that price. But I'm very curious to see how Binder goes forward, if he introduces this type of play once again, and what hand he opts to do it with. I mean, we got a player in the chat kind of pointing out maybe there's a chance he didn't realize J&T raised and he tried to ISO big. I don't know. We'll find out.
It is difficult, just given his aptitude, to think that there would be any oversights like that out there on his part.
Yeah, I agree.
But let's revisit the idea that the gas tanks are running on vapors.
And good timing because he just downed some coffee.
Yeah. Could be tea, Randy. Could be a warm milk.
A hot milk and some cookies.
I said warm. I said warm.
Okay, for cookies.
Hot milk. Ew. A warm milk, ew. But, you know, unless you're a baby.
Was he hoping Santa Claus just come by and wraps him a gift and give him $10 million?
Buddy, $6 million is already wrapped up. Stockings are stuffed out here. Extra $4 million, though, that would be.
Okay, I don't know what the other card is, but he's paid
extra
$90
cookies.
million.
I mean, ace of clubs, another 5 is what we would like to think.
You know, ace 3 offsuit was like, oh, I'm going to limp call any raise size. And he's like, wait a second.
He's come with an insane 90.
I think you just have to fold. If you're suited,
Yeah.
sure. But what are you hoping for? Flop an ace and maybe put to the test for it all?
We're going to get a glimpse here. This is kind of an important one. Okay, never mind. Who cares?
Yeah.
Just, you know, I'm being sarcastic. I think he knows. What if he purposely didn't scan the other one? He knew what he was doing there. I'm telling you, he's slippery.
What are you going to do? Arrest him? He's the police.
Buddy, not me. Although there's some dirty cops out there. You know, this is well documented in film.
He's a classy guy, all right? He just tries to take your chips.
Maybe Internal Affairs needs to pay him a visit with that 5 of clubs. Maybe he's in the evidence room helping himself, if you know what I mean.
Ah ouais, j'oublie tout le temps.
Looks like we got a little French-speaking card peddler.
Pretty sure she was telling him to scan your cards.
You know, your tone was a little more terse. You know, I think she was a little more gentle. I think she was just saying, scan your cards, s'il vous plaît.
I wish I knew how to say no in French. I do not.
I think it's just no, but I'm not sure. What I am sure is that these 2 5s are not going to win it with a min raise.
Call.
J&T defends. A couple of overs, shockingly enough. Two hearts, 2 3s, and a 10. Pretty good board for Binder.
He's supposed to want to bet this type of hand on this texture. Given he needs protection, he can get called by. Where's high cards?
J&T, be careful when you peel your cards. So a black card.
Thank you.
I didn't see what card it was, but it was black.
That's class from Binder.
Yeah.
Wants to beat his opponent straight up. Needs no advantages.
Maybe tell him in French. I don't know if he understood.
Vous avez compris ce qu'il vous a dit?
Hein?
Faites attention quand vous
Oui, il m'a
regardez.
dit.
Ouais, voilà.
Maybe we're going to need to move to like not so great walls of China on either side of JNT just to kind of block the sight lines at some point, you know?
Yeah.
There you go. He's got the lean. I'm into it.
Get some stretches up in there as well.
The lean, of course, means something entirely different in a Lil Wayne track. But here it's just the literal.
Cool.
10-6. No leaning.
Your right hand? Yes, I'll take that.
Button limp.
Seconds.
48.
Raise to 48 millions.
It's all about making it 48 and smiling because your opponent's not looking at you. Did you see that?
Why the smile?
Because he knows he's getting away with something naughty.
Is that what it is?
I mean, maybe. He saw his opponent put on the glasses. He limped. It just looked weak. And he just can't help himself. He's just
Something's
smirking.
got him tickled.
Like, because
Boy, look at-
JT doesn't know what chips
I
he's
mean-
playing with. He's analyzing the chip denominations.
You know what's wild? You're seeing all this, and if I would have described some of these challenges to you, you would have been like, well, this guy's not going to get heads up in the super main. Wrong.
It's odd to me because he puts on the glasses to see what denomination he's playing with, and then he plays with them off. He could leave them on, right?
Yeah. Ace here for JNT in the big. I don't know how much of his own, shopping and kind of spending that he does. But based on what we just observed as we see him raise and take it out of the big blind with respect to chip denominations, I really hope he doesn't use cash. I think credit is the way to go. You know, they'd be like, "Sir, this is your Costco card," and be like, "Okay, hang on, sir, that's your license." Okay, no, I got it. But at least you're never going to be like paying $100 for a stick of gum.
Yeah. Yeah, that would suck. Or like $100 baguette.
Yeah, that would be an overpay for sure. Deuce is getting a walk here. You know, it's weird though, because anybody that might know JNT back around his home in France, they might just assume he's the world's most generous tipper. And story would track. You know, you're like,
Story checks out.
What does he care? $100 baguette. Here you go.
Question is it intentional or not?
Well, the only way to find out is if the person that owns the bakery is living in a house as nice as J&T's, then maybe there's been a history of overpaying.
65 mil with the Ducks. I mean, Binder's a bit confused. Like, seriously? Last time I limp, you made it like 90 mil. This time 65. 65's a lot. Binder has to fold a hand that wants to see a flop in position.
Mm-hmm. As J&T takes his turn with Ducks.
It's good.
Ça, c'est 5 000.
5 millions dans votre main droite et 2 millions dans votre main gauche. Il y a 3 5 millions sur le
Au-dessus.
dessus.
Voilà.
This day began for J&T nearly 10 hours ago, Randy, and that is a lot of poker. But this journey began many days before that. And how many hours were packed in consecutively? I don't know how many bullets. I don't know if he made it through on day 1A. Haven't clocked this. But no matter what, it is a feat in and of itself for him to be here still proverbially clicking the buttons and doing so to great effect.
He's putting on a show for us.
31 with the ace-6 suited. Binder with a suited ace of his own. 74 in the middle. Queen 9-8. No diamond, no spade.
Bad board for both. J&T doesn't care. He's going to fire out 50 million and take it away from ace-7. Well played.
C'était une grosse balle, non?
Celui-là, remplacez-le par un orange. 5
Hmm.
millions. Il faut un 5 millions. Voilà, merci.
You know, Ollie, I've noticed J&T's got a little strategy with his chips. He's tossed the small denominations like far away from his other ones, so he doesn't make some kind of mistake using those. See, the purples is near his glasses.
Yeah. Do what you got to do. Like flop a pair and a flush draw, which is a winning recipe here. Dust for Binder. I do feel as though when J&T has had hands that could have pursued value across various streets, he has been more apt to allow Binder to do the betting, which he does here. 12 million chip effort. Swift call from J&T.
Yeah, I think it's a good strategy because his hand doesn't mind if it checks through.
And
Maybe makes a
certainly-
flush like this.
Yeah, doesn't mind the 10 of hearts. Binder now draws dead.
Just realize if I have so much hand, then my opponent probably doesn't have anything, so let's just check it over. This time JNT's gonna bet his hand 100 mil, hoping. It's up against a king, they can't fold.
I mean, we're talking about 1.66x.
Ça, c'est des 5 millions et ça, c'est des 1 million.
I mean, he's all over the place, and it is making Binder's life more difficult. I will say I respect the fact that Binder looks ready to take this 12 rounds. You know, they're already deep into it, but he hasn't shown any haste, dare I say. The spots where obviously he jammed, took chances for his tournament life, we understood logically why he did so, and he succeeded. But in terms of trying to force it, win every pot, find every bit of value, that hasn't been the formula.
That's right. When he made those big plays, he felt very confident his opponent was relatively weak, and that's why he made the play. It's not like he's 3-betting a lot just to build pots, pre-flop raising, large sizing, in position, or like forcing draws aggressively post.
Yeah, all the things that can get you in trouble.
Yeah, so, you know, he's played big pots, but they are well calculated.
Yeah, that's well said. Ace-Jack continuing to hold the lead over Queen-9 on this King-High board. Wheel draw acquired.
I think it's important to note that JNT limped the Ace-Jack in this spot. So he, too, is just constantly adjusting. Now he bets 20 million. Folds out 6 outs. Just like this.
Fairly straightforward one there for the Queen-9.
Je garde votre montée, Jean-Noël. Ça, c'est votre grosse blinde. Ça, c'est votre grosse blinde. 5 millions, millions.
Some criticisms coming in from the chat alleging, Randy, that you and I are being ageists, or that we're being unfair, and that one day we too will be old. First off, I'm already feeling a little bit old at 47, if I'm being honest. And I know Father Time is undefeated, but so is comedy. So, you know, we pull no punches. And by the way, there's no ill will. There's no, you know, negative spirits in here. We love JNT. When we moonlight here in the World Series of Poker and we watch him, it's not the only borders within which we do, as we pointed out. It's been winter camp for so many down here during this World Series of Poker and Triton collab. JNT played the $250,000 buy-in invitational, the $100,000 buy-in main event prior to embarking upon a super main journey. I'm glad that he stuck around for it, and I'm not just saying in consideration of the fact that he's playing for this extra $4 million and $10 million in the World Series of Poker bracelet, but just it shows how much passion he has for the game. And Doyle Brunson had one of the greatest quotes during the Poker After Dark intro, where he would say, we don't stop playing because we get old. We get old because we stop playing.
There we go.
And, you know, it's been well documented. I mean, there's some science behind that poetry, whereby keeping your brain constantly engaged and active later into life can ward off, you know, some of the things that plague us in terms of Alzheimer's, dementia, things like that. There is no sign of that whatsoever. You know, any of the things that you're seeing in terms of challenge, it's just strictly the vision is starting to fail him. But, boy, the noodle, sharp. Al dente.
Al dente.
By the way, when I say noodle, I'm talking about brain, lest anybody get it twisted. Just clarification there.
The pink brain. The pink noodle, I mean.
Wait, what? Queen 9-3, the big flush draw for JNT here versus top 2. Brace yourselves.
Yeah, top 2 against the nut flush draw. Seen JNT not play hands like this fast. Unclear whether he'll do so, but we do know that Binder needs to be betting this hand. He needs to get protection. Wow, he checks back. Excuse me. I'm surprised.
I am too, and that's going to really veil the strength of his hand should a club come off.
Yeah, it's very
Forgive
odd.
me, the Binder queens and nines, I'm looking at it from JNT's perspective quickly here as, you know, one might think noise would have been made at some point. The check on the flop, natural, but you're on the turn, finding the wheel gutter to go with it. He's just content to take these very passive approaches, Randy. And in heads up, you cannot hope to get there all the time. You have to create your own opportunities as the river creates a boat for Binder.
Yeah, I kind of feel like he missed a lot of value with this Queen 9. Like, he could have built this pot on the flop. There are things he can get value from. He would have got more chips on the turn, especially with JNT having the ace of clubs and a wheel draw.
70 minutes.
Even the turn, he only got 25 mil, which is 2 big blinds, and JNT is likely to get away cheap unless he just does not believe with ace high.
Let's lay it down. Thomas is sitting this one out. They're coming with some remixes there. He had it, though. I wouldn't go entering any, you know, I don't know if there's Austrian Idol or, you know, German The Voice. But I think we stick to the poker, boys.
Yeah.
And I think they would agree.
Don't start an a cappella group.
Right. Door-to-door caroling, not going to be their strong suit. Suited is JNT here on the button. He takes us up to 26. It's a very pretty one. Top 2, his turn to make such things. No Binder will maintain interest with an 8 and a gutter.
He checks back 2 pair as well.
And he too fills up, albeit on the turn, not the river. Binder drawing dead unbeknownst. Is JNT getting a little bit too passive?
This one for me is a little bit too fancy on the flop. The turn, it makes sense why he's checking now, given he has everything. But there were plenty of hands to get some value from. 8x, 9x draw, you know, flush draws. And we cannot blame Binder for going for value with the 8 as played.
33 minutes.
Just waiting for what size JNT will make it. At least 100 million.
Well, he has coaxed 33.
80 mil.
Off of Binder's stack, and now he's making it 80, and, well, we know the man's saying he can beat the 8, but a lot of the story might not be checking out.
Right, because if JNT had a 10, is he really checking back the turn, I guess, would be the question if I was Binder? Because you kind of want to protect and get value if you had a 10 against 9, Queen, Hearts. And he's going to pay it off. So actually, JNT sized it to perfection. If his opponent had pair of 8s, and that's it.
Would there have been more potential to earn had he found flop barrel, turn continue, and then with such a dry river?
Against an 8, it's unclear because it's mainly going to depend on what binder makes of J&T's double barrel range on a board pairing 10. But if J&T was up against a jack, for example, then that pot would have been a lot bigger had he bet the flop.
Sure.
But it is important to note that in that hand, it did show down, right? There was a raise. He showed the jack 10. Binder now has to be, cautious because it's not like, oh, he checked back a draw heavy flop, therefore he never has top pair, or in that matter, 2 pair. And for me, the beauty of this heads-up match is the constant adjustments from both of these players.
Yeah.
Different approaches, too, which is a delight to watch. But it's very cool to see, like you spoke about it. J&T is the master of his craft. And to apply it in poker, we're seeing it here live. Him just constantly adjusting, trying to throw those curveballs,
Avoiding any pattern development, in particular against a guy who's going to be able to identify them as well as Bernhard Binder is a critical piece of the winning formula for J&T, and one that he has brought in spades.
Battle of the 7s.
10 seconds.
It's 12.
It's just the blind. 12. What?
I mean, this has also got to be one of the deepest heads-up matches you ever see. Like we mentioned,
That's
it started at 75 big blind average, 90-minute levels.
48 million.
And now we have 48 million for Binder. And that makes me think that before, when he 3-bet to 48 million, or tried to, that he didn't realize that J&T actually min-raised that one.
And chat suggesting that was a lot to do with the smirk that we saw when he got it through. Which he does on this occasion as well, shedding King 7, which had him in a rough spot. Both share a card once more, this time of 5.
24 million.
Bernie paying a visit to the second floor. J&T climbs the staircase.
Did you call him Bernie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all right. I mean, I'm just following the rails lead. We're not on maybe that level quite yet, but it does feel like there's some sort of through-the-screen relationship that we've developed that might allow for such things. Ace, Queen, 4. Not the kind of things that these hands were hoping to look up at, but see if Binder has follow-through in mind.
Get to 60 million?
60 mil. That's big.
You know what? He's done a lot of the stuff that we're laying praise on J&T for doing as well. Let's not fail to give him his flowers too,
Of course. I can't believe we're here. Look at the chip count. Wasn't it just dead even when we started play, when you came into the booth, Ollie?
This is crazy.
It was like 722 to 722.
I mean, I didn't clock it exactly, but
it's like a small blind difference from when you started.
Is it time for us to maybe order up a couple of Celsiuses in here? Brown Bulls, if we were in Vietnam.
I wish.
For those who know that we're talking we're talking about.
What would be the Bahamas version of a Brown Bull?
I don't know, but it's a beverage that actually deaded almost one of our staff who had to go to the hospital. I always laugh about it. I mean, really, it was a dicey spot, but he survived, and as such, we are able to have some fun with it. He didn't really survive insofar as he maintained employment with the company. He did decide that this is not
Nice.
for me.
Very nice.
After that, well, we didn't fire him for not being able to handle Vietnamese coffee.
There's a lot of tracks on that playlist.
It's like jock jams.
Do you think it would be Spotify it would work? Or Shazam, I'm sorry.
No.
No.
No, I don't. Randy, I...
Price, 24 million.
I'm afraid not. Seven, backdoor diamonds, and a gutter. Far more than we can say for JNT. To the turn we go. Flush draw acquired.
This is lovely for binder. No. Gonna bet?
Bet 40 million.
And 14 mil gets it done.
You know, it's weird. He's winning the pot. That's always a good thing. And all he had was ace high. But there's so much potential that you almost get a little disappointed not to get a call and see a river there. You know the feeling.
Looks like we got some beers on the rail now.
And by the way, said beers, I think, have a lot to do with how we ventured into the Neil Diamond catalog just there with Sweet Caroline.
40?
40.
Or Sweet Caroline, maybe. Just given the...
Nice. Sweet.
King Jack.
Sizable raise, north of 3x.
JV suited connector. Up for it. Yeah, 3x plus. Big pot poker certainly rates to make binder a little bit more uncomfortable than JNT. Is he has found a 5 on a 10 high board, and as we've seen quite a bit, JNT finds the C bet and does so to the tune of 60.
Yeah, it's 2/3 pot. I'm sure binder doesn't love how big this pot is immediately, but he does have middle pair. Often the best hand, potential backdoors. Just needs to call and see what's up.
$212 million in the middle now. Flush draw and a gutter added to binder's plate. Now trip 5s as he improves once more.
I think binder might even go for one of those pot-sized bets that he's been doing. This time he actually has a real hand. I mean, it makes sense to go big and try to target a 10, maybe an 8x that doesn't believe. I feel like you would miss out too much if you bet smaller and try to retain like an ace high to call you. It's just better to go for the most you can get. Especially because he's been going big bets with a lot of bluffs lately. I'm sure he's thinking he wants to do it for value at some point. $250,000. Sorry.
50 million.
$250 million.
It feels so good to say. When Cabral was in the booth, this is the first time I heard any of the sizings expressed in this way. And I think, you know, we should enjoy it while it lasts, because good luck finding an event where you'll ever be able to say that from in here. No, we didn't. You know, this time of year, though I don't think it's available here, I would presume that the boys would be more inclined to be drinking Glühwein versus just straight beer, which I think is a mulled wine, kind of a warm sangria vibes of some sort.
Not my department, but thanks for sharing, Ali.
No, you know, we look to you for Shake Shack and things of this nature. As again, the two are sharing a card. That 9 going to be pesky potentially here for JNT as he's dominated, but this is far from pesky. He's found the flush versus top pair. We talk often, Randy, about the monotone textures, keeping a lid on things, but this is heads up.
And he's taking a peek, and he indeed has flopped the flush. And he's been very trappy with these type of hands. Remember, Binder on a monotone texture actually checked 2-pair, Queen 9. This time he's got a similar type holding, a top pair. It's a hand that often wants to bet, and this time he will.
12 1 2 12 1 2 12 million.
Just a min bet.
12 1 2 12.
Yeah, JNT's going to take a closer look. Should realize it's a min bet.
You
want to see him play slow, don't you?
30 million.
Oh, look at this, is cute.
It's not fast, and it's not slow. It's kind of that in between.
It's not a tortoise and it's not a hare.
Yeah.
It's a tortoise on skates.
Yeah, sure. Binder makes the call, and this is going to be difficult on JNT in terms of value acquisition. 4th club. Now he's checking it.
Yeah, this is the card that makes JNT not win a huge pot. Binder should take 1 card off. Obviously hates to see the 4th club. Might still have the best hand.
Check back, and now an ace on the end. Man, this one could have been uglier for Bernhard. And, you know, you see him grinning over there, losing the pot, but recognizing that sometimes run good comes in different ways.
Very fortunate there. Don't think he was going to get away for a turn bet if it was a blank.
Can you do 20s with the big chip? It's more than 20, right? Thank you.
Six.
we play a limped one. 5, do we check back? Jack 8 tray, top pair. Unfortunately, the other ingredient, which is binder having something to get interested in, not really present. Third pot. You see these post-flop sizings varying wildly. In the raised pots, he comes with the larger stuff. In the limp pot, he then dials it back.
Yeah, and sometimes in these raise pots, he goes very big on flops and turns, and all of a sudden you're like almost being asked for the rest of it on the river. But you know, just clock the data, adjust accordingly.
Rack it back up. 7-3.
Price 24 million.
It's very nice to down to queen 5 for a min raise for
raise and
binder.
take. It's weird because didn't we see him play a queen 6 as a defend?
Can't recall.
Or is it
if
the
he-
other way around?
Yeah, I can't recall if he was the other way around. But he definitely defended king deuce offsuit.
Whether he's doing all of this intentionally or whether it's just game flow kind of in the moment, he's just doing what comes to him, it's far more effective than he realizes.
Yeah, that is true. I think a lot of players that don't play professionally kind of wing it a bit and think about game flow a lot more.
It ain't all thought in heads up. There's plenty that's required.
Well, really, what's required is trying to get into the mind of your opponent. If you can figure out how he thinks about the match and how he's going to approach, you know, top pairs, draws, things like this, and really understand them, that's when you can really exploit and gain that big edge. From what I've seen between these two, it seems like they're kind of getting onto a hunch how the other is playing, and then they just start to throw the curveball at the right time.
I mean, you want to get into their mind, but then while you're there, you also want to fire up the Macarena.
24 million.
You know, grab the egg beaters, do a little bit of blending.
I
and
swear.
Then slip out of the ear canal quietly.
If the binder boys on a rail start doing the Macarena, I'll lose it.
You're going to blame me as the sick part. 10-5 and 4 deuce. Couple of suited holdings. 30 a man. Gutter. Binder.
Check.
Binder's kind of been playing like check or pot size bet, mainly on flops, especially when he's got some kind of high card type holding. This time he goes 2/3, still sizable. And these kind of bets are designed to shake out, you know, obviously things that whiff, but also designed to shake out weak gut shots. Maybe like a queen high isn't really looking to check call big bet, but they would probably call against something close to min. Oh, they're back. Oh, just no song, just claps.
They're
Random.
balancing as well, Randy. Do you have any requests?
I do not.
I mean, do you want the Benga bus?
The Benga bus.
You brought it up earlier this
I
week.
Oh, like in a cappella form, please.
No, don't do that. That will ruin it. What was that group, Aqua?
Oh,
that
yeah.
did Barbie Girl?
That is right.
I'm a Bernie girl.
No, don't. What about that song, I'm Blue? I forget who sings that.
Oh.
Da 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 da.
See, no one really knows the next. If I was green, I would die.
Yeah.
I think is technically what it is, but yeah, you're really going deep into the tank for the things that would make me quit. The green 10, no quit in JNT, I would imagine, despite the 48 million chip size delivered from the 6-4 clubs here. Limp call. We play for 108.
Yeah, Binder is expecting JNT to limp fold a lot and wouldn't be limping a hand as strong as Queen 10, so that's why he juiced it up.
And he's found himself bottom pair, club-free board, second pair for JNT. That ace, though, is going to be where attention is turned. In a raised pot.
I think I would like to see him put a downsized bet here with the 4. An ace or queen is never folding anyways, but
27 million.
you get clarity. I do like this bet, 27 million. And once he gets called, now he has to be concerned he's up against the ace or a queen or some kind of gut shot, maybe diamonds.
To the turn we go. 3. Brings backdoor spade draw. Binder thinking through things. Obviously retention on the flop. Something that has caught his eye. Feels like a white flag.
This is annoying now because there are worlds where the 4 is good. It's just up against like a Jack 10 or diamonds. He probably doesn't expect a queen to bet too often.
But thinking ahead to how frequently JNT is going to check this thing back certainly is a part of the decision making. He does stick around for the 75 million, over 300 million now in the middle. That doesn't feel like the card that he would be able to pull off some of the stunts that we saw earlier in terms of the lead for a big overbet. And sure enough, he shuts down, as does JNT in turn. And, well, chalk this one up to the coppers.
Yeah, and JNT's going to take note that he got isolated by 6-4 suited from the big.
Is he?
Yeah, give him credit, Ali.
I mean, if he's the cops, does that make
being
Bernie the
delivered
robbers?
Bernie.
I mean, that was the playground game growing up, wasn't it?
Oh my God, look at this chip counts. It's so close once again.
Well, instead of growing up, things thinning out there. 47 bigs to 44 bigs, but relatively even after so many pots, many of which were fairly big. Blind's going to be going up to 8 and 16 million. Hard to overstate that, Randy. And never mind overstating the blinds, overstating just how improbable what we're bearing witness to now, multiple hours into this heads-up match in terms of JNT, the amateur versus the, professional in Binder. It's incredible. It really is.
It has been an incredible match. And the thing is, it's been a long heads-up match so far, and we haven't seen someone run away with it at any point. At some point when someone gets a little low, they just immediately win a pot and back to even.
Yep, the yo-yo effect. All right, listen, we're going to yo-yo out of here for just 15 minutes, but we are going to come back. Don't go anywhere. You've come this far, and we are oh so close to crowning a champ here in the Supermain. We'll see you in 15.
Oh my God! Stay loose, play 7 dude.
picture for him, this would be an incredible achievement.
I mean, it's their moment, you know. And sure, J&T doesn't need 10 million, but you've got to earn the WSOP bracelet. And he's going to try and do it.
Yeah, he's doing it with what rates to be an inferior deuce, given that we can only see one of his 2 cards here. 6, 12, and 12. 30 million. The price of poker, every 2 hands, 15 million on average. Each hand that they play. Paired rainbow flop here. King high checks.
15 million.
Bernhard with the follow through. Look at J&T.
And he grabs 3 oranges so
Yeah.
far. Will there be more? Calls.
If I may ask you if you can spread one more time the cards in the box, if you can spread.
Looks like we're going to find out what that side card is. So the semi-mystery hand. Likely to come to a close. No, they actually asked J&T to rescan. I think we had it wrong here as both players find a gut shot, unless Binder's got a 3 in there, in which case he's found a straight. Still TBD.
Seconds.
I gotta say, I kind of like the time that J&T is taking. Not because I necessarily suspect that he's deep in some thought, but just balancing out the pace of play here. There's been a propensity at times for him to behave in manners that seem reflexive and can skew your range of his holding.
It's possible he's decided to do this more after that break, and now he's up against a 60 million chip bet. Just a deuce, king high. Seems like it would be a light call, though I could see it being good against like 7x that would double barrel, busted hearts. Just slightly ambitious given what you're working with.
I could also see Binder not being too convinced that J&T was up in range based on some of the imagery you just saw on your screen. He's got plenty of time banks available. He's going to stick a few out there. If he is going to proceed, Randy, which I would suspect that you're not necessarily in favor of, raise is the way forward?
No, probably would still be called just because he has a high card to go of his draw, and it could be good against worse draws.
Okay.
If he was holding like Jack Deuce, 10 Deuce, then I would consider raise or fold.
But the flat brings the pot to 210 million, and the river brings the king. Snap check back from Binder. Did he have ace high?
I suspect.
Will we ever find out?
I think he had at least a pair. Because when you see that look, you're like, wow, he made a strong call on me on the turn and got there.
Mm-hmm. You know, earlier I described J&T's run as
a part of me, I mean, I could be wrong. I feel like Binder is a little bit, dare I say, lost in the sense that he's got these expectations on how J&T is going to play. He's using these strategies,
right.
But then what he's seen at Showdown is not what he expects.
Yeah, I get what you mean. He's not lost. I mean, he's a terrific poker player.
Correct.
Very competent, but he's not finding kind of that footing beneath him that he can operate off of, and that's all due to the seismic shifting happening across the felt. Second pair for J&T on the ace-high board here. Slips it to Binder.
He's got a hand that can certainly see bet 2 overs, connection to that 9 of diamonds. When I say 2 overs to the middling pair, which often is the stuff you'd be worried about. 40 mil.
He's focused on the same card that J&T is in that 9 of diamonds, which brings him to a 2/3 pot C bet. Randy, you know, I was going down the path of maybe sizing up, not playing into his hand. And yet here he is doing just that. And he has found himself a gutter. Sorry, an open ender. It is J&T that has the gutter and a flush draw. So good luck trying to evict him from this pot.
Yeah, that's an eviction notice that would get ignored. Probably just take the free card here. I mean, I could see why betting might work, just to fold out some kind of 7x. 9x, I'm not really convinced it would always consider a fold, but here he bets 90 mil. There's so much in there now, J&T. Mid pair, clubs, straight draw, as you mentioned. There are cards that just end this here and now, Ali.
You referring, pray tell, to something like
Six
of
of
clubs?
Yeah.
That's the direction I was headed. Right color, wrong suit for the flush draw, as the nines are still best. 320 million in the pot, just north of 1 SPR. Effective.
And J&T is potentially coming in with block. He's leading 80 mil.
He's bobbing and weaving out here, man. This is quarter pot, by the way. And this is, well, what are we trying to do? Do we just close our eyes and decide that that 10 is worth more than it is? And do something savage and heroic?
Well, J&T's line is peculiar, right? Because he's betting small, kind of saying out loud, I've got one pair. Is it one pair nines? Is it one pair ace? Binder might even consider moving in. You saw him immediately look at his chips and see, do I have enough
But
to fold out a block?
eventually the guy who is mixing it up is going to have it. And Binder doesn't want to take what he might deem to be a needless risk at any point in this match.
If he risks it here, it likely would work. But if he risks it and his opponent is just kind of messing with them, it could be over.
Oh my God, did he jam it? He has jammed it. Is J&T going to call? If he clicks call, it's a wrap, Randy.
Wow.
This is a bluff for 10 million.
Oh, and he folds. What a play from Binder.
Second time. He's bound J&T.
Binder. That's 2 big bluffs he's gotten through against J&T. It's keeping him alive. And he's got the lead once again.
That was a $4 million call that
It
he could have
was.
made right there.
It was.
6 on lock, 10 million yours, just click call. And I hope this one gets down deep enough to where word does get down to J&T, and he in turn can make some adjustments as we see him settling into being second on the leaderboard, doing so with an ace-4 of spades. Deuce 3 suited, the diaper here for Binder. Fans on the Queen, Queen 10 board. Same story for J&T. Snap check back.
I don't think I would be stabbing with the 3 high. He's seen J&T check back ace high textured at, I mean, the 3-3 deuce of ace jack earlier. Pair of 4s now for J&T. I feel like Binder should just be content giving this one up. Sure, he's never going to win at Showdown, but
The big ones have belonged to him thus far.
True.
And he's earned them
Well,
with the
he's-
worst hand on both occasions. And maybe he's trying to keep that trend alive.
It's an overbet.
90 million.
Binder
to 72.
Oh. There it is. What? What do you have?
Dropped him in the back of the squad car there. Speeding ticket. They're coming with some remixes there. He had it, though. I wouldn't go entering any, I don't know if there's Austrian Idol or, German The Voice. But I think we stick to the poker, boys.
Yeah.
And I think they would agree.
Don't start an a cappella group.
Right. Door-to-door caroling, not going to be their strong suit. Suited is JNT here on the button. He takes us up to 26. It's a very pretty one. Top two, his turn. By my count, Randy, 10.5 hours ago is when this day of poker began. 8 players were involved in the process. Only 2 of them now remain, and no deal has been made. They are playing a monumental $4 million sit and go, and they're doing so with basically level stacks as they had when they started Heads Up.
Yeah, and of that 10.5 hours, 2.5 hours has been heads up. And, neither player is able to get a big lead. And yes, once again, we are level stacking playing for $4 million.
Pretty incredible when you consider the disparity in terms of the road traveled to get here for Jean-Noël Torel, the French billionaire, and the one traveled by the Austrian Binder. It gives you everything that you could ask for. And thus far, I think most would agree, JNT has held his own in surprising ways, and he is doing some things right. Whether or not he always knows exactly why he's doing them, I don't know, but it has been effective.
And he's giving Binder a headache, just throughout this heads-up match. He's unclear how to adjust properly. But then again, I got to give Binder props. He's found a lot of all-in and key moments and gave himself a fighting chance.
It doesn't feel like one player is going to be able to cobble their way to victory here. As it's kind of come down so far, perhaps cooler required, Randy.
I mean, perhaps. We've seen it happen before.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit anticlimactic. It feels unfair, unjust, especially when you consider the gravity of it all. But we'll see. Does the deck have violence in store, or are we going to be here a while? Let's find out as we send it down to Jeff Platt for the resumption of play here in the Super Main.
At the WSOP Main in Las Vegas, it was the Grinder winning his heads-up match quickly. This WSOP Paradise, it's Binder grinding heads up against JNT. Just trying to connect the dots here. Thank you very much. 8 million, 16 million with a 16 million big buy and ante. Let's get those cards back in the air. No, thank you. Thank you.
They don't have a comedy club here at Atlantis, do they?
Don't think so.
Verified. 46 bigs for JNT, 44 for Binder. Just 2 bigs separating them. Tremendously deep heads-up stacks, and they stay that way for 90 minutes at a time. This one doesn't adjust to a number of hands and then kind of become a fewer number of hands as people bust out. It just stays static and gives you the kind of value that you would hope to get out of something of this magnitude. 72 million plus, blowing the guarantee out of the water. Now would be as good a time as any, Randy, I think, to give a shout out to all those who came together from all corners of the planet in order to help make this thing possible. The dealers, the floor personnel, all of the Sharehand crew that have been producing this thing, and of course the players, without whom none of this is possible. So
what about the viewers?
To all of them, the viewers too. You're right. Shame on me. Let's not overlook them, because if they're not watching, what are we doing up here? Top pair versus second pair and a gut shot. I think I got an idea what Binder's doing.
In general, you should be going for value on these textures, charging the worst pairs. But Binder has been showing us he's been willing to check top pair and even top 2 pair at times. J&T is convinced the 10 is good. Can't blame him. A jack is normally supposed to bet the flop.
$25 says JNT. Straightforward call for Bernhard.
I think there's some value with the jack deuce. Sure, the king is a little scary, but the way J&T's kind of played his hand points to a 10x a lot.
65.
In comes the call. Nice value bet from Binder.
And this is on the order of some of the most significant separation that we've managed to observe at any point during this match. I don't think the billion threshold has ever been crossed. I'm not even sure 900 million has been crossed by either player.
We've seen a billion briefly at the start of Heads Up.
Been a minute though.
Yeah, it didn't last very long.
Small blind, 8 million, please.
You put 9.
Yeah, this one too. Pass.
J&T gonna give a walk.
Well, 17,500 of you are still with us.
Sure.
Worldwide streaming to see who is going to take home this bracelet and this 10 million. And this record-setting super main. And shout out to all of you for being along for the ride. Humbly hope that you've enjoyed our coverage across so many days to get down to this point. And if you have, the easiest way to let us know is by clicking on that thumbs up button, the like button, if you will, on our WSOP YouTube channel.
That's for you. Yeah.
As we slowly but surely begin to draw the curtain. While you're at it, of course, click subscribe because we've got a lot of plans for 2026.
J&T not raising with ace-5 of clubs.
Yeah, his plan to check back and under rep. And unfortunately, this has not gone according to plan as Bernhard finds bottom pair for the lead.
Given that Binder hasn't really been betting flops, I'd be a bit surprised if he'll be betting bottom pair. We've seen him check top pair at times. Unless he feels his hand needs protection, which it kind of does, but he'll check it back.
Well, I don't know if check's going to be on his mind now. Third diamond, third 3. Bernhard with trips. Second check in front of him. We've seen JNT take some curious spots with things like ace high to keep Binder honest, and Bernhard overbetting in some of those spots that tended to make Jean-Noel a non-believer.
Yeah, so this one, he bets min, gets called. It makes sense with ace high. Could be the best hand.
You can announce?
5 million here, millions.
Thank you.
Dry 7 of spades on the end. Now the 5 is a non-issue for JNT. Given the presence of a king, queen, and a pair on the board, and he's keeping an eye on things like busted diamonds.
Yeah, or just something stabbing. It is a limp pot after all. Might kind of expect Binder to go very big. King is most certainly never folding.
120 million.
Forceful 120 million. This is 150% pot into the 80 mil. And JNT does avoid the big payoff there.
Yeah, hard to do so with just ace high. And, you know, I still think it's a good bet from Binder. Could have got paid off by a king or a queen that doesn't believe.
I just don't think you understand. He's always best man, better than Morgan's sang. We got Bernie Binder.
Randy, you didn't get a Team Binder t-shirt? Might have some leftovers.
I don't think I could add to their voices in a positive manner.
JNT adding to this pot in a positive manner. 58 million the open. Once more, he is taking these large multiples when he bothers to raise in king, queen.
It should just call here. I don't think it wants to inflate and all of a sudden get ripped on. It's just already a huge pot due to the sizing JNT opted to go for.
I mean, he has successfully thwarted any 3-bet ideas from Binder, who flops his Broadway gutty. Snap follow through at a JNT for 50.
Still got to continue with king queen. You got to draw to a straight, 2 overs to the 10. Could just have the best hand against unpaired hands, which he does.
Nine on the turn. Snap check back from JNT, and now Bernhard hits this queen. And he's going to be flirting with 1 billion in front of him, provided that the fabric of the universe is not ripped in half with something psychotic.
I think he's just going to go for value from himself. He saw the snap check back, unlikely an ace. He's got a queen kicker.
That was a fun, right?
Went for 175. He's inches away from 1 billion.
This separation obviously has the rail a little bit lathered, along with the tinnies, as producer James refers to them.
That's right.
He's also his best man, better than Morgan's sang. We've got Bernie Binder. Hey, 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 hey.
Is Christoph catching strays in the lyrics there? Are they saying better than Vogel sang?
I think that's for the
Producer James stepping
Those are
in
millions in your hand.
to remind us that Christoph Vogelsang was JNT's partner in the Triton Invitational.
Awkward.
So maybe it's in bounds. I don't know. I don't think Christoph has a piece of this one, though. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone does. 6 million locked up. 10 million in a bracelet looking for a home. And that bracelet has begun to list in the direction of the Austrian, who limps the 4 deuce. JNT checking back the Jack 9.
It's like 26 and you get 10.
8-6-4. Bottom pair, diamond dangler versus 2 overs and the 9 of diamonds.
Yeah, based on the way Binder's been playing, he's likely going to check back as it gets to him. doesn't want to create a situation where he has to put in a lot of chips with just bottom pair playing a guessing game.
Turn queen, yielding a gutter for JNT now.
I wouldn't mind him betting in this spot. Does check it though, and you know he's kind of lowered his aggression a bit. Maybe he got stung a little bit with that 5-4 offsuit not too long ago. Probably could have downed the 4 on the turn.
King on the end, as this one's had the lid kept on it post flop.
And check. Okay. And the show first, please.
Chips once more, flowing in the direction of the Austrian who's joined the Billionaire Boys Club. I guess they're both billionaires in a way now.
Yeah. Yeah. Same but different.
Yeah. I guess if you count frequent flyer miles, I'm rich. But
cool.
By other metrics, I've been
enjoy your miles.
Trending in the wrong direction.
You can fly them away.
Getting a walk there. It is feeling a little bit to me, Randy, and I don't think you would disagree, like JNT is not taking the fight to Bernhard as much anymore. And I don't know if it's some sort of progressive product of the evening growing long or having a chip disparity or simply losing a few pots and just the emotion of that, where you can really be guilty in heads up in particular early on in your career of assuming a very defensive posture in the desperate bid to make a hand, but you have to earn your pots heads up.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a combination of all those factors. We'll see if he can recover. That was a hard check.
Middle pair for Binder. He continues to run hot since we got back from the break. And the lava flow is cooling in JNT's corner.
Yeah, once again, I'm kind of expecting Binder to take a free card, but this time he's going to opt to bet it. Perhaps he just feels JNT has to play more straightforward, given he's only playing 385 now with 16 million big blind.
The tide flowing in a single direction, it seems, and it's toward Austria.
That's 8 million piece for the small way.
You know, Binder's thinking, just don't let this man get back in it. The biggest lead he's had so far in heads up. Try to make no mistakes. Gets a walk. A little sad. Ace Jack suited, no action.
Could you give me just 1 million? Just for the
Yet again, chips flowing in his direction.
It's 5. 5.
Do you think he's going to start to press upon the Frenchman?
No, I don't. I think he should just keep doing what he's been doing. You know, clearly he's chipped away nicely. It doesn't really make sense to start introducing variants by just open jamming or playing this raised pots. Why? You know, what's working is working. He might start to press it when JNT gets towards like 15 big blinds and stuff like this. But still, JNT is around 22.
32.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to allege that this is a press, but it isn't a limp with 4 deuce of spades. Similar hand composition for JNT in the 5-6 of hearts. The extra 16 million supplied. Pot at 80. Two spade paired flop here. Gut shot for JNT. No heart in sight.
Still, though, going after gut shots and heads up is a pretty solid plan just because, you know, if you pair to 6 or 5, it's often good too. And maybe you check call bet and it checks through turn, you can just stab unimproved. See if Binder puts in a C bet. Looks like he will.
20 million.
Call.
Quarter pot. Check call. 9 figures in the purse. 4 diamonds is useless for JNT, but it is just right for Binder if he's going to miss the flush.
I think Binder checks this turn. He doesn't want to inflate the pot against an 8 that might just all of a sudden rise, given there's already 120 million in there with 309 back. I like this check back.
Ace on the end.
No bluff from 6 high.
And no value from the 4 deuce. Once more, no end in sight for this downswing that JNT is suffering through.
Yeah, I think the ace is just a little bit of a scary card to start stabbing, given a lot of ace x pre would have raised in JNT's shoes, hence why he didn't go for it.
Will his chips continue to circle the drain? King, queen offsuit.
I could see chips just go in some manner. Just which way is the question. I mean, when he makes a 58 million ace-8 suited, it seems like a mandatory jam. And I don't think King Queen could ever fold. Not for this price. 20 big blinds about.
Is riding on a wall out here in this super main.
He will jam. And he is calling.
It's go time, Randy. It's been a bit of a slog at times. But since we came back from this break, it has been all Austria. As Torel digs in behind, but with decent equity. A 3-2 dog in a pot for the title. Both rails joining one another. As regardless of result, heads will be held high. For JNT, hoping that an L is not hung around him on a 9-6 deuce board. The climb grows further uphill as he slips to 23%. He hunts paint.
Queen.
One more chance, Ali.
No Monet on the turn. Bernhard Binder, just one card away potentially from winning the Super Main. Can he ward off kings and queens and wrap it up here? Anxiety mounts, and the bracelet is his.
Binder's done it.
$10 million richer.
Let's go, Wsop. Geisteskrank. Let's go.
What a match.
Bravo, legend. Legend, buddy. Legend.
You hear the word legend being tossed around among his rail. All of whom are so thrilled to bask in the validation that he is currently enjoying. On the flip side of this, of course, Jean-Noel Torel again denied glory. Another runner-up finish for him. Had his hands full. As the day, dare I say the week, belongs to that man there. Your 2025 World Series of Poker Paradise Super Main Event winner. $6 million richer is JNT. Can't wipe the smile off his face.
He just won the Super Main, $10 million, a bracelet.
So there it is officially, the results from top to bottom. As we started with 8 and whittled our way down to 1. It took a good bit of poker to get there, but eventually Bernhard Binder, your champ, and Jean-Noel Torel, your runner-up. As we bring you back to the desk one final time here in Atlantis, and you know, I confess it gets a little bit sentimental when we wind these things down. It can be a grind, no doubt, not just for us here, but of course all those who got upside down, some of them, and you know, many bullets were fired, many animals were harmed in the making of this champ, but it is what it is, Randy, and what a fantastic moment for Bernhard.
Yeah, and you know, that heads-up match was long and grueling. It was roughly 3 hours, and he really just deserved it, you know? In the first hour, he was trying to figure out how JNT was playing, had some adjustments, but it really rose for him when he started to speak and go all in at key times when he recognized his opponent just had a weak hand and folded.
Yeah, and hat tip, by the way, to JNT. I mean, there's a lot that he has to overcome that the average person out here in this field doesn't have to grapple with, and he did so with class, showed up, played a game, by the way, that I think is going to have caught a lot of people's attention, and you're remiss if you're going to do anything other than pay some respect to that man at 78 years of age for showing up the way that he did.
And so much respect for him. You know, he plays his own style, and the thing is, he always throws these pros for that curveball, a blender at all times, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, like, it's just so cool to see. To win $6 million, second place in the Super Main Event, he should be very proud.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We, too, are so very proud of all the efforts of both the dealers, the floor staff, all of the share hands folks. Of course, those of you who grinded through this one out in the chat, hat tip to you as well. Certainly a debt of gratitude being paid from here in the booth. And we are going to step away, not just from this evening's coverage, but from some World Series for a few months. But we are going to have more, and it's going to come in the form of a World Series of Poker Europe, not until April, and it's happening in Prague, not Rozvadov. A little bit of a flip there. So obviously looking forward to catching up with you once we get down into 2026. But that's going to do it for the 2025 docket at the World Series of Poker. Not going to do it quite yet for the coverage, though, as we are going to send it down to Jeff Platt, who's standing by now with your champion, Bernhard Binder.
All right, I'm going to be honest with you. I had a different first question planned, but in the time it's taken us to set up, we've just heard chant after chant after chant from your rail. What was it like having this group supporting you here during the Super Main?
It was absolutely amazing. I think almost all of these guys already had their flight back, and they all rebooked their flight, which is like a crazy thing to do, and I'm so grateful for everybody here.
That's a class act. You've had a virtual rail for a while. You've certainly proved yourself in the online ranks. What's it been like to prove yourself in the live ranks with this tournament?
Yeah, this has been on my bucket list, to be honest, but that it's the biggest one, is not really necessary. I would have taken any other two, but here we go. We got the biggest one. I can't complain.
You got the biggest one. It just so happens to come with a World Series of Poker bracelet. What does that bracelet mean to you?
The bracelet itself, actually not that much, to be honest.
We're gonna edit this out in post.
It's just, I know there are a lot of bracelet hunters out there, and it's prestigious, but it's not what drives me. But obviously, it's an amazing bracelet, and I'm happy to have won it.
What was it like battling JNT heads up? I mean, that was a grind.
Stressful.
Yeah, I bet.
To be honest, heads up is not my specialty. Like when you're a tournament player, you play rarely heads up, and in live environment you have big blind ante. It's a way different game, so I'm not really that comfortable in it, and I hope I didn't make too many big mistakes, but yeah, none of this matters right now. I won it, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, you said it, you won it. And on behalf of the World Series of Poker, it is my honor to deliver and present this amazing World Series of Poker Paradise Super Main Event bracelet